Hey, folks. Hey, Brandon. Hey, Rob. What's up?
Hello.
Live long and prosper.
What's going on?
Loki, you don't have YouTube Premium? What are you doing with your life, man?
Yeah. I can't see the comments, so make fun of me as much as you want. I don't care.
No. They do that anyway.
So
Where you at?
Is that what the new thing is? YouTube Premium, so you can see comments?
No. YouTube
on,
Premium, you don't see commercials ever.
No, I'm on my phone. The phone, when you're on the phone, you can't see the comments.
What kind of phone do you have?
I have an iPhone.
Okay. Well, I wonder why that was such a hard question to answer.
Well, I took a little bit of a gummy, so my sense not with.
Yeah, he's probably when you have an iPhone, it's like there's so many different ones you forget which one you have.
Yeah. Well, there was a thing on the StreamYard that came up right before I joined that said Android phones on Chrome will echo. There's some bug they're working on.
Well, my natural inclination is to be snarky, so I was trying to think of something humorous to say.
Yeah.
Think of a funny phone thing to say.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say like a razor or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, to say I'm on, what was that really, the Amazon phone? Did anyone have an Amazon phone?
No.
It was.
Just an Android. No, the horrible one was the Microsoft phone. Remember when they thought they were going to like kill Apple with their dumb phone? 20 years ago? 15 years ago?
Well, what about I mean, I guess people do have the Google Pixel, right?
Is that that competes.
Yeah.
It's probably third to the Samsungs, right?
The Androids are, it's like iPhone, Android, Google Pixel. Is that how it goes?
Pixel's like the default Android, really.
The Google is Android because they made it.
Yeah.
And the Samsung's a variation of Android because it's open source, right?
Yes. Here's a question, Brandon. Do you have your own channel?
No. But I might do a top 20 jazz trio. I've been thinking about doing that.
That'd be awesome. Well, we're glad you're back.
Piano trio. I mean, I have a channel. I just don't have any videos on it. That's all. I had one video of using the Humming Guru, but there were so many. I just deleted it because there was like 50 other ones. So
it's okay.
Why do you need it? It's like,
I mean, you
video.
You come up here once a week and you show all the records you found, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of what I do. It's more about look what I found. Look what I found.
Hey, I have to run off in about a half hour.
So you want to start? You want to start showing?
Hey, I'm at Jim's right now. Jim is in the background here. So I
went out.
What
to say? Is he like threatening you? Are you okay? You blink twice if you're being held hostage.
I'm the hostage in this situation.
That seems fair.
So I when he picks up his new papers for the, can you give me, is there a copy line around? So when I go with him because he has to go to all the stores dropping them off. Yeah. So I just for records. So I got a big stack, even though the record show, I'll probably pick up a lot of records.
Nice.
Yeah, here's the new copy.
Very cool.
And if what am I yelling? The new Boomer Scalper article is right here.
Nice.
Yeah. So I yell at a guy for trying to tell me. I go through a list of the same records everyone tells everyone to buy. Yeah, okay.
Does Safari do an ad in there?
Huh?
Does Safari have an ad in there?
Actually, can I show it? Right here? Can I show this?
Yeah, well, yeah, sure.
Okay, so
this is tentative.
This is tentative, but for the next issue, Safari's going to have on the cover.
Very cool.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll show you what I got today. I've never seen this record before. So I found this Ahmad Jamal live record.
Is it an Arista as well, or no?
This is Impulse.
Oh wow.
Cool.
This is it says that it's a second volume of extended performances from the Montreux Jazz Festival in 1972.
Got it. Okay.
for them.
That's a nice cover.
Yeah, it is a cool cover.
And
Yeah, it's different for sure. I like it.
screened a little bit of it, and it sounded really cool.
Is it a trio or
Yeah, it's him.
Nasser?
Julie, so it's him. There, you can see it there. He's on electric and regular.
Suleiman is Nasser. It's the same person, and Frank Gatt. So it's his main late 60s, 70s trio.
Right. So I just picked these up today. Some records I have picked up to distributed the way I send records off. I've never seen this one before. This is, I think, a posthumous.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Basically, I think it was like the second stint at the Village Vanguard he did with Eddie Gomez and Marty Morell.
Mm-hmm.
So extra stuff from that performance.
Yeah. You got like the one piece hair thing going on, like the hair and the beard are all just one thing.
There he is smoking a ciggy.
Yeah.
I think this
he did like to smoke.
81. This is kind of before he started going down, right? When was this?
No, he was going down all the time. He just
before, like
I think in the 70s is when he just started combining the alcohol and the heroin.
Yeah. He fell back off. Okay, so I know this was reissued, but this is I found a bunch of Heirs to Freedom, but this is Otter sealed. So I know this was reissued, but this is an OG sealed copy of it.
Yeah, I just kind of go like, why are they? You can get those for $10 to $15. So why are you going to pay $35?
Well, I don't. I know a lot of these Heirs to Freedoms, Org is reissuing them, so I don't know if Org is probably just because they can get. Because what do you have to get? You know, all the people are keeping their license. They're not licensing off record, so
yeah.
I mean, does that? I just look at the reissues and I think they're probably a digital source.
Org is a very reputable. I think when they can get the source, they get it. I have an OG of this. I'm going to compare and see which one's better to this. But this is a great album. Look at the lineup.
That's great. Yeah, I love that record.
Yeah. Did you get the gold gold reissue?
And, the stupid gold that Vinyl Man Please claims they charged $80 more. No, I had an OG that I found at a record store. Because I know there was a black MPS. They released like 5 records like 2 years ago. This is good. This is a great record. I was surprised how good this is. If you can get this, get this.
Mm-hmm. And the original is pretty inexpensive.
Yeah, this was $10.
Yeah.
So it's in better condition than the one I have. So this is killer. I think I was looking for this record. I have a bunch of Eric Kloss records that he's a blind saxophonist, but look at the lineup on this.
Yeah, I was looking at that, and especially like his. Not that I don't like the organ, but his stuff on Prestige is like with Jimmy McGriff or something. Like it's an organ player.
I think they had him play with a lot of different Prestige artist lineups, but he does have stuff with McGriff. But this is Booker Irvin, Jackie Bird, Richard Davis, and Alan Dawson.
Yeah, I look at that lineup and I think I want that pretty bad. So he did some records on Muse. The one that's Doors, and I think it was on Cobblestone as a different title. That's it's the same title on both Muse and Cobblestone. It's Doors.
That's a killer record.
Yeah,
that's like an easy. Okay. When I came to Jim's, we played this record. Go get this record. I'm sure it's cheap. And this is in mint condition. I know it sounds cheesy. Chico Hamilton plays songs for Bye Bye Birdie and Irma LaRue, but Charles Lloyd is on here. And if you listen to old Chico Hamilton stuff, it's very avant-garde. So his take on these songs is very avant-garde. And this is a Columbia 6i. Looks like it's never been played. It sounds excellent. I can't imagine this costs a lot of money. This sounds amazing. Charles Lloyd kills it. And then the way it was recorded, Chico Hamilton's drums, he plays a few solos. It's really good.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as cheesy as this title looks. It's good. So, all right. Some more Heirs to Freedom. This Roswell Rudd, Flexible Flyer. And
who else is on that?
They're singing on it. Sheila Jordan and Hot Ryan. With Barry Onschultz on drums and Illid Anderson on bass. And he plays French horn. I didn't know he played other things.
Oh. That's cool.
Okay.
I think he does play a few. He doesn't just play. He plays a few different instruments besides trombone. And
this I'm keeping because I sold a copy of it before, and this is sealed. This Julius Hemphill. The best title.
Coon Business.
On here, there's 2 different lineups, or maybe 3. There's
Is it a couple different sessions?
I think it's just 2 lineups each side. Yeah, 75 and 72. Sorry, you got Black Arthur Bleeth went by Black Arthur Bleeth. Hemant Blewett, Abdul Wahad, Barry Onschultz, and Daniel Ben Zublin. And then the other lineup has Brock E.J. Carroll and Philip Wilson.
Okay.
So I'm sure it's very free-ish. Okay, yeah. Here's another Roswell. I actually got a couple copies of this one. This one sounds better. It's Inside Job. And it's I don't know if a lot of people have done deep live on Enrico Rava.
No.
And Dave Burrell and Stanford James and Harold White play on this. This is from 76. It looks like it was recorded for Heirs to Freedom. I have this, so I'm going to set this free. Dewey Redmond. This is awesome.
Oh, that looks cool.
Oh, yeah, I have that one.
This is sealed.
I do like that record.
I like your little move there. This is sealed move. That was sweet.
This is sealed. I have this. This is excellent. So, okay. And then I have this, and this is excellent. I'm sure a lot.
Yeah, that record's such a nice live record.
It's sealed, and it's Henry Franklin and Michael Carvin with him. And this you'll like this one, Brendan. I don't have this Oliver Lake.
Oh yeah, with the crazy stoner sci-fi cover.
Yeah.
This is with
those are shrooms, man.
Earl Floyd LaFleur, Joseph Bowie. This is John Hicks is on it, and he produced the album.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got that recently, and I thought it was really great. And it's kind of funky too. Like it's not just free; it gets pretty funky.
This is interesting. This is Monk's Miracles, and it was specially done for Columbia Record and Cape Club. So it's a comp.
So no one ever paid for that record ever?
For a penny.
Yeah, for a penny. Felipe, did y'all have Columbia House down in Brazil where you could get 10 records for $1?
Probably back in the day, Chris. I don't think nowadays.
Yeah.
You know, when it rains, it pours. I found another one of these. This is a Liberty stereo. I don't know, maybe 3rd or 4th pressing. And then here's the big one for today. I had a choice. This was a little pricey for what I spent on records. I chose this over Sam Rivers' Black Africa double live album. This is a Classic Records pressing of this. And I have a 70s pressing of this, but this is a killer lineup on this. You got him with Herbie Hancock, Ron Carter, and Roy McCurdy, and then some other stuff with Ben Crenshaw and Thad Jones.
Yeah,
this is great. And this has the inside. It's a great replica, but it has the postcard you can send back to Classic Records.
You should send it into what's his name and get some of his freaky water.
I don't think he started that company yet.
Well, the $200 case water company isn't doing well? Huh. Who knew?
I don't. So that's what I picked up so far today. I've record show yet to go. So that's it.
Very
Pretty good.
cool.
Yeah.
What you drinking on there, Felipe?
I was drinking some wine.
Nice. The drink's empty too.
Okay. So what's up, Brando?
Yeah.
Well, I got some records to show.
Sweet.
Sure. You guys ready?
Sure. I want to address something first, really quick.
You want to undress?
No, well, maybe. I don't know. That's like hour 6. Baggy is very hoity-toity in the classical channel. He puts on a special accent when he talks to audiophilia. Yet, he's also trapped in like 2010 fanboying for Android. Like, nobody gives a shit what phone you use anymore, man. All right, I'm done. What's up, Brandon? What you got?
Oh, wait. Don't we each get a shot at Baggy?
No, you know.
He's doing a classical show? I don't know.
No, we got a classical channel on the Discord server, and he's very active there, which is cool.
Yeah.
All right. So
What's up, Scotty?
this is pretty cool.
Hey.
Roland Hanna. I got a bunch of cheap stuff. This is one of them.
Cheap stuff.
Inexpensive. It's just a solo Roland Hanna. $5. But I got a friend of mine got a big stash from LA, and he had a lot of like everything from $5 to $100, you know. So I got that.
Who else on that with him?
It's solo piano.
No, I'm just kidding.
It's him, himself, and his I.
Him, himself, and him. This is pretty cool. This is a second pressing. Columbia. This is Georgie Ben's. Like originally was a 10-inch. So this is his first album. I think there was some other stuff.
That's kind of that's the picture used in the first album, and yeah.
So this is the first album. It was originally a 10-inch, and then it was reissued on. I think the 10-inch was on Philips too. Yeah.
Yeah. He's always been with Philips. Yeah.
And this is like the second pressing of the 12-inch.
Yeah.
So
you know what's cool about that, Brandon? The very first single they put out of this record was a 78.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a super rare.
So that's what I was saying. Like, it's not, the 10-inch isn't quite the first one.
Yeah.
The 78's the first one. And I think it doesn't have as many songs, right?
No, I mean, the 12-inch has like, I think 10 songs, 10, 12. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is like the second pressing. It's still a deep groove, but it's on a yellow label. But
Is that a US pressing?
Yeah. Or no.
So
Yeah. It's a promo US.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, it's great. I picked up some other things. There was a bunch of steeplechase in the like 10 to 15 area that were all, and this guy's collection was pretty sure that he didn't they're all like mint records, so they were probably just like a person that collects but doesn't play.
Mm-hmm.
So I just kind of went through and found this, but this is Ken McIntyre with Kenny Drew, Buster Williams, and Andre Strobert, who I'm going to assume is a European drummer.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
anyway,
on,
cool
what
lineup.
Steeplechase or what?
Huh?
What label is that on?
It's on. Oh, it's Steeplechase.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think there's a reissue on Inner City as well.
He did a couple on Steeplechase because I have an Inner City version.
Yeah. There's Open Horizon, and then there's the other one with the green cover that's pretty similar.
Yeah, I have that one.
I think he might have done 3 on Steeplechase. One more Steeplechase. This is the Archbishop.
Yeah, that's a must.
Garland.
Yeah.
So original Steeplechase.
Do you have the other one? The other one that goes with
Yeah,
it?
the Going Home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That one I can't remember if I have a Steeplechase or an Inner City. This one's pretty cool, actually. This is Clifford Jordan and the Magic Triangle.
Mm-hmm.
The group is...
I know who it is.
I've been looking at that one.
Cedar Walton, Sam Jones, and Billy Higgins.
Of course.
He has a Magic Triangle one that I think that's not very good, But this is not that one. This one is quite good.
I think is that what label is that on?
Steeplechase. But I think there's an inner city of this one as well.
I don't have that. I need to get that. That's my favorite group, basically. Those four guys together.
Yeah. Here's the
triangle.
Nice.
So
yeah, all the
original Euro pressing.
That's right, Brooks. All the Magic Triangles are good.
Yeah.
Well, he had those 3 live albums too on Steeplechase. I've only got 2. I got 2 of them.
Isn't that a metaphor for something else?
Magic Triangles?
Well, maybe.
Yeah.
See what you and Jim trying to get into that with a third partner.
No. It's what? Third what?
I did pick up Eastern Rebellion 1.
Nice.
And 2.
Very nice.
The difference is Bob Berg. Bob Berg on sax instead of George Coleman.
Yeah, those are both great.
The Search for Spock.
Yeah, I actually like 2 better than 1.
Well, you're
3 I don't know 3. I just have 1 and 2. I think 1 is definitely a little bit more interesting than 2, but they're both quite good. This was a little chance I took, and this one's pretty cool. I don't want to butcher his name. Masahiko Togashi.
Pretty good.
Perfect.
Oh no.
The reason I didn't want to butcher it is the writing's really small and it's in a big cursive, so I didn't want to say it wrong. Let's see who the band is on this. But this is very almost. It's really mellow, but it's definitely jazz. So Masahiko Togashi percussion, and he's on a lot of stuff. Motateru Tagaki on sax. Yoshiaburo Toyozumi on percussion. Yoshio Ikeda on bass. Keiki Midokawa on bass and cello. So it's pretty, and it's kind of sparse and it's pretty cool.
I was gonna say, after you read the whole listing, you could work at a Japanese restaurant now.
Yeah. Well, food I know. I'm not going to pronounce my food wrong.
No.
This I got the reissue. It was $15, still sealed.
Yeah, you know.
Lawrence.
Did you listen to that yet?
Yeah.
How is it?
It's good. The sound is pretty good. Like, it doesn't sound fantastic though. But like it definitely. I was listening, so I compared it to. I got the Donald Byrd, Electric Bird, new reissue.
I thought it was good,
and I thought it sounded terrible.
Oh, there you go.
I listened to this, and I was like, "Well, this is mastered much better."
What sounded terrible?
The Donald Byrd Electric Bird. It's not terrible.
Yeah, it's overstating.
It's really compressed, and not the whole thing. The horns are super compressed, and it was kind of driving me crazy because I used to have a kind of beat up copy of this original. So, because I picked them both up the same time, I was like, "Oh, there's 2 unopened reissues, and they were fairly cheap." So I picked this up. I don't think it's all analog. Honestly, I don't. I mean, it may just be my brain.
Yeah, I think it is your brain.
The trumpets, the horns, not the flute, because the rhythm section actually sounds. The horns sound really compressed. So, of course, I went crazy thinking.
A different guy that mastered those than Kevin Gray, too.
Yeah, I know.
I got 2. I'll talk about 2 later.
I trust Kevin Gray, so I had to go get the original again.
Yeah,
and it sounds 100 times better. So I wasn't going crazy, but it may just be what I like out of a record. Sure. But it does sound quite.
I thought it sounded okay.
Yeah,
I thought it sounded really compressed, and I put on the old one, the original, and it sounded fantastic. I was very happy to have done it, but I'm going to keep them both. So when I'm because I'm sure my ears will hear it differently at some point.
Sure.
But anyway,
I haven't got mine yet.
At this point, I think the original sounds quite a bit better. Pick this up. This was cheap. Another.
I've gotten that.
I think this one's really cool.
I do too.
This is quite a good record, and I need to listen to it again because it was reminding me of someone else. But it's really.
Can you
nice.
put his eyes really close to the camera?
Huh?
Can you put his eyes really close to the camera for everyone?
Well, this is the original cover. Was this photo?
That's much better. Yeah.
Yeah, the original cover looks 100 times better than this kind of goofy painting. Yeah. I don't think the painting's terrible, but I'm like, why are the trees? I guess that's supposed to be Lake Geneva. I don't know.
Yeah, how does it play the piano when the keys are moving like that in the air?
It's hard to play that piano, but
the keys move to his fingers. He doesn't move his fingers, man. That's how good Roland Hanna is. The piano plays for him.
Yeah, this is a really cool record. It looks terrible, but it's really good.
Is that okay? Alex has a question. Is that spiritual jazz? The record you just showed?
It's which one?
Piano.
Roland Hanna.
Oh, I think it's more just like no, I wouldn't put it in the spiritual jazz. He's doing a lot of improvisation. So, it's just kind of like what Cedar Walton does, just improv. There's elements of classical in it, but I wouldn't throw it in the spiritual jazz. It doesn't have those like really soulful grooves or anything that I kind of associate with spiritual. So I don't think I'd put it in that category.
He has some stuff that's interesting though. I mean, it's more.
Yeah, I think all that
African and spiritual. I guess you know what I mean. Some of this, I don't remember if that one is or not, but he's got some. His later stuff has more African.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Music more, Chris.
What?
Okay, so here's this Roy Haynes. Check out the couch. My aunt had a couch like that.
I like the scarf. The scarf is amazing.
Yeah, his clothes are
amazing.
So this is
like Salisbury's.
Yeah,
it's actually quite surprising and quite. So I got it because it was. I think I paid $8. So you've got Roy Haynes, Ricardo Stobart on flute, Joe Henderson, Stanley Cowell, Marcus Fiorillo, and Dave Jackson. And George Cables plays piano on a couple. Stanley Cowell plays. Cecil McBee plays bass on a couple tracks. Joe Henderson is on, I think. Joe Henderson is on 4 of the 7 tracks, so you get a decent amount of Joe.
Well, what label is that on? Because I've seen it.
It's a Galaxy.
Yeah,
cool.
And I think it's like 81 or something like that. It's 79. The Galaxy has all those great Art Peppers. They've got some Roy Haynes. There's some really surprisingly good cheap Galaxies out there.
Yeah. What, Rob?
There's Johnny Griffin has Galaxy.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Hey, this one's really cool. This is the Sam Jones Quintet on Steeplechase, and the lineup is Tara Masahino on trumpet, Bob Berg on sax, Ronnie Matthews on piano, Sam Jones on bass, Al Foster on drums, obviously.
I don't mean to get downer, but I got a Bob Berg record. It's one of the Steeplechase with Cedar Walton, and I went to read his bio, and it's really sad.
Do it to what?
Did he have a tragic life, or
no? He did his the way he died is him and his wife went out on a icy road, and a cement truck hit him.
Oh,
I mean, it's better than Chet Baker just falling out a window, right? Was that Chet Baker that fell out the window and died? Or was it somebody else?
No,
who fell out the window and died, Felipe?
I think he got beat up. He fell out a window and his teeth fell out.
What's his name's kid did that? Fell out a window.
It's too soon, bro. It was like 30 years ago.
Well, there's. Don't know if you guys heard of this. There's an Argentinian rock artist. His name is Charlie Garcia. You know him, right, Brandon?
Yeah.
He's quite popular, big there. But he's a complete nut job. There's actually, if you search for Charlie Garcia hotel jump on YouTube, I mean, fans were like hanging out down the hotel, checking out. He jumped from the 9th floor to the pool and did not die.
Damn.
It's on tape. You can go to YouTube and see that.
Wow.
Yeah, Chet fell out a window. Thanks, Delphine. All these guys don't know shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. We all just assumed he died of, drugs, but
Anybody else fell out a window for $300?
Yeah.
Was he not on drugs? I mean, not that matters.
He just kind of fell out and.
I'm gonna bet my money that he was on drugs.
Yeah, probably.
Well, I almost fell out a window and died many times. So this is pretty cool. You can kind of imagine what it's like. So you got vibes and bass.
Nice.
That's it. So it's pretty cinematic and cool, and quite kind of trippy and beautiful.
Sounds about as trippy as those hairdos.
Yeah, 78 steeplechase. It's all Walt Dickerson compositions. I think at this point he was writing everything. This is a really cool record. I didn't show this last time, right?
No, well, I don't remember, man. I haven't seen you in a while.
I haven't been there. I was gonna do the week you guys were gone. I was gonna go on, but
yes.
So check this group out. So obviously you got Buddy Terry on tenor, Cecil Bridgewater on trumpet, Stanley Cowell on piano, Buster Williams on bass, Victor Gaskin on acoustic bass and electric bass, and Mickey Roker on drums, and Matume on conga. Cool. So I think it's 69 or 7. It might be 7. It's probably 70. Really good post-bop, kind of funky record. Cool, really beautiful photos. Check out the band.
Mainstream?
Yeah, it's mainstream, 70. Really good. Really good. And it was marked down to 30. It was 45 for a while and got marked down to 30, and I grabbed it. Okay. This I got. I used to have a OG, and this is the Japanese stereo.
I have that one.
It sounds incredible.
Yeah, it sounds.
It is one of the best sounding stereo verves I've ever heard. It sounds really good, and it's like a 1975 or whenever this came out. It's like 10 years later.
But that album is very relentless. He's just jamming the whole way through it.
Yeah, but I was just really impressed with the sound quality of this pressing. It sounded great. Just incredible.
Nice.
It's true, Drew. Delphine is always right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she seems to know a lot more than I do. This I've been wanting for a while. Sounds great. Cedar Walton. Spectrum. Nice. Awesome. Look at the group. It's very good. Cedar Walton, obviously. Blue Mitchell on trumpet. Clifford Jordan on tenor.
Yep.
Richard Davis on bass and Jack DeJohnette on drums.
Mm-hmm. Do you have, real quick, the one that's just titled Cedar with like the exclamation point on Prestige of his as the wood cover?
Oh.
No. But I know which one you're talking about. I think there's two covers. I think the wood cover is the 70s pressing. But I know what you mean. It's like it looks like a cereal box or something. It's a weird
I think it's better than that one, but I like that one too.
Isn't that like a trio or is it a full group?
Can't remember.
Okay. This I was pretty stoked. It's a green label 70s, but I was super stoked to get. And it's mint.
I've seen one that's sealed on the internet. What's a good price for that? Because
I think I paid $35 for this.
Wow. They want a lot more than $35.
I think it's just because this is a friend of mine that got like a large amount. So, but it was basically mint. I mean, all these records.
How many of those book records were there? Is it just the 3 or is there more?
What?
Booker Auburn. I mean, he had Freedom Book.
No, he's got like, you mean the ones that are just on Prestige?
Yeah.
That are the books? Because he's got book and There's
No,
the book Cooks.
Well, no, I know, but I mean it's like something book.
There's Space Book on Prestige. There's the Space Book.
Yeah, I have that.
The Blues Book, the Freedom Book.
Okay.
And I'll look at my Urban.
What's the other one, Felipe, that came out on the AP series?
Evaluate.
Exaltation.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
a good one. Yeah.
I'll find out which one, because there's one that kind of looks like Space Book, but it's not. It's like a dark cover. I'll figure it out. They're all good. I have them all. So that was finally getting the last one. And this was kind of, I'd been looking, this wasn't like.
That seems confusing, John.
Yeah, that would trip me out. Trying to see what. So this I was really stoked about.
Yeah.
And this is from that same collection. And I think this one was 45. So this was a little bit more. This was my big purchase.
It
is minty fresh. Original.
Nice.
So that was kind of.
It seems like really nice quality records too. They seem really clean.
Yeah, that's the fact that they were so perfect. That's it.
I'm gonna pull up in the jalopy.
Cool.
Very nice stuff.
Cool.
Have you ever noticed how fast beer just kind of disappears when you're drinking it?
If alcohol evaporates quickly, Chris, you gotta drink fast.
You gotta get it in there before it disappears.
9 hours from now, that beer will disappear quicker than that.
Yes.
True.
Is that all, Brad?
What?
Is that all? More records?
He just showed a shit ton of records, man. What do you want?
Look, I don't want to hear. I don't want to see you drinking a beer.
Yeah, you do. That's what everybody wants to see.
I did.
It's a good show. It's because of evaporation. That's right, George.
Exactly. Yeah.
I can start Tim's records.
Just start pulling them off the shelves and mixing them up.
I got this in the bargain bin, and it's pretty cool.
Oh, let's see that. Hang on. George Duke.
Or Will Prevail, like 19. This was like $3. It's not. I mean, it's like a VG, but it actually plays pretty good.
You're right.
It's like it's got Airto. There's just like a billion people on it, but I don't know very many. He's got a bunch of African cats on here, but it's pretty cool.
Hey,
MPS.
Richard James wants to become a jazz bum.
Yes.
From Richard James. First, you have to kill a man, and not just randomly. You have to. It has to been a prolonged issue.
Yeah.
Well, you have to kill one of the jazz bums.
No, you don't. No, absolutely not. That will not get you to become a jazz bum. No.
Yeah.
If you kill us, then Valley inherits the channel. So I don't know if anybody wants to see Valley up here every week.
No, it's like the Masons. You have a test you have to take.
Yeah. So Borden wants to know if we can name albums that are better in mono versus stereo.
I can.
Okay.
And I can name ones that are better in stereo over mono too.
Yeah.
But definitely Lou Donaldson, Swing and Soul is better in mono.
Okay.
It's a lot of them are those late 50s Blue Notes.
Yeah. So
it's the 50s stuff.
Yeah. I think also, Brandon, I mean, what does better mean, right? Sometimes some people prefer in a certain way.
Right. And that's totally true too.
Yeah. So Van Gelder ran both consoles mono and stereo for the last time in 58. 58, it's all stereo. Everything else is a fold down.
Yeah.
The idea, his idea of presenting the records in mono, not only for Blue Note or Prestige, was to have that club feel. So that's why everything is so kind of jammed, quote unquote, in a good way, and it feels so immediate, so present. I think that's the idea. So George, 2 records that really surprised me in mono, which I like better than stereo, for my taste, are Inner Urge. I have both versions. Inner Urge in mono is just like a train passing. It's just so intense, so strong compared to stereo. I think because things are kind of spread out. So the mono has more feels more immediate, feels more like in your face, and also Blues Walk.
I was going to say Blues Walk
in
was
mono.
going to be the other one I was going to pick, but it's also tenor players. Tenor sax sounds really good in mono.
Yeah.
So
what about tenor sax players that have mono?
I won't stand for that nonsense. Now, I've said this before to be consistent to my point, because there's several albums I have both in the stereo and mono. To me, they are different listening experiences. There are things to be appreciated in both. I have both Sonny Rollins' Alfie soundtrack in mono and stereo, and it's two different listening experiences.
Yeah, I was going to pick a couple Sonny Rollins too that I like, where I have a favorite.
The Sonny Rollins.
It's tenor players a lot of times, but I will say that the one that I like better in stereo, but it's not a Van Gelder recording. It's because we talk about it all the time. I think One Flight Up sounds way better in stereo than it does in mono.
But that's not Van Gelder.
No, it's not. But Van Gelder did the remix, the remaster. But I've owned an original mono and an original stereo, and I got rid of the mono. I think the stereo to me just sounds sonic. It's just there's something about the mono where when the horns are together, you know how Bird and
they
Gordon
sound
are
loud
playing together. It sounds distorted and kind of weird on the mono, and the stereo separates them. And it sounds.
What year was that recorded, Rob? What year was that recorded? I don't remember.
63?
No, is it? Sure.
I think it's a little later.
I thought.
Oh, well, he had already.
What's the catalog number, Rob?
It's 84176.
4176 should be 64. So, around that.
So mono's just gonna be a fold down then anyway. That's why it sounds weird.
Yeah. And the point also, let's say you hear like a Music Matters or a Tom Poet, the drums are always like there, horns are here, bass and piano kind of in between. It's a good point. In the very early stereo mastering, they would really pan on purpose because it was easier for them to master. It was a new kind of thing to do. So the panning was obvious because it would facilitate mastering as well. And then people start blending better the channels and everything.
Hey guys, I got to take off.
All right, well, come back if you want to later after you get done with the show.
Listen, man, I have better things to do than spend time with your drunken ass 9 hours.
No, you don't. No, you don't. That's not true. See ya.
Yeah. So Jeffrey makes a good point there. 65. When I was kind of researching and reading about Love Supreme for the reviews and everything, the hard panning on Love Supreme was a choice. They did that way, so it would be easier to master. Stereo is very early incipient type of technology, so to be on the safe side, let's pan everything really well to make it easier for us to cut the record. Yeah.
Well, also, I don't think this is just my opinion, but I don't think Van Gelder really got stereo until like right around 65. His earlier stereos aren't quite as like he nails it later. He was still like nailing the monos really good as far because I think he was just more used to it because he had been doing it longer.
Yeah, but I think like an early on stereo, not early, but early 60s, it's Auto Lunch. Auto Lunch stereo is like spectacular.
Yeah, I have a early stereo. Well, it's interesting because Roy Dunan started doing stereo before Van Gelder, or not started doing it, but he started nailing the stereo really well in like the late 50s, in the early 60s, where some of those early contemporary stereos just sound incredible. And then Van Gelder really gets it like 64, 65.
Did the stereo give consent before he started nailing it, or?
Yes.
Okay. That's important. That's good. Yeah, Mike is a sweetheart, George. Come on, man. He's not mean.
Older Wendy did.
What happened? What was that?
I don't know. George said Mike yells at everybody. I don't think that's true.
He's afraid of Mike.
Oh, that's an interesting. Jeffrey says he way prefers the bass on top in mono. I've never heard that mono, but the
Yeah. I only have the bass, but it sounds really good. So
the tone poet sounds fucking ridiculous,
yeah,
man.
yeah.
Do I have? Yeah, I only have the original, so I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That's the record I like enough, though. I'd like to compare it, but
when it comes back in print, you should get a copy, man. It sounds really good.
Yeah.
Maybe if I can, let me just double check.
Oh, Grandstand. Yeah.
I don't know that album. What is that?
It's a Grand Green. It's with Yusef Lateef. It's a great record. I have 2 copies of each. Piper. I have a Blue Label Van Gelder, and I have the AP45. The Blue Label Van Gelder is terrible. Yeah.
Hey guys.
Hey,
what's up, Alex?
How you doing?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great with the microphone, man.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to come up because I think I was just like watching you guys while listening to some jazz in the background.
Yeah.
And it was just a great experience. Like, have you guys ever thought about playing like some like nice mellow, like cool jazz in the background while you guys were talking?
We usually get demonetized when we do that. So
yes.
Yeah, I've seen the ad. So you guys got monetized earlier on, like this week or something?
No, dude, like 9 months ago.
9 months ago?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we make like several dollars a month. That's nice.
Well, listen,
the money we make on YouTube, we usually can buy a record.
You can buy a bargain bin.
No, we can buy like a tone poet like once every couple months.
Everybody gets a tone poet that's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's nice. So, like
yeah, because I was just thinking, with Patrick's stream, he like sometimes it's hard to hear the talking, when they're playing like the metal or like, but with the cool jazz, like it would be like I was just listening to Ballads by John Coltrane, and it was just perfect. I'm
gonna try that. We have the other channel, Jazz DJs, that I've been doing streaming on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just streaming records, me playing records, but it usually gets shut down after like 3 records because,
yeah. But do you think they would shut down for like
if you just talk over it? So I thought about trying that over on that channel first. Where'd Felipe go? He'll be back. So what have you been up to,
man? Not too much. Just listening to some music lately. You guys listening to a lot of music, I guess?
Yeah, usually.
Yeah, I listen to quite a bit.
Oh, do you got a record playing in the background, Chris?
No. Oh, it's just spinning here. There we go.
Oh. Wow, you're set up. You could totally have a little something. You could be listening to vinyl while you're talking even.
I do, man. I do. It's funny, the Microsoft Teams has like this audio filter or whatever, and it's insanely good. So sometimes in boring meetings, I'll just turn my camera off and just start playing a record, and nobody can even tell.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's cool.
It's nice, man. Felipe doesn't need a wrench, man. He has the wrench, Eddie.
Hey, Brandon, is that like a wall with a window in it, or is that a mirror behind your turntable?
Mirror.
Okay, cool.
I always wondered that.
Always wondered that.
Oh, yeah. It's like we did a house remodel and so we were like actually Trisha said we should make a place for your records. So the records go around, and it's designed around the 2 turntables, and then she suggested we do like a smoke mirror, so it's a little not quite so bright. Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Do you pick a turntable depending on like the genre of music? Like, does one sound better for cool jazz and the other one's for like hot jazz?
No, one's a mono cartridge, one's a stereo cartridge. That's it. There's nothing kind of beyond that. And I have so many mono records that it's. But there's a LED lights too if I want to. Nice. What's cool about the LED lights is if you need for any reason to check your speed accuracy on the on the table, it works like a strobe. So
oh, really?
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
That's cool.
Hey, Felipe,
I want to get my other turntable set up with a mono cartridge.
Nice. Sure. Yeah, I was. What's that record with the guy who meets the rhythm section?
Art Pepper.
Is it Art Pepper? Okay, yeah. So that one, that Art Pepper meets the rhythm section. I thought the mono one was better. The stereo one. Like he's on one side, the band's on the other. It just doesn't work.
It makes sense. I like that record. The other one though, Art Pepper, was it Art Pepper plus 11?
I love that one. I thought the texture on that was just awesome.
It's just boring. I don't know. Maybe I should listen to it.
Yeah, musically maybe it's not the best, but I thought the sound of it was just really special.
That's more of a swing album.
Yeah.
It's definitely not. He has.
I like Big Band.
I got all the Pepper. So I'm a big fan.
He's it's cool jazz. It's like the West Coast stuff. Kind of
old jazz.
Yeah.
You put your records in the fridge for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, like Dagan, he puts his records in the freezer for a week before he listens to them.
Yeah.
What's up, Mr. Bandy? I got some shit to show that I got today, actually.
So are you guys showing in the beginning of the show, like you guys show all the records that you got during the week?
Just whenever.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Whenever.
Yeah, I've been enjoying it. It's great.
So, Chris, before I go, just before we lose the thread here, Vinyl Piper had asked about Grandstand.
Oh, yeah, let's look at it.
So I have 2 copies of it. I was saying this is Steven Shrink.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice.
It's a really nice lineup here. You have Latif, Jack Maduff, all Harewood. This is a white B, Van Gelder. It's clean as it gets. But this record sounds terrible. If you ever find a copy of this one, if someone's asking you $100.
What's wrong with it? It's noisy?
No, it's super muffled. There's no dynamics. Everything's like.
Oh, really?
It's like that typical example. Blanket over your speakers. It just doesn't sound
I've had a
good.
few of those. I had a Bob Marley like that. I had to return it.
Were you high when you were listening to it?
What's that?
So were you baked or anything when you listened to the Bob Marley?
No, I wasn't baked. It just it didn't have any top end to it. It was just cut off at like a 7 or 8K. It was just unlistenable.
Yeah. There's kind of like there's compressed, which seems like constricted, and then there's like muffled.
Yeah. It's just like the late stamp or whatever.
It's like it's compressed and behind a blanket.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And this is, I don't have an OG, but this is the AP45. This thing's like, it's the real deal. This
RBG?
No, it's Analog Productions 45 RPM. That's the
45, really? And it's muffled?
No, this is perfect. This is perfect. This is
that's the good one.
Yeah,
is that a mono or stereo that the analog?
That's a stereo. That's a 80. It's a stereo. They cut everything in stereo except for Blue Train.
Yeah.
Do you like Grant Green?
Mm-hmm.
I like it. Yeah, I think.
What do you think? Do you think his tone's good? Like you like the tone of his guitar? Because that's a big deal with me.
Yeah.
I like his tone. Why? Because it's not so clean.
No, it's just guitar tone. Like it's just some guitar tone. I just think is just a little too flat. Like it just doesn't have.
He had a really flat guitar for a long time.
Eh?
He had like an old Gibson 135 or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Single pickup, like.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of was his thing. I like him because he's kind of he's a little bit sloppy, like not sloppy in the sense of he's rough compared to like Kenny Burrell Kenny Burrell's like slick and clean or Wes Montgomery. They're just very like precise, clean kind of players.
But I think the bands he puts together, some of his records, they put some really nice atmosphere there. There's what is called Talking About. I absolutely love that one. If you search for this one, Talking About.
That's really a Grant Green record?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
It's a very. If I play the instrument in the background, it'd be a total shit show. I can't play anything.
And it's very unusual lineup for him, and it's a great record. And also a Tone Poet that came, I think, last year, Feeling the Spirit. Which is very trippy. It's very trippy. Sounds like a Pink Floyd record to me.
Is it from the 70s?
No.
They were getting all out there? Oh, it's from the 60s?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
It is.
Yeah, I like a lot of Grant Green, especially Nigeria.
Yeah.
I think he's great.
Solid. Came out as an LT series. It's super cheap to get. It's really good.
Yeah, I can't think of any
better than Grant Green or Kenny Burrell, though. I think Wes Montgomery is just.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if I can play some music in the background, and I'll play it quiet enough it won't get picked up on the microphone. Is that cool with you guys?
Yeah, as long as we can't hear it, that's fine.
Yeah, you won't hear it. Yeah, I can set it up like that.
Yeah, I didn't like Wes Montgomery for a long time, but I've totally gotten into him recently.
And all those guys were
bored me for a while. I was kind of bored with him, but I got the CTI Wes Montgomerys, and then I got the live at the what is it?
The one with Wynton Kelly,
or live at
the
one on Verve with Wynton Kelly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I picked those up, and I kind of got into it. I think I'm definitely more into his like Wes Montgomery's more funky stuff, And then I like the stuff more when he's playing with the early stuff. I like it better when he's playing with a piano player.
And just as a interesting historical fact, all those guys were inspired and were big fans of Balasetti, right? Balasetti, he was like, that guy.
All right, I'm gonna show some records. Smoking at the
It's
half.
interesting. I heard Grant Green came on. I had the radio station on to the jazz station. So there's a new guy doing a show, and Grant Green came on. And I was like, oh, cool. And it was from Feeling the Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
They were just playing a digital whatever. It's in the car, so it doesn't sound fantastic. But then right after he played that, and I was just kind of thinking about, oh, yeah, like you hear stuff, you kind of hear like the influences. And then he played like some George Benson where you really hear the Wes Montgomery, just more. It's like Wes Montgomery modernized with more funk.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of the George Benson. He's playing like the thirds and the fifths, and it's like pretty it's got that like cool sound. And then Gabor Szabo came on, and it was like, oh, like that's where Santana got so much of his style from. So you kind of hear those influences of guitar players, but just kind of modernizing it in a certain way. But it was like, because I recognized the it's like that the Gabor Szabo raga, something raga. Anyway, it was a really cool song, but you just kind of heard like these sounds that you hear and like the same, like heavy influences, but just like a complete, but like you can tell it's a different player, obviously, but and it's a different kind of music. But
Howard Roberts? Yeah.
I have like his stuff's always so cheap. I had one for a while. He's kind of he usually has a pretty big group.
Mm-hmm.
What's the one? I think like who's scared of Howard Roberts or something like that?
Yeah.
The one you see everywhere. I had it for a while.
I like that record.
I was listening to some Santana recently, actually. That one with Buddy Miles, you know that record, the live one with Buddy Miles. And he when he was real, like in his like early 70s, when he was real fresh, like he had some real power to him, And I always thought it would have been cool if like him and Jack DeJohnette and Miles would have played together. I thought that would have been. I think Jack DeJohnette would have been a great drummer for Miles.
Yeah,
or
he played with Miles
for Jimi Hendrix. I mean,
yeah, and interesting enough, he had just joined the Bill Evans trio. They were touring Europe, and Miles showed up and got him out of the Bill Evans trio.
Nice.
After those Montreux concerts.
There's a live record at Walmart right now. I saw in some Facebook group with Jimi Hendrix that was pressed at QRP. And it's $15. It's $15 at Walmart.
Yeah, all his stuff is QRP. All his stuff is QRP. It's really good. Usually Chris Bellman.
Yeah. I've got all those like original 3 albums, and they're just like top notch.
Yeah, they're really, really good.
No reason to buy the UHQRs for sure.
So it's a live session that was never.
I don't know.
Released or
live. I don't know if it's released or it's probably released.
Yeah.
They keep putting live albums all the time.
Yeah, they had that Maui one. Like
the
last
Maui
year
was really good.
I think that's what it is. Actually, I think it's the Maui one.
Yeah, so, it's in a box. The Maui comes in a box. It's really worth getting.
Is it nice?
Oh yeah.
Well, it's $15 at Walmart right now. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So that's cool. I mean, they have like an agreement with the family, I think, because on all the Hendrix records you see.
Yeah.
About that.
Yeah, right? That was like Chad's first big client, he said, and he just like, he kind of gives them the best service because they've always been loyal to him. He seems like a guy like he likes loyalty, like if you do him right, he'll be like a real stand-up guy to your business or whatever.
And if you do most people right, they'll like it. So I don't know.
Yeah, man. Don't ever take sides against the family.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna show some records.
Cool.
All right, let's see him.
This one specifically, I'm so glad, Brandon. This is like I don't know, it's just meant to be. I got this one today.
The Schnitter.
Yeah, the Schnitter, man. I haven't listened to this one yet. Do you have this one?
I have that one. I like it.
Yeah.
I always wonder if that's his girlfriend on the front.
I mean, maybe, man. He's mixing it up. Yeah, so Schnitter's a sax player, really good. Like I said, I haven't listened to most of these yet, but I got turned on to him from Brandon here, so that one's cool. This one actually, a couple of days ago, I was playing some Monty Alexander stuff, and Mark Lastman recommended that I get this one, so I found this today. So y'all know Monty Alexander at all?
No, I've never heard of any of these guys.
I don't have any of his stuff. I'm guessing it's Monty at the Montreux, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's Monty Alexander. He's a Jamaican. He's still with us. He's a Jamaican piano player. Really, I don't know. He's just a badass piano player. But this one's got John Clayton on bass and Jeff Hamilton on drums, so it's a trio. But I played a MPS record. So I can find it real quick.
How would you describe the sound of that?
Records, but I have him playing with other people.
No, it's definitely not cool jazz. I mean, he's like a virtuoso, really, but I don't know how to explain it, man. He's like a really good piano player, but he's got like a really interesting like kind of feel and touch on the keyboard. I don't know.
Would you say he's more like Ahmad Jamal or Bill Evans?
Oof.
I think he's more like Ahmad Jamal.
Ahmad Jamal for sure. Yeah,
he's got more
soulful.
Yeah, he's more like classical sounding than because Ahmad Jamal's got kind of those influences, but
classical, really?
Oh yeah, for sure. And Monty Alexander's a badass. So
he's like a technical player.
Yes, for sure.
Okay,
for sure.
Cool.
But he's also got like this shimmering type, right hand, I guess.
Yeah. Do they jam out? Like, do they do like real long, like 10-minute tunes where they just go out there?
On this one, there's a 10-minute tune, a 13-minute tune. So
yeah, that's right up my alley. I like those long jams.
Oh shit! I haven't listened to this one. I'm looking at the songs now. It's got Work Song. Y'all know that from that, the Nat Adderley tune. That's a great fucking tune. So that'll be cool to listen to. And then it's got an Ellington song. Night Miss Blues is the first one. That's an Ahmad Jamal track. So
there you go. Yeah.
I have no fucking clue about this record, but I bought it because it looked cool. It's like Johnny Griffin.
Yeah. I've seen that. You're gonna have to tell us how it is.
Well, it's got him. It's got Johnny Griffin on tenor, Horace Parlin on piano. That's why I bought it. Really, Mads Vinding on bass. I don't know who that is. And then Art Taylor on drums. And then let's see. I can barely read this shit. I'm getting old. It's got a Griffin tune, a J.J. Johnson tune. Yeah, mostly Griffin stuff. But yeah, I thought it was interesting, and it was not. It was what, $20. I guess I paid up for this one a little bit, but
live in Tokyo, nice.
This store is called Record Town. It's in Fort Worth. It started in 1957. Y'all have heard of TCU, right? Like Texas Christian University.
Yeah.
So up until about 10 years ago, it was like right next to TCU since 1957, and the people that owned it, sold out and they moved it about 5 miles away. But they've got the best jazz selection in anywhere around here. But
what town are you in?
Fort Worth, Texas.
Fort Worth. Okay. Hey, so what label was that record on?
Let me see. I don't know. I haven't listened to it yet. It's on Inner City.
Interstate. What's that? Inner City. Oh, Inner City. Oh, cool.
Which means it could have been like a steeplechase originally.
It could have been. It's also Japanese. It's in Tokyo, so who knows? I don't know.
Man, I've never heard of any of this stuff. I know like Dave Brubeck and Miles Davis.
That's how you get an education, man. You show up here. I've never seen this record. This is Dexter Gordon, Nights at the Keystone, with George Cables, Rufus Reed, and Eddie Gladden.
I always see that. Is that a Blue Note, actually?
Yeah, it's a Blue Note, yeah.
Yeah, I always see that. The cover scares me away. I don't know why.
Yeah, cover, it'll make or break a record, for sure.
It's 2 LP.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy that. If I just looking at it, no way.
Oh, man, that'd be a mistake.
I might buy it just because it's Dexter Gordon. Except I have
like 90s Dexter Gordon. Look at it. He's got a comb over, and
he does not have a comb over. How dare you? This is the 90s. This is 1978.
Oh, wow! He aged young, like early. That touring lifestyle, that'll age you.
Oh, he started making records in the 30s.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, also in the 70s, he's probably 70 then, right?
No, I don't know.
No,
Anyway,
no.
Dexter Gordon's amazing, dude. So yeah, I mean, I bought this because, after so Alex, so in the early '60s, or maybe the late '50s, he left the United States. They moved to Europe because of racism and the cops fucking with him and trying to put him in prison for doing heroin and shit. So he moved, like a lot of these guys. He moved over to Europe, and he was there for what, 15, 20 years, Brendan?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he was there. Well, he came back a couple times, but
yeah, he came back. But I mean, he lived there for like 15, 20 years.
I think he lived there from I think he lived there from like 64 to like 70, late 70s.
Late 70s, yeah.
Because he did the Copenhagen stuff, and he did that. He made a movie called Round Midnight, which is loosely based on Lester Young, Bud Powell, and Dexter Gordon, all expatting to France.
Yeah.
So
Cool.
he lived in France, and I think he lived in Copenhagen.
Oh, cool.
But
yeah,
so did Kenny Drew.
Yeah.
And that's where he met like the Niels Henning, Orsted Peterson, Mads Vinding, who's another European bass player, Alex Riel, who's a French drummer. Those are, and he, I think Kenny Drew was also there. I think Bud Powell might have been dead by then. I'm trying to think of some of the other expats that were there.
Kenny Clark, Kenny Drew.
Kenny Clark.
I might be like way off base here, but are you saying then, Chris, that like Dexter Gordon, because he was getting hassled here for doing drugs, he went there so he could hang out and do drugs, or did he like
get to do drugs? But I mean, here's the thing, man. He was in LA in the late 50s, right?
Yeah.
And back then in California, they had a law that if you got caught with just having track marks on your arm, they could convict you of possession.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Internal possession of narcotics.
Wow. Just having it in your body. That's crazy.
Yeah. And the Supreme Court eventually ruled that unconstitutional and insane.
Right.
But that's the kind of shit he was going through here. And Dexter, like, you talk about bebop in the 40s. Like, after you had swing, like the swing music, like Benny Goodman and all that shit. And then, everybody says Charlie Parker invented bebop, which isn't really true. Dexter was the guy on tenor then for bebop. Like he was the bebop tenor player.
Right.
He had tons of hits on like Savoy in the 40s, on the 78s and stuff, right? And he got tired of the racist bullshit here. He got tired of the cops hassling him. He got tired of the record producers fucking him over.
Right.
And so that's why a lot of these guys,
they went to Europe.
Also, rock music becoming more popular and jazz kind of becoming less popular. So these dudes went over to Europe for some of the rest of their lives, and they were superstars over there.
Oh yeah,
they worked every night.
Dexter Gordon, he's got that one record, that Tone Poet. It's like inside. No, it's like he's in France or something in front of a building. You know the one?
Yeah, we were talking about it this morning or earlier.
Yeah, what's it called?
One Flight Up.
Yeah, One Flight Up. So I had that Tone Poet, but I couldn't get past the drummer for whatever reason. It's just the guy, I don't know if it was the way they mixed it or whatever, but the snare drum was just like hurting my ears whenever I listened to that record.
I don't know, man. Yeah. So I'm going to check this out tomorrow. I'm really excited about that one.
Nice.
Another Ricky Ford on news. I've got 6 of these now.
I like that senior graduation picture.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
did he sign that?
Oh shit, maybe.
Yeah, it's got a signature on that, man. Check it out.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. It looks like it says trade on it. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, what's his name? Ricky Smart?
Ricky Ford. It's an R and maybe an F. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like RS to me, man.
Yeah, well, his name's Ricky Ford, so if
it could be RF.
Could be RF. I'm gonna say it's his initials, man.
Yeah, RF.
And he's giving that to his buddy Trade.
Exactly. Yeah, it's his buddy Trade.
Well, maybe it's not Trade. Maybe it's True. It could be True.
Like I have lots of records signed by people that aren't on the record.
Oh, really? Yeah, I don't have any of that.
All right. So anyway, yeah. So this one's got James Spaulding, Charles Davis, Kirk Lightsey is one of my favorite piano players. Ray Drummond, Jimmy Cobb.
Is that like early 80s?
Let's see. 88. So late 80s. Yeah. Digital Muse, bro. Digital Muse. No. My fingers over, whatever. So, yeah.
Digital.
Digital. It's MoFi, early MoFi.
Hey, can you guys hear the music that I'm listening to?
No.
Not at all.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I'm listening to Bye Bye Blackbird by Ben Webster, Oscar Peterson. You know, that AP45 that they released a few years back?
I don't have that. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
cool.
man, it sounds great. And just hanging out, listening to jazz, talking jazz. It's awesome. Hey, I'm going to go grab a drink. Is that cool?
Yeah, of course. I'm already hammered.
All right. If you need to kick me off, that's cool also. I'm going to stop the cam.
Okay, that's fine. So this was somebody was talking about these the other day on Rob's stream last week. Mm-hmm. Miles Davis to the Fillmore. I think they came out as 2 records at one point, but this is a 2 LP. So I don't know when this was. Let me look.
Is it McLaughlin on guitar?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so it's I don't know. Shit, let me look.
I'm guessing it's like mid-70s, mid to late.
Yeah, dude, check out the.
Just chilling on. Is it a water bed or just a fur bed?
I think it's just a fur carpet, man. Just chilling with his soulmate.
It's comfy. It's pretty comfortable, actually.
It's pretty comfortable. Where the hell are the players on this? It doesn't say. But what's funny is none of them. Dude, put P in people. None of the track. There's no names. It just says Wednesday Miles, Thursday Miles, Friday, and Saturday Miles. So I guess who knows what the songs are that they played. But I don't know who's on this because it doesn't say. It does say Jack DeJohnette, courtesy of Milestone Records. I think Rob or somebody was showing this, so I saw it and I picked it up. Do you know anything about this? Have you listened to this before, Brandon?
I've seen it. I kind of have the standard live Evil and that's sort of, and I have the one from the early 80s, We Want Miles, which I like a lot, actually.
I like that. I like that Live Evil record a lot too. So
Live Evil's fantastic. But that's kind of my Live Miles is those 2 records.
Can I recreate the photo holding my humming guru? Maybe. It's going to take quite the donation to make that happen, though.
Humming guru.
I got this. I kind of overpaid for this, but I bought it from a local, so I don't care.
Oh, cool.
That, Jack DeJohnette Sorcery. I didn't have this one yet, the Jazz Dispensary reissue. So
I think it's really good.
Does he sing on this one, Chris?
I hope not. I don't know.
He's got some records where he sings.
Let's see. So
does DeJohnette sing on it?
He has some records where he sings, so I'm not sure if he sings on this one.
I don't think he might hum a little, but I think he plays piano and percussion and drums on that one.
So on side one, it's Benny Maupin on bass clarinet, so I'm already in on that. Abercrombie and Mick Goodtrick on guitars, Dave Helen on bass, DeJohnette on drums, and then Michael Fellerman on metaphone.
Oh yeah.
And then on side 2, it's DeJohnette plays keyboard and drums and sax on one song, which is weird.
Yeah, I
Dave
think
Helen on bass, and then Michael Fellerman again on metaphone.
I'm not sure, but I think he might be playing keyboard in one. He's playing. I think he might be playing the kit with like the keyboard on one in one hand and kind of doing it that style.
Sorcery is a good one. Okay, sweet. I'll be listening to it this weekend. So I got that one. This one I don't know anything about, but it's on Ninja, so I bought it. It's Freddie Hubbard Outpost.
Oh yeah, with Kenny Barron.
Yeah,
I've seen that.
Faster.
I've seen that. It has a really cool cover.
Yeah. Yeah, look at the Outpost. Little Outpost there.
It looks like an ECM, but it's an Ninja. Exactly.
It's a variation of the cover scratch, right, Brandon?
Yeah, or about 100 other ECM covers that do the like huge sky, tiny horizon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good record.
Yeah. So I mean, I've been wanting to get more Winton and Brantford stuff, so I picked this one up.
Where's Mike?
Yeah, Mike's not here, but
that's a total bargain record too.
I paid $15 for it, so I don't know how much of a bargain it was, but let's got Winton. I don't know who else is on here. Marcus Roberts, On piano, Robert Leslie Hurst III on drums, and Jeff Tain Watts on drums, which, Mike's talked about Jeff Tain Watts like a bunch, so that was cool to get.
I love that cover.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Cover.
Get Woody 3. So I know Rob's got this one.
I like this one. I think it's really, really good.
I don't know who's on. Here we go. Woody Shaw, James Spaulding, Renee McLean.
Mm-hmm.
Renee McLean. Who the hell's that?
That's his nephew.
Oh, okay, cool. Renee McLean on alto sax. Onaji Allen Gums on piano. Lester Williams on bass, and then Victor Lewis on drums. So it looks kind of cool.
Renee McLean, is it his nephew or his stepson?
I don't know.
I'm trying to remember. It's Jackie. He's related to Jackie McLean in.
That kind of reminds me of that Kanye record, where he's a little baby on it.
I don't know that, but that's hilarious.
Yeah, there's a Kanye record where it's.
Is Kanye still a thing, or is he just completely canceled after his?
He's coming back. Yeah, he's had a bunch of comebacks. You can't count that guy out.
It's kind of hard to come back after you think the Nazis were okay.
That's gonna be a tough one. Yep.
Yeah. Then I got this because I hadn't bought it yet, and I saw it at the record store, so I bought it.
That's a cool one, Chris. Good grab. This record is great.
Yeah, I love Spring. I love that cover too.
Yeah, that reminds me of that Dire Straits cover, Making Movies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
sure. I don't know this record, but it looked cool, so I bought it. It's Don Cherry.
Mike Notes and Tone says that pressing is fantastic.
Oh, good.
So
that's good.
Cha-ching.
Cha-ching. I got a couple of Charles Ireland records. I've never heard this, but.
Oh, but Chris, stop the presses. Mike Notes and Tone says it's his stepson.
It is his stepson. Okay.
Stepson.
Yeah. Okay.
Sweet.
He speaks. Authority speaks.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was nephew or stepson.
I do not have a copy of that record of the Grateful Dead now.
I got that one today.
Nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, Charles Ireland. Late 70s. So 76. Oh, the year I was born. So let's see. Oh, he's playing some synthesizers and shit. That's kind of neat. I mean, I've got some other records of his where he's playing organ and stuff, but so it's him, Abercrombie on guitar, Ron Carter on bass, some other dudes I've never heard of, so I don't know. We'll see if this is any good. You know this record at all?
What's that guy's name? Charles Ireland. How did you hear that guy? I've never heard of this guy in my entire life.
He's a pretty famous jazz organist.
Yeah.
He has his most famous record is probably Black Talk.
Hold on, let me write this down. What's it called?
There's another one, Brandon.
Black Talk has been sampled by some people. It's part of the reason, but he was on a bunch of Prestige records in the 60s.
Black Talk. Sorry, what was his name?
Charles Ireland. He has a really cool live record with Joe Henderson and.
Would you say he's more Jimmy Smith or John Medeski?
Oh no,
he's way funkier.
He's like John Medeski.
Nah, he's neither of those guys. He's like he's more soul, soul 60s.
Like that Sikh guy. The Sikh guy who wears the turban. Lonnie Smith. Yeah.
No.
That's just somebody who owned it. It's like Dorothy Johnson or something.
Oh.
It's not.
Yeah.
Not Miles.
Does that have Keith Jarrett on it by chance?
What, this record? I have no idea.
We couldn't figure out what the lineup was.
Who's on it?
Yeah.
I think that's when Keith was playing with them.
Yeah.
Keith and Chick Corea, they were double banging it.
Double banging it.
Yeah, man. That would have been a good show to see.
All right, so a really good Charles Ireland record that I like and recommend is called Intensity. He's wearing this.
Yeah, that's it.
That's great with Hubert Laws, Billy Harper, Billy Cobham, William Thorpe.
Billy Cobham, that guy's he's making waves with that record.
What record?
The one everybody's going apeshit over with the distorted, the pixelated graphic that looks like the Kanye West album.
Yeah, that one came as a Rhino starter year as super $20. Kevin Gray. I have this record. Sounds unbelievable.
Yeah, I've heard it sounds amazing, but
yeah,
haven't pulled the trigger yet. I will though.
Never mind for what, man? What did you say? Oh,
That's that
Never mind, because that's
Nirvana album.
signature, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I'll listen to this one. This is another David Schnitter special invitation. You got this one, Brandon?
I do. I think that's his first record.
It's really good. It's got a bunch of.
They're also. I mean, you can get those for like $6. They're so good for the money.
Well, I paid 13. How dare you?
Yeah, there's a lot of jazz records that are $6 I'm seeing these days.
Here they're $12, and Fort Worth they're $12. But it's got Blue Monks on it, which is really cool. Body and Soul, Donna Lee, some good tunes. I'll listen to this one today. I really liked it.
Yeah.
The Schnitter.
I still think Goliath is his Muse masterpiece. That's just really, really good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I have that one yet. I'm keeping an eye out for it.
You got to find it.
Charlie Ireland, not Charles, but Charlie Ireland. Same guy.
Oh, there's two of them?
No, it's
Is it the same guy?
Same guy, yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, and that's the one with Schnitter too.
Whoa, is he lighting up like a pipe?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's smoking, man. He's smoking.
Nice.
He's playing the pipe organ.
Yeah, he is.
I'm gonna check that guy out. He looks like my kind of guy.
This one's got him on organ, Jimmy Ponder on guitar, Schnitter on sax, of course, George Coleman on sax, Herb Fisher percussion, Walter Perkins drums, and then Bobby Durham plays drums on a couple of tracks. This one kind of reminded me of like a Jimmy Smith record, honestly.
Right. The thing about Jimmy Smith that I don't like about Jimmy Smith, he never hits the fast thing on the organ. You know, they have like that Leslie that goes really fast.
Right.
Like the guy from Santana does it great. You know, he clicks it on and just whoa. But Jimmy Smith never turns that on, and I just don't understand why he never used that thing. It could have just
grooving, man. That's why he's grooving.
Yeah.
So I didn't know this. Did y'all know this? Dave dropped some news on us.
Yeah, I knew that.
Well,
I didn't. Jimmy Smith played. I don't know how the Leslie works. He played a C3, not a B3.
Yeah, but I think all the Hammond organs were using those Leslie things. It's just maybe that's just a Tony. Like again, get back to Tony. We were talking about the tone of the guitar. Same thing with the organ.
Likes the whammy bar.
Oh yeah.
Who likes a whammy? You like a good
Not
whammy?
everybody likes the whammy bar.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of jazz guys. Like there was this guy in Toronto. I think his name was Lauren Lofsky. He was a guitar player, and he used to teach at one of the universities there, and he forbade guitar players to use any type of like note bending or banding, the whammy bar, or anything like that. He just said you got to play the notes straight. He was real hardcore about that.
Okay. What else you got, Chris?
Hang on, I'm getting texted by some people at work, and I'm just making sure I don't need to do anything.
I got to ask Chris, what is that Apple record in the background with the razor blade? That looks so cool.
Today. So somebody was showing this on the Discord, which you should join, Alex, if you haven't already.
The Discord for you guys?
Yeah, our Discord, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so this is the New York Jazz Quartet in concert in Japan. I listened to this right before the show. It's really good. So the New York Jazz Quartet, I have another record of theirs on Beehive, and it's got a different bass player. This one, Ron Carter's on bass, and then it's Ben Riley on drums, Roland Hinn on piano, and Frank West playing soprano sax and flute.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember who the drummer is on the other one I have, but anyway. So yeah.
What year is that from?
Let me see.
Looks early 70s, but I'm just guessing.
It does. April 2nd, 1975. So it's a live record recorded in Tokyo. What's weird is this is on Salvation Records, which I've never heard of.
Mm-hmm.
Well, on the back it says "Write for a free CTI and Kudu Records catalog."
I was just thinking it had CTI vibes all over it.
I don't know what the fuck Salvation is. If anybody knows in the comments, let us know. Alex is in Kerblapistan. Yeah, that's probably true. It's not a terrible cover, Levin. How dare you? That's where Loki lives, is in Kerblapistan.
Oh.
It's a cool cover, man.
It's got a lot of that's strong imagery on that, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna make a weed pipe and scrape out some lines.
Yeah, okay. The rest of these I've had for a while, but I've never gotten around to listen to them because I forgot.
Yeah, the apple bong. Great. You're totally right. That's what kids used to do back in the day.
Yeah. Here's a good one.
Oh yeah.
Phil Woods and his European Rhythm Machine.
I like that Phil Woods and that grouping.
Yeah.
Does that one have Henry Franklin?
No, I don't think so. It's
Franklin's on the one right around that time. That's like my favorite.
It's Phil Woods on alto, Gordon Beck on piano, Henry Teche on bass, and Daniel Humer on drums. I never heard of those guys, but
No, I'm sure he's probably got some French cats.
Well, so Phil Woods is really kind of a bebop player, right? But this one is more kind of free. Honestly, it gets kind of out there.
Yeah, he even gets pretty funky in those early '70s ones.
True,
they're really cool.
Yeah, I love Phil Woods, but this is '71, so I listened to this like 3 times this week. I'm still trying to figure it out. I mean, the first song is called "Freedom Jazz Dance." So,
free jazz. That's 2 words I don't like.
No,
nah, I'm not a big fan. I like jazz. The free part, it's just I don't know.
What if it's just Free Jazz Records?
Yeah, I don't mind if it's like a label name, but I'm just like the whole concept of.
Then I've been listening.
Now
to
there's some graphic imagery right there, right?
Yeah,
that's some fouls
out there too. This is Don Ellis. Anybody know who Don Ellis is?
Yeah,
I've heard of him.
Don Ellis, New Ideas.
Yeah, exactly.
Fantastic record.
Yeah, this one's really good too. How Time Passes. It's on Candid. This just got reissued, but this is one of those Barnaby 70s reissues with this kind of cool, funky looking label.
Oh yeah.
But it's him, Jackie Byard on piano and alto sax, Ron Carter on bass, and Charlie Percival on drums. Look at Ron Carter.
Ron Carter, really?
Well, Ron Carter played on every jazz record, man.
Okay, is that stereo or mono?
Stereo. It's in the 60s.
Okay. Sorry, what year is that from?
Let me see. It says. I don't know. I didn't say.
What does it sound like? Like, does it sound like Kind of Blue?
No, it's out. It's kind of free. It's kind of out there. Don Ellis. Don Ellis is like free jazz, but
avant kind of.
Yeah, exactly. He was trying shit out.
Okay,
but not like.
Oh, Candid. Yeah, I've heard of Candid.
His on New Jazz, he has New Ideas, which is a fantastic record from the early '60s, and then he has like the Essence. That's the other one, and I think it's on.
Cool.
It might be on Argo.
Yeah, he also he did some really interesting big band shit in the '70s too. There's a record you'll see a bunch.
Is that like his big album, like his Octung Baby, or is there another one that's bigger than that?
What the fuck, dude? No, Octung Baby, that's hilarious.
No, I'm not like obviously the style's different, but just like as far as like popularity goes,
I have no idea.
Oh, okay,
but there's a $5 record. It's Don Ellis live at the Fillmore.
Right.
See everywhere. Everyone should buy that record. It's fucking kick ass.
Yeah, and the one with the seagull on it.
That was probably one of those lineups where they
funk record.
Where what was that promoter's name? He would like line like Miles Davis up with like the Allman Brothers or Bill Graham. You know, he used to do that a lot at the Fillmore.
Let me find that record you're talking about real quick. I was just looking at this yesterday. Yeah, this is a great record. Soaring. I think it's called, yeah. Have y'all seen that movie? What's that drumming jazz movie that everybody shits on?
Oh yeah.
I just watched it.
I know.
Yeah, with the guy with the bald hair or with the no hair guy.
Yeah, it's a bad jazz movie. It's a great movie.
What's it called?
The main song they were trying to play on there.
Yeah, Cherokee.
No,
Whiplash. Cherokee. Whiplash. Oh, it was Whiplash. That's the movie. Yeah, Whiplash.
That's on this record.
Whiplash, yes.
Yeah, what'd you guys think of that movie? I thought it was entertaining.
I love that movie, man. But I mean, jazz-wise, it's probably stupid, but I think the movie itself was great.
Listen, I like a lot of people don't know this, but I was playing in a jazz band in high school.
Yeah,
and we had this jazz like leader guy who was just like that. Like one time, my parents came to the rehearsal and they were shocked. You know, like he was swearing at everybody and telling them they couldn't play worth shit. And you know, as like a high school, you hear like imagine I don't know if any of you guys are parents, but you hear your kid like somebody's yelling at your kid like that. You know, it was shocking. But that's how those old jazz guys are, you know, they want to make the best players they can. And if they got to, you know, put a little fear into you, they will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the movie a lot. Here's a cool one.
Oh yeah.
Keith Jarrett. Now you're talking my language. I love Keith.
Well, this one's super kind of crazy free jazz, man. I don't know if you like this
but
one.
I probably wouldn't I like Colne Concert, Keith, you know.
This one's great though. It's him, Dewey Redman, and Charlie Hayden. All motion, and then Guillermo Franco on percussion.
Is that ECM?
No, this is on Impulse.
Impulse, nice.
Impulse, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a big. I've never really got into any of his Impulse stuff, but I'm sure it's.
Tell you what, dude. One that's not kind of out there that's really good on Impulse is called Treasure Island.
Treasure Island, never heard of it.
Yeah, it's a cheap record. It's really.
Is
good
it a
too.
trio thing or a solo?
I got it right here somewhere.
Treasure Island has Dejanet and
I love Jack. He's probably my favorite. That's what I was saying. Like, I think
great.
Jack and Jimi Hendrix would have just been a great combo. You know, if the two of them could have got together.
Here's Treasure Island.
Yeah, and a good.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that record.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one's let's see who's on this one. I can't remember. Oh god, fucking gatefold.
Yeah, he's not doing good. He's got like I don't know what he's got, dementia or something. Like he
Well,
can't really talk.
one of his arms doesn't work anymore, so
Yeah, he had a stroke.
So there's the back of it, which is obviously Treasure
Oh,
Island.
that's cool. It's like a little Gondwana land type vibe
I
going.
forgot how cool this is. Look at that.
Nice. Oh yeah.
Let's see who's on this. Keith Jarrett, Dewey Redmond, Sam Brown on guitar. Let's see. Charlie Hayden on bass again. Paul Motion on drums again. Same guys, man. Actually,
So,
the same guys. Yeah,
A lot of guys can't get past this.
that one.
A lot of guys can't get past the singing he does when he's playing. What do you guys okay with him singing along out of
Yeah,
tune?
Jazz Mike can't deal with it, but I don't care.
He doesn't sing on everything.
Yeah.
And
He sings on this one for damn sure, though. I mean,
he does different. He does different types of singing on different records too.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
very
yeah.
different. And
This
sometimes he
one's
doesn't
kinda
sing at all. So.
Yeah. Listen, if you guys go on YouTube, there's a video of him and Jack and I guess what was the trio? Charlie Hayden, was it? Or
one of his trios.
no, it was
Hayden. It
I
might
got it
be
right
the
here.
one
Jack
by-
Gary Peacock.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the one he did all the standards with.
Yeah, the standard
Yeah.
stuff. So there's a video of
That's
them
Gary Peacock, Jack Dejanet, and
right. But if you see, there's a video of them in Tokyo, and they're doing. There's a video of "God Bless the Child," and man, like if you can't, just watch it. But it definitely looks like he's trying to make love to the piano, and it's just like, yeah, go for it, Like if you're like really getting into the music, like why not? Just like,
is it like a reverse cowgirl type situation? Or?
Yeah, it kind of looks like he's got like a girl like up. Like I don't know. It's you can watch it and make your own decisions of it, but definitely it's. It's got some phallic kind of connotations to the video at all for sure.
I love Brandon. I listened to those records you sent me, the Colin concert, and what's the other one called that you sent me? Do you remember?
It's the other ECM. It's
Real
just like it's another city. Is it the Belgium concerts or
there's like Paris, Belgium.
It's on ECM. It came out right around the same time as Colin concert. I mean, he made 1 billion records.
Yeah, just kind of like that,
Oh yeah.
But it's I think it's the Belgium concerts.
This is the last one I got to show. Well, I mean, I got a shipping record sitting around here, but this one's interesting.
Oh yeah.
Oh, what is that?
How is it?
That's an
Billy
interesting.
Cobham and George Duke band. It's a live record called "Live on Tour in Europe." Isn't that a crazy cover?
Yeah, I've seen it quite a few times.
It's really good. It's him. It's Billy Cobham, George Duke, Alfonso Johnson, and John Schofield playing electric guitar. But it's kind of wild, man.
Yeah, it's kind of got that alien hand. Like, remember when in Alien they had that alien that had that? It looked like a hand.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Thing from.
They look like those aliens from The Simpsons. Perfect.
Yeah.
Right. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, you're right.
It's the record you should be inebriated to listen to. They have a song on here called "Space Lady" it's by George Duke. It's just fucking weird as shit, man. So there's lots of synthesizer, lots of kind of space noises, and like George Duke on that song specifically is like he just starts off by like telling this really fucking weird story that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. But
George Duke, that's the piano player from Zappa's band, right?
Maybe I don't know Zappa very well.
He's a keyboard player, right?
He's a piano player, yeah.
Yeah, so I think he played in.
He plays a bunch of. So on this one, he plays. Let's see, just says keyboards.
Yeah,
he plays all kinds of keyboards. It's like really synthy.
Does he sing on it? Because he's got a great voice.
He sings. Yeah, he sings a bunch. It's from 1976.
Yeah, I think his big thing with Zappa was that Penguin in Bondage song. He sang that one real good.
Did you just make that up?
No, Penguin. There's a song called Penguin in Bondage, and she's just like a penguin in bondage, boy. You got to hear it. It's a great song.
I mean, I got a bunch of George Stewart here. I'll have to look. Oh, shit. That's it for me. Somebody else take over.
I got some records. I can show some records.
Are they jazz?
Yeah, they're jazz. Sure.
Sweet. Do it, man.
Well, here, I was listening to this one today, Ben Webster. This is what I got on in the background right now. You guys ever heard that one?
Yeah, who's on that with them?
That's the Oscar Peterson trio, Ray Brown, Ed Thigpen.
That looks cool. Is that like an OG or what?
No, that's like a France like mid 70s reissue. Yeah, those France ones, they're not bad. I think
that's not good.
Yeah, I've got another one. I think like another Oscar Peterson one from France. That's pretty good.
What's the one that just came out on the Verve series? Is it Ben Webster meets Coleman Hawkins? Is that what it is, Felipe? Do you remember?
Yeah, I think that's the one.
Yeah, I want to get that.
I think it is.
That sounds badass. I love Ben Webster's tone, man. It's so sweet.
Yeah. I think this one they had also previously done as a 45 in the Verve subscriptions.
No, I'm sure. Do you have all those Verve 45s, Felipe?
I have quite a few, Chris, but I didn't subscribe to this. I subscribe to the Blue Notes, not the Verves. But I think those Verves like spectacular. Those 45s.
Yeah, I got the
I've heard that.
I've got the Gets Gilberto.
Yeah.
That one sounds insane.
Pure. I mean the Billie Holidays, the Ellas, everything they put on the Verve series sounds amazing. So they sound much better than most of those Verve originals for sure.
I don't have any 45 like vinyl audiophile reissues, and I wonder like
if you want to get.
Does it really sound as good? Because I know I've got like some hip hop 45 and like some dance singles 45 and stuff.
Different. Yeah, I mean those they cut really hard, but those. If you want to get 145, I think Chris might agree with me. Get the Dave Brubeck.
Yeah, I've got the 33, like Timeout, you mean?
Yes. Oh, yeah. The 45 is just...
It's good,
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Cymbal sound on that. The sustain on the shimmer on the cymbals is insane. Yeah. It's like you're just listening, like you're sitting in the room with the cymbals.
And on the snare, too. You can hear the thing like, shaking, it won't stop.
Yeah, that's a special record, because they didn't get piano right back in the 50s and 60s. Like but that record is just so magical, for whatever reason. There's that one record that's just a shining example of what.
Well, Columbia did a much better job than Ernie did. I feel.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. Speaking of record, I think that this recording is probably like as good as it gets for for a piano sound.
This is spectacular. Another 45 that's really worth it.
Yeah, this is a special
45 record. Audiophile record. You have that.
Oh, you're right. I do. Then yeah. Yeah, that one I love that. Like, I've always loved that. I have the OJC of Waltz for Debbie. That's a good sounding record too. That's a special record. Yeah, the new one, the Kevin Gray one.
Yeah. I remember when this Bill Evans came out, I was actually chatting with Brandon because Brandon doesn't like the 45s. And remember, Brandon?
Yeah,
the Bill Evans Spring.
I had to get it when it's a trio record. You almost have to.
Nice.
Because it's just the sound. But yeah, I got it.
And then this one, like for me, I don't think analog recording gets any better than this record right here. This was recorded at the Power Station, and this ECM and Robert Ludwig cut this, and it's pressed at that place. The one where I think it was in Phoenix. Where the guy that came from there went to QRP. What's it called?
Oh, Gary Solstrom.
Yeah, it's the plant in Phoenix that he used to run, and it's really renowned for. But that record's so good. There's a God Bless the Child on there, man, and it's just so good. If you haven't heard that record, you've got to check out that God Bless the Child. It is just heart-wrenching. And then on the Keith Jarrett too, I'm just a huge Keith Jarrett fan. And this is a live concert from, I don't know, I think maybe 89 or 88 or something. And it's got on the last side, there's a song these are all songs for like artists that had an influence on him. I think it's called Ballad for a Young Man or something or Ballad for a Sad Man. And then it goes into All the Things You Are, and it's just like the whole side is just incredible. For like virtuosity, that Keith Jarrett does like this like crazy like piano, like I don't know how to explain it, but it's cool. And then
you mean where he makes it sound like it's a glockenspiel or something?
Yeah, like it's super fast and it's really
on a few records where it's just really cool. It does sounds like a different instrument.
Yeah. It's just like I put it on my 12-year-old was like, whoa, what is that? That sounds incredible.
Have you ever listened to the way he plays on Turkish Women at the Bath is like that, which is a Pete De La Rocca record. It's pretty freaking awesome.
Right.
And it's the same.
Tough one to pick up too.
Huh?
That's a tough one to pick up, man.
Yeah, someone should reissue that one. It is really hard to find. Or it's gotten really hard to find. Turkish Women at the Bath. I'll find
Turkish Women at the Bath.
It's got that painting.
What's up, Valley?
Yo, how's it going, guys?
How's it going?
Good, man. Good to see you finally. What's up? That's awesome. Are you playing music in the background?
No, I think. Oh shit! Hold on. There we go. Does that fix it?
Maybe.
Aldo, hey man.
Hey.
Never seen you.
No, this is the first night I've really been free, so I figured I'd hop in for a bit. But keep on.
All right, that's all I got to show, man. I don't have any. Oh, I did want to show.
Here's the Turkish Women at the Bath cover.
See that?
It's got the painting by Ang.
Oh, cool. So that's Jarrett.
No,
well, he played LaRocca, the drummer, is his record.
Okay, cool.
Chick Corea is the piano player.
Okay, gotcha.
And
you said that's it, or you got another one to show?
No, that's cool. I was just going to show the Kirsten Edkins because I don't know what everybody thinks of that. Like I know Steve Hossman, he said that was like the next kind of blue.
That's stupid.
I don't know. Do you guys feel like that?
I feel like anytime someone says the next kind of blue, I'm not going to listen to him.
Yeah, that's fair.
It sounds like just an insane thing to say.
It's a great sound recording. It's a good music, but it's not like groundbreaking. It's not going to change, the status quo.
Yeah, I thought it was an overstretch for sure.
You can't have like a 1958 groundbreaking record in 2023. It just doesn't.
Right, and a jazz quartet record.
Valley, we have music coming through your microphone somehow.
Yeah, my roommate might be playing something. I'll mute myself when I'm not talking.
Okay, cool. Perfect.
Cool.
Okay, cool. The Kirsten Edkins. Are you kidding, Alex? Are you just making a joke, or?
Yeah, I'm joking. I think it sounds cool, but it's not like.
Well, there was a big.
I don't think it's kind of blue.
There was a big controversy about that record with our channel. So.
Oh really? Some people don't like it, or?
Well, Mike did a review. This is we're not even an hour or two yet, but I don't care. Mike did a review of it live on a stream, and we made a little snippet of it. He said it sounds amazing, but he thought it was kind of boring.
Right.
Wasn't his favorite thing. And then another YouTuber just attacked us relentlessly over that.
Was it like Davey Strange name or one of those guys or somebody different?
Wait, I don't even know what record this is. What record is it?
Show the record, Alex. Do you have it?
Yeah, I'll show it. I got it right here, man, because it's on heavy rotation.
It is good. I play it quite often. It's great.
Yeah, Mike Ingroove, like he sells it, but he swears by it, so you take what you want from that. Like beautiful,
Yeah, I don't
gorgeous
know her.
Girl for sure.
I don't know her.
And I think it's kind of purple, not kind of blue.
Yeah, it's kind
of purple. Yeah, you can call it that for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't have it. I didn't buy it. It's the first record that Kevin cut. Kevin recorded in his studio, right?
Yeah.
So but yeah, Mike wasn't a huge fan of it. He didn't shit on it or anything. But then yes, Vinyl Chef Steve put up this crazy.
Oh, vinyl. Yeah, I've heard of that VCF.
Yeah. He attacked us because of it and said that how dare Mike not recommend people buy the record. I do that all the time, dude. You know what?
Yeah, you guys aren't beholden to anybody. Nobody's paying you guys salary,
Shit, I'm trying to find a shitty record now. I'm having trouble. Here's one. It's not shitty, but hey, here's a Nightfly Live that they put out.
Yeah.
It's cool and all, but I don't recommend that everybody buys it.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy it.
Yeah. Who gives a fuck, right? People like records that they don't.
Yeah, it's probably digital anyway, right?
I don't know. I like digital records. It's fine.
No, I'm just saying, like,
at least once a month we have to mention this story though, because I'm still pissed about it. So.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry you guys have to go through that with VCS. You know, like, I wish, you know, he could just be a little more relaxed about the whole thing. But I don't know.
No, Mike did not bash it at all. That's right, Rob. Anyway,
I also have the original.
I tried to get the original, and I couldn't get a clean copy. That's a hard one to get because it's so quiet.
This was at, I picked this up for like $10 somewhere, and it was
nice.
it was just like in the Bill Evans. I just kind of at a place that never had any good Bill Evans, and I flipped through it, and I was like, "Oh, look, here it is, $10." Yeah. It was like perfect condition, so I was like,
"Nice." Who cut it? Is that a TML?
Original? I don't know who cut the crap.
I think it's Doug Sachs, isn't it?
I don't know.
Not sure.
Doug Sachs, art, direction, and design. Mastering Lab by Doug Sachs.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, I bet that sounds good great.
Record. It's just a cool. I mean, I have so much Bill Evans, but it's really good.
Yeah,
it's really sad.
Waltz for Debbie, like there's Gary's theme. Oh, that's just beautiful. I love Gary's theme.
It's a really good, depressing Bill Evans record.
Yeah, it's
definitely he wrote that for Gary.
Melancholy
from shit. My joke
from MASH. Gary Berghoff.
Yeah, the theme from MASH.
No, I think he wrote it for Gary from SpongeBob.
Really? Gary from what?
SpongeBob, man.
Oh.
Well, whatever it is, that record.
Gary Shandling.
And that came out after he died, right?
No. I think he was still alive when this came out.
I thought it came. That was one of those post-mortem ones.
No, because he died in. I think he died in. Oh yeah, he did.
1980. Yeah.
Yeah, he died before that came out.
He
didn't get to see that.
What have you been listening to?
Music came out after he died.
What's that?
I'm asking Aldo what he's been listening
to. Well, there's been a lot of exams, so I've been doing a lot of homework. So like solo piano and kind of the more lower key side of stuff. I got my bin of like recently played records. I can show some stuff.
Yeah, oh yeah. For those that don't know, Valley is the hero of the Discord. He kind of posts more than anyone else.
I'll take that title.
As musician.
Was that you that posted the Pharaoh Sanders for $35 in Walmart?
In Walmart? No, probably not.
The Pharaoh Sanders, yeah, I got it.
That was my friend Jeffrey.
Okay. Yeah.
That's an online purchase, right? You can't get that in store.
Yeah, for sure.
No, online, yeah.
Yeah.
They have a lot of deeply discounted MoFis on the website if you go there.
Yeah, a lot of people talking.
I'm tempted, but anyways, I've been spinning this here. Ray Bryant,
all right.
Nice.
Super soulful. New jazz. I wasn't really too aware of new jazz until I started watching the channel, and I realized, it's just prestige. So I'm taking that up.
The cool shit.
But it's the cool prestige stuff.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, the underground.
Cool prestige. I like the sound of that. I'm cool jazz. So
here's some Mal Waldron. He's been like people have been talking about him, and I think this is wasn't recorded in the U.S. I think
is that the Japanese one?
Japanese, maybe, yeah. So
I have that. I love all Mal Waldron.
What label is that one on?
It's on Globe.
Okay, cool.
And then some Don Poland.
Oh yeah.
I hate to say it, but that kind of reminds me of the Kanye album cover, right?
So Any Baby cover.
That's the third one tonight.
I'm noticing a theme here. Yeah, this is creepy.
I think the B.I.G. record came way before Kanye and had a baby in the cover, right? Like 15, 20 years earlier than Kanye.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying it like one came before. I'm just saying it's interesting. Like it's a coincidence, right? Like
yeah. No, I'm just saying maybe Kanye got inspiration from Biggie.
Right. Obviously.
Let's see. You showed this earlier.
Yeah. Azar Lawrence.
This is great. I'm
you dig it?
I can't quite see it. What is that?
Azar Lawrence. This his second? This might be his second record, if not his first. On Prestige.
Well, no, he wasn't doing. He did some. He did some stuff. I want to say he did something on Pacific Jazz that was before he did spiritual stuff, like in the 60s, because that one's a little. I got to see if I have it. But that one's more spiritual.
Yeah, kind of spiritual, contemporary jazz. I think that's his first on Prestige, though.
Okay.
But this is actually what I was spinning earlier. People Moving.
Oh, cool.
So it's more on the soulful, funky fusion kind of side of things, which is less distracting for me. I have a hard time like listening to music while I do homework because I just start like thinking about the music. So, but for some reason I'm able to tune out the groupier stuff. Not that it's a diss. I love the groupier stuff. But,
that's awesome. I didn't get Torres our stuff. I like him a lot.
Let's see. This one was a blind buy, and it didn't disappoint. Joe Zawinul.
Oh yeah,
nice.
Oh, I love that record.
Yeah,
there's that. He's got another one on. That one's on Vortex. He's got another one on which is Atlantic's like cool. Also, that's Atlantic's cool trippy label.
Who's on
Atlantic called Money in the Pocket with a similar lineup that's really good. But that's cool because Zawinul plays like half Rhodes, half piano on that one, right?
Yeah. Did you say Vortex is associated with Atlantic?
Vortex is Atlantic.
Okay, that's cool because I was looking at this and it was reminding me of like an Atlantic record. The way
all they did was change the little Vortex thing. I think it's even like, but the Money in the Pocket is around the same time. I think it might be a year before, like 68 or something like that.
This is 68, but I'll need to check that one out for sure.
It's really good. It's got Joe Henderson on it too. And I think that one, Zawinul's just playing acoustic. On that one, he switches it up, and then on the album after that, it's like all Rhodes.
Okay, so you see the transition.
And you see where he's going to start playing with Miles, and kind of see him go from he's getting into playing the electric.
So this is pre Weather Report, then, huh?
Yes.
Yeah,
nice.
2 years before that. This has Jimmy Owens, William Fisher, and had someone else that I really liked. Richard Davis on bass.
Right, Richard Davis. Yeah, he
and
did. So he has, I think, Money in the Pocket's like 67 or 67, I think. And then he does The Rise and Fall, that one. And then there's Zawinul.
Oh, I love that.
I think is like in 70.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking for to get that record. Yeah,
that's the one where it's pretty much he's playing Rhodes. And then, Weather Report's like quite a bit later.
Yeah.
73.
Hey, JB Krish, have you ever had Rev Rock and Roller up on the screen before?
No, he won't ever join us. It's very hurtful. I wish he would, though.
Yeah, man. Any live stream that could get him up.
Yeah,
that would be something.
We're in negotiations with the Church of Elvis and the Latter-day Saints to get rights for him to come up.
Yeah, he should come up. Like, I don't know why he's still standoffish.
Yeah, I know. I mean, he exposed the fact that we usually live on a train, and
he can poke, man. I've had some interaction with him, and it's been rough.
He is the spiritual leader of the Jazz Bums, though.
Yeah, he'll call you out if he sees any bullshit. He won't be afraid to call you out on it.
It's fair.
One last, I got this for $5. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Joanne Brackeen, dude. It's fucking great.
Is that a Keith Jarrett?
Joanne Brackeen.
Joanne Brackeen, dude. Come on.
Joanne Brackeen. Sorry.
You need to get on her for real.
Okay.
Eddie Gomez and Jack DeJohnette. So
that's a girl.
Joanne Brackeen.
Yeah. All her records are kick ass.
They're pretty good. This one's actually much better than the cover. The cover's kind of not great, but it's a good record. That was another $5. Her records, she's got Snooze, which has Cecil McBee on bass, and that record's so killer. And it's like
I think my favorite of hers is this one here is the best.
Yeah, that one's good too. That's the one with Henderson.
Peaches.
Yeah, Henderson. It's Ancient Dynasty. This is fucking great, man.
I'm so glad I came up because I'm batting like 100 right now. I don't know any of the records that you guys are showing.
I think you're batting 0, man, not 100.
No, 100 means that you get like 10%.
Okay,
right?
that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
like 400, you're batting 40%.
Yeah, I get it. But Joan Breckin's just great.
Yeah, she's pretty fantastic.
So, Valley, do you want to be called
Valley? What do you got?
Like, what is your preferred nomenclature on the Jazz Bomb stream?
Let's just go by Aldo, I guess.
Okay, cool.
You're Aldo. Okay. So
yeah.
what? Okay, Aldo Valley, is Valley like your channel name or?
Yeah, I guess that's like my Discord tag. And
Okay.
since my YouTube now I'm like posting videos about vinyl, I just decided to keep that going.
Okay, but you go by Aldo. We can call you Aldo.
That's my name.
Cool, man.
Oh, okay, cool.
So to your left, that stack of there's a row of white records. Are those all Tone Poets? To your back
behind you.
Yeah, that one.
Yes.
No, this is actually it's just the angle. Because these are on. So this is all OG Blue Note.
Right. Okay. Well, I was close.
But here, this is all like Tone Poet and Music Matters and stuff.
So that's like your jazz section.
It's all jazz section.
Nice. Yeah, I've got one brick that's jazz, like one square box. That's all.
Yeah. So this thing, there's these three, and then there's three more down there, and then there's two more down there, and that's all jazz. And then there's like maybe about half of that and some like rock.
Nice.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So William Fisher was on that last one I showed, and I was not aware of him, but this was a blind buy.
That's a cool record.
Yeah, I don't even know if I can call it a jazz record, but I hope you allow
it's almost
that.
like, doesn't it seem like a classical record, sort of?
To me, it's psych rock all the way.
Mm.
Maybe you remember the B-side more because it's got that kind of music concrete.
Right. I guess it's got Sonny Sharrock on it. Is that right?
If it does, I missed it. It's got Ron Carter and Billy Cobham. But other than that, Eric Weisberg and Hugh McCracken on guitars.
Okay.
So it goes between like the first two songs are just straight up psychedelic rock with vocals and everything, and then there's about 5 minutes of like Moog, like trippy, just like synthesizer weirdness, and then there's a really good song that has like swelling strings, and it just kind of pulses until it builds up to like a crazy drum fill. That's like totally like metric modulation to the max over this like loop that keeps looping, but the drums aren't following it. And then it's a really beautiful record. If you don't know it, it's on Embryo.
On Embryo.
Yeah. So
I have quite a few Embryos. That's Embryo is Atlantic's also trippy record label.
Yeah. Okay,
run by Herbie Mann.
Oh, so he's Herbie awesome. That's why you thought it was Sonny Sharrock.
Well, there's some embryos that have Sonny Sharrock, and I think it's the ones with, I think it's the Herbie Mann. It might be Stone Flute or whatever. I was just, he's on. If you go through the Embryo catalog's really small, but it goes from like, Herbie Mann kind of doing his flute thing to like some pretty trippy stuff.
Yeah, and some of them are like $5.
The Phil Woods I showed earlier is on Embryo. Hang on.
Oh,
this one's great.
Does it have that kind of climax thing, like what Aldo was talking about, where there's like a loop and the drums are going like the Fat Boy?
When I climax listening to it, does that count?
No, it's.
Yeah. That doesn't count.
It's a common thing that production like producers use to like build intensity and tension.
Sure. The Embryo records, like they go from like they're all over the place.
Yeah,
there's no theme to them. There's not like a theme. It's just it was almost like Herbie Mann got some. It was like, okay, make whatever you want. So there's not necessarily jazz records or whatever. So it's kind of like the experimental label of Atlantic at that point. But there's only like 30 titles. I mean, there's the one like Jim Pepper, who's like the Native American jazz musician, and it's like he does like an old Cherokee song. There's just a lot of different. The Embryo stuff went a lot of different directions.
That's why it's all over the place too.
Yeah.
Cool.
This one, I've had this for a while. but it surprised me when I listened to it last night. I've been in a more like spiritual jazz, avant-garde jazz kind of headspace.
That's where we've been tonight.
Yeah, this is a little bit more out there than I feel like most of this group's stuff from that time. I mean, it was all like in that time period, but this one like really gets into some free time and some atonality, and also
is that the one like, at the Fillmore? Is that the
Fillmore? I think must have been some animals around or something. It sounds like there's like animal noises about halfway through the first side.
Like in sync with the music, or just like off on a field stage right?
Yeah, off on a field stage right, but that's kind of like how the whole that's how it is at that point.
That's crazy.
So, now, have you heard Forest Flower?
Made me crack up.
Have you heard Forest Flower, the Charles?
No, I've seen that though. That's Michael Fremer had some positive words for that reissue.
Great, man. It's really
I've
good.
streamed it. I need to find the copy though.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone has their favorite Charles Lloyd.
Listen, Aldo, my stream's about to end. What should I be listening to while I watch the show? Like something smooth, little in the background.
You couldn't go wrong with Lonnie Liston Smith.
All right, I like Lonnie. Yep.
Yeah, go for what's it called? Visions of the Emerald Beyond. Or,
Visions.
I don't know if that's the name of the record. I was just listening to Reflections of a Golden Dream. Sorry.
Okay, hold on. It's Lionel, right?
It's Lonnie Liston Smith.
Not Lonnie.
Lonnie,
yeah.
I thought it was Lionel.
There's no Lionel.
I was looking for his other records like the other night, and I couldn't find them in my shelves, so I spun this instead.
What is that?
It's it's his fifth record, I think.
Okay.
It's okay. The opener isn't that good, but then it gets really good, in my opinion.
Sorry, was it Visions of a New World? Is that the one?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of.
All right,
that's my favorite.
That on. Sweet.
Yeah, highly recommended. My uncle actually showed me that, and that's kind of what got me interested in jazz.
All right, that's what I'm listening to right now while we're hanging out.
Cool.
Let's see. I picked this up because you guys were talking about it, and I saw it for cheap.
All right, I don't know what that is. Neptune? Was that the Vultures?
It's the Visitors, Neptune.
I can't read that.
Oh, it's just because of the glare.
Yeah,
it's like
the Visitors, Neptune. I think Felipe record.
Yeah, I can read it now. The Visitors, Neptune. Okay.
It's they did stuff on Muse too, right?
I honestly don't know. This is on Cobblestone, but it's really good. It's kind of, I guess you could call it spiritual jazz, contemporary 70s jazz. The liner notes are done by Naima Coltrane, though, so that's cool.
Who's that? Is that John Coltrane's niece or something?
I think it was his first wife. Am I correct on that?
Naima?
Yeah.
Naima?
Yeah, Naima Coltrane.
I thought Naima was his daughter, but maybe I'm wrong.
That could be right too. I'm not sure. Let's see. I was spinning this because that Jazz Basement video was just so heat. You guys got to get him on here at some point.
That'd be cool. That's a great record. Which one is that?
That's the 45.
Oh, okay. MMJ?
Yeah.
Music Matters Jazz 45?
Yeah. Hey, Fred.
Hey, Fred.
Hey, Fred. How's it going, man?
Good videos, man.
Thanks.
Here, I just got a few more here. Another Blind Buy. This is way too good.
So, yeah.
Gary Bartz.
Yeah, Gary Bartz. I guess this is with his how do you guys pronounce that? And is it just NTU?
I think it's NTU Troop. I always say NTU Troop.
Is he a sax player?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he plays I think mostly soprano.
Yeah, his upper lips all messed up from playing too much. Like, I don't know. Some of the sax players, their lips get all weird, like kind of like the MMC guys get the ear, you know.
Dude, the fucking Louis Armstrong's lip was the most fucked up lip of all.
Yeah, it's a real thing.
Man, look at this drummer here, though.
Felipe, you weren't ousted. You just disconnected, bro. Nobody's
Okay, what are we looking at? He's giving it, right?
He sounds exactly like he looks. He is.
All right, I'm writing that down. What's that guy's name?
Gary Bartz.
Gary Bartz. Yeah, check out this record. This is full on. This goes from spiritual jazz to jazz funk to R&B to free jazz. It's everything.
NTU.
Yeah, I gotta get a Bartz this week as well.
Which ones you get, Felipe?
I got two actually. I got Libra.
Oh, nice.
That's great.
Oh, nice. He was in Miles's band for a bit, right?
He was.
Yeah, I saw him in an interview talking about him once.
Yeah, that's Libra, and I got again with the band with No Troop. Home is a live recording.
Oh, I've seen that cover. I need to check that out.
Yeah, they're both. This is at the Left Bank Jazz Society in Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
Who's on that?
Where is it? Gary Bartz, Woody Shaw, Albert Daly, Bob Cunningham, and Rashid Ali. It's really good.
Ooh, yeah, I love Rashid Ali.
And both are extremely well recorded. They sound amazing.
This Lonnie Smith record's great, Aldo. Thanks for recommending it. It sounds awesome.
Oh yeah, you can thank my Uncle Bones.
Yeah, it's just grooving. It's smooth.
Yeah, I got
Cool.
I got a copy over here somewhere. I found it at a flea market, and then when I logged it in the Discogs, I was surprised to see that it's not too easy to find anymore.
No.
So
But
Fred,
that's uncommon for Flying Dutchman.
why do you think Forest Flower is not a good record?
Well, I don't think it's a bad record. I just think I think there was a Frimmer video a few years ago where he was like, "This is one of the best jazz records of all time," and I just I wouldn't put
which one?
Forest Flower.
Charles Lloyd's Forest Flowers.
Yeah, he did in his 100 top records of all time video.
Yeah. He said, and I just, well, not that I like look to Frimmer for music.
No, you can't. You really can't.
Well, I mean, what was it? The best of all time or the best sounding of all time?
He made a big deal about it.
Yeah, he made a big deal about the sound, but he also made a big deal about the record itself. But I mean, I just don't. I wouldn't put it up there. I wouldn't even. Yeah. I don't think I wouldn't throw it on my top 200 jazz releases of all time. So
I streamed it and I wasn't impressed.
I owned it. I've owned it. I got rid of it. I just not really.
Yeah, I would like
it's one of those ones you flip.
Parentheses here.
You'll make those. My favorite Charles Lloyd.
Discovery. Yeah.
I've owned that as well. I don't remember it as well. I've owned it because who plays on that? There's some interesting players on that.
It's a small group. It's
his early chorus have really great bands.
It's Richard Davis.
Yeah, Richard Davis.
Well, actually, Eddie Kahn's on part of it. Richard Davis is on the other part of it.
Okay.
And then Dodd Friedman's on piano, which is kind of why Don Friedman is one of my favorites. So I like that record. It's just a quartet.
For Forest Flower, though, I think this is a fair comment. It was on his 100 best in print records.
Yeah, but he gave it a special presentation.
He presenting his best in print all analog recording.
Right.
Yeah.
And on that, he comes across a few really good ones like Masterpieces by Ellington, where you get Ellington in a long form, actually. Early, not early, but earlier Ellington in long form. And then he comes up on Forest Flowers and he says something like, I remember very distinctly because I thought I'll check out that record, and I saw it and I grabbed it because he says something like, he got stoned and listened to it a long time ago, I guess, when it came out, and it's one of his favorites and blah, blah, blah. So.
All right.
Anybody that says that,
I don't know. Someone was like, and he definitely doesn't say it's the best. He doesn't say it's the best jazz record ever, but I didn't ever make that claim.
Fred, don't read the comments, man. Like, you're just gonna get sucked in. That's why I don't read any comments.
The peanuts are why we're here, man. Come on.
I wish they were all the comments. I wish all the comments were showing because I can only see them when Chris shows them.
Yeah, that's the way you do it. I just want to see what Chris curates.
Oh, I wish I could see them all. See, I wish I could see them.
You can see them all. How can you not see them all?
My computer's not set up that way. I'm analog.
That makes literally 0 sense.
Listen, Brandon, you're doing yourself a favor, man. Don't do it.
Our comments are good. Alex is Rachel stream,
Jesus. Anyway.
What do you think?
Caddyshack is one of my favorite movies.
All right, what do we got, Aldo?
Let's get Aldo show the records.
What do you guys think Fremer would think about this one?
What is it?
What is it?
You got to get a camera, man. I cannot read shit.
It's a white record.
Contemporary jazz.
Show you how to show.
All right, that's a contemporary jazz quintet location. I think it's 1974.
Okay.
Or something. Yeah, it's
is
pretty
it Strata
cool.
East or what is it?
Yeah, it's Strata. So
is it pretty free?
Detroit based. It's Detroit based jazz.
Yeah, and I live here in Michigan, so I see a couple of these every now and then.
Nice.
But that's like the perfect kind of jazz for me, like right in the middle of fusion and avant-garde, but it's got that really nice jazz guitar. And there's a guy who just plays like an effects console on there and doesn't even like have a keyboard or anything. So
an Xbox console?
No, an effects console.
Oh, effects console. Sorry, man.
Some sort of weird. I don't know, but if you were to listen to it, it's like laser noises and that kind of thing. So.
Okay, cool.
Well, Felipe, you can talk if you're on mute, buddy.
Let's see.
Yeah, what's with Felipe? He's been kind of on and off. He's been real distant tonight.
I'm trying to speak. I got cut off, so I just mute myself and get out. Easy.
Well, what do you want to say? Okay.
Yeah, you guys talking about chairs, so I just want to show something. But
let's do it. Let's see it.
For people who still read, which is kind of rare these days.
It certainly is.
Right. Especially so Uncut last month had they have every month like an artist talking about his own work, selected discography, and there's a really good piece on Charles Lloyd.
Oh, cool.
Oh, cool. And Charles Lloyd does it.
Yes.
There it is, Wildflower or whatever.
He's commenting, and Forest Flower. Of course, which is a great record with Chico Hamilton. And there's a great one with Cannonball Adderley, live record. And I mean, there's a great stuff here, you guys. So check it out. This is the cover.
It's called
Uncut. He played with the Beach Boys as well.
Uncut, yes. In England, they still have magazines, good music magazines like Uncut, Mojo, Record Collector, which unfortunately we don't have in the US anymore.
No.
So,
yeah. Is that a vintage release or that's current?
No, that's current. They still
that was released.
They still print and read across the pond. That's a great thing.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had a big CD on them. Like, what is that from the 90s?
No, it comes with CDs every month.
It comes with a CD to listen to?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Still.
I got a Charles Lloyd thing that just came in just today. Do you have this, Felipe? No.
No, I was waiting for the full collection to be ready for me to order it, Chris.
Yeah.
I haven't got it yet.
This came out on Blue Note, I don't know, 6 or 9 months ago, probably.
Yeah, they were playing that the other night on at the record shop I came into, and I thought it was really. We were playing one of the. Yeah. Actually, we're playing one of the CDs.
Yeah, they're putting them out one by one.
Yeah, this was like, I don't know, $100 on Blue Note when it came out, but I got it for I think $40 from this. What the hell's it from?
The Halloween thing, right?
Sleeve, I think it was the company. Which I think they're related to, like, Deep Discount and that website.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Somebody they're giving that record away pretty soon.
$40, so I snapped it up. So we got on the first one. It's called Chappelle or Chapel. Mm-hmm. Chapel. I'm a fucking idiot. It's Chapel, obviously. Chappelle.
Going to the Chappelle and you're gonna get married.
Fucking Chappelle. So it's Charles Lloyd, Bill Frisell, and a guy named Thomas Morgan. And then Ocean is the second one, which is Charles Lloyd, Gerald Clayton, and Anthony Williams.
I think that's the one I heard because it was just sax, drums, and bass.
And then the third one is Lloyd, Zakir Hussain, and Julian Lodge. Wait, is Julian Lodge? No, that's a different person.
No, Julian Lodge is a guitar player.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to this. This won some award. Joe Harley posted about it today on his Facebook. But anyway, cool.
Have you just got it? You haven't opened it?
Yeah, I just opened it up. Yeah, I haven't listened to it yet.
Oh, that's cool. That's really
Felipe,
cool.
did you want to show something else?
I haven't been buying much stuff, Alex. I just they got quite a few this week. I mean, I mentioned the fair already. I'm not going to pick it up. I got this last Sunday. I'm really digging this record. I think Fred likes it too.
Love it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that kind of looks like the Joe Bonamassa album cover he just released.
Yeah, I think Cecil definitely was into Joe Bonamassa.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that visually there's similarities there.
So what is that? Is that an OG Felipe or is that the classic?
No,
series?
that's the classic series. I got it. It sounds amazing. I mean, I think Kevin did a great job here in this record. But I think it's more about the music because the record sounds amazing, but the music's not, for the non-initiated or whatever.
Do you like it?
Music that I wouldn't listen like 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But I get it. I mean, it's just I think it's more about what he's trying to do here. The whole thing behind it. Just if you're getting into the spirit of it, you just go along the flow. I think it's a great record. I'm really loving it. Really, really loving it.
I saw Andrew Surreal play a couple years ago, I guess, in Houston with Billy Harper, and someone had on their Unit Structures T-shirt. I guess someone printed. There was some fashion brand.
Uniqlo. They did. They did.
Yeah. Okay. So some
yeah.
And I was thinking, I wonder if that's like wearing, like when you go to like a hardcore show.
You mean wearing a Flipper shirt to a Flipper concert?
Yeah. Unit Structures T-shirt, Andrew Surreal. I don't know.
When I saw Depeche Mode 5 years ago, I wore a Depeche Mode shirt. I was like,
you were all in.
I was all in.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. I'm too old to give a shit about that. I'll wear whatever I want.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're right. It's just one of those
Yeah. I had a sweet Downward Spiral shirt back in the day when I went and saw 9 Inch Nails at the Lollapalooza. Man, it was a great shirt.
I saw them one time and I was in a Downward Spiral. Is that emotionally? Does that count?
Yeah, they'll lead to that, man. I was just thinking, like with Felipe, like he said he haven't buying a lot of records lately. Is like, what's going on? You feeling a little down, or are you just not interested in the hobby anymore?
Like I have a lot, and I need to listen to them, not only just the records to be shown.
You haven't even cracked them yet.
No, most of them are open because every record I buy, I clean and I listen to.
Okay.
And I like going to my local shop instead of ordering online. I'm just going to my local shop and then just discover it.
Right.
I'm like, I think, especially on YouTube, there's this kind of pressure, quote unquote. People show something, oh, I got it. It sounds amazing.
Yeah.
So everybody rushes to get it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I have so many examples of that shit like sitting on my shelves. And
I know.
So I'd rather go.
And a lot of them are Tone Poets and Blue Note classics. I'll be honest. It's not. They're not immune to it.
And it's like, no, I want to go to my store, see what they're playing there, like it, and then go for it, and then chat with people. I think that's the best.
They were playing. They were playing Unit Structures.
No, that record I knew it, but I was waiting for the classic series to come out.
Yeah. I saw the classics at Doc's, this Fort Worth record store the other day. So I forgot they were even doing it. I have a earlier pressing. So.
And I like reading some books too. I just finished some stuff on Bill Evans lately, and I didn't know this one. I learned about it after reading, and I kind of enjoyed this quite a lot. This is a great record. Look.
Ooh, cool.
This is really cool. Bill Evans plays piano here.
What is that, like 58 or something?
Yeah, I think it's late 50s, early 60s, Chris. I'm not sure.
Is that mono?
Yeah, this is a stereo record.
Okay. How does it sound?
It sounds great. I like it. And yeah. So it's Lee Konitz and Hal McCusick, Warren Marsh and Ted Brown, Jimmy Duffy, Bill Evans, Buddy Clark, and Ronnie Free on drums. This is a beautiful, beautiful record.
Any record with Lee Konitz and Warren Marsh together is going to be killer.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Yeah, they were playing together.
It's like you got a bit of a theme split on the top of that one, man.
Yeah, but I mean, for the price.
Yeah, you should send that back.
And I'm going to put in those Vinyl Star Solutions leaves. You won't show anyways. I don't care.
Exactly.
Is like ding corners and seam splits still a thing? Because I got one today and I was like, oh yeah, I remember like in the MoFi Facebook groups, people are always bitching about the ding corners, but I think people have chilled out now, right?
I care less about that than the fact that my records are coming and they look like a waffle.
Yeah.
Sorry, what's that? They're in a waffle?
They're fucking warped to shit. I gotta let Felipe shows records, and I'll bitch about warped records.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. You keep going, Felipe. What do you got?
I got two more that I bought this afternoon at my local store. This is a Japanese record.
Ooh.
You guys know this one. The cover is terrible, but it sounds amazing. It's very like spiritual.
Mm-hmm.
It's Mara and Nana Vasconcelos.
Oh wow!
What's that guy playing? Cajon or something?
What?
That string gourd thing. What is that?
Which one?
On the far right.
This one?
Yeah. What's he playing?
I don't know. This looks like a type of berimbau, which is a Brazilian instrument.
Yeah.
This is a type of it. Yes, it's like a big container.
Like a gourd.
Yeah.
With a string on it. Mm-hmm. That's cool.
Yeah,
it's 50 degrees outside here. It's not like 1,000 degrees and warping the records.
Yeah, but this record is very spiritual, very atmospheric.
Mm-hmm.
This kind of music, I highly recommend this record. It sounds amazing, super well recorded.
Is that relaxing, like a John Coltrane ballad type record?
Oh, even more. It's a late night record for sure.
Is it early 80s?
I'm writing it down. Mara, you said?
Mara.
I'm going to put that on next.
What year was that?
It's I'm picking up here. It's
all right, I'm putting it on right now.
83. 83.
83.
It was recorded and mixed in Canada. 83.
I think that Chris, weren't you kind of interested in the good mellow Pat Metheny?
Yeah, I was looking for Pat Metheny that I don't think.
Sorry,
sucked.
Felipe, what's the name of that album?
Well, he has the Still Life Talking has
NT
Vasconcelos on it.
Yeah.
And it's pretty mellow.
Yeah.
And it's about 1983 as well.
Yeah. It's a big sound, and things here and there. It's kind of very, very, it's very nice mood, atmospheric. And a record I never seen before, which I loved. I played there. That's an OG 68 of Contrast by Larry Young. Do you guys know this one?
That's great.
It's great. It surprised me. I haven't seen this record locally before.
I've never seen that in person.
Whoa, what's that? Is that a black marker on it up top?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was like a radio station or whatever.
Okay.
You can read everything, The record is good. I played at the store. I liked it. So it's more like a transitional record for him, right, Brandon? What do you think? He's moving to more traditional to more
he's starting to get kind of funky.
Yeah.
Who was with him on it though?
So it was all like local musicians from the area. So Hank White, flugelhorn, Tyrone Washington tenor, Herbert Moger tenor, Larry Young, Eddie Wright guitar, Edward Gladden drums, Stacey Edwards conga, Althea Young vocal. Yeah, his wife, she sings on Wild as the Wind.
He has another one I think right after that called like Heavenly something.
Heaven Can Wait. Was that it?
No, that's your favorite movie.
Yeah. Larry Young, what does he play?
What happened though?
He plays organ on this one.
Organ, okay.
Back of that, I think someone had their baked Alaskan recipe and they didn't want to share it, so they burnt it out.
Yeah, but just going back to organ, Alex, it's more like a transitional. He's a little bit of traditional, but he's kind of breaking with that. He's going more
of Love and Peace is what that one with the blue cover is called.
Like traditional, you mean like gospel, like kind of religious stuff, or?
No, he's moving more towards the 70s kind of sound here. Definitely, there's a lot of some Latino, Hispanic type of music here as well, which I enjoyed. It's a really good record.
Cool.
And two more. This just came out. This came today. I received The Sound Hotel, Jason Moran.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, this is a limited run of 20 records. This is
20 records. That's like Stunty. Stunty's going to be jumping on that.
It's number 9. Yeah,
he loves that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you can get those anymore. And it's good to have like part of the sheet here, signed by Jason Moran. It's really nice.
That's fancy.
Okay, what does a 1 out of 20 cost? How much was that?
There was not cheap, but not crazy expensive. No,
like $100.
In that range, yes. But I really wanted this one, and it didn't sell out immediately for 20 copies. No, now it's sold out, of course.
Okay. Does that say Yes? Like the band Yes?
No, that's the name of the label. Yes Records. You can't.
Yes Records. Okay, cool.
Oh, cool.
And here's another sticker with the piano.
Fred, was it Heaven on Earth? Is that what you said?
Oh, are you talking about Larry Young's? It's called of Love and
Heaven on Earth was the one I was thinking of.
Oh, okay. Of Love, I think is right around contrast.
Love
and Peace is, I guess, Felipe, when was the one that you showed released?
68. It recorded 67, released 68.
Yeah, I don't know. Of Love and Peace is one of those weird Blue Notes that, or at least I don't have it yet. I try to have all of the kind of out-of-pocket Blue Note stuff, and that's one of the ones that I don't have, and I don't think they've reissued it much. I'd have to look. It's got that blue. It's got that blue cover on it.
Heaven on Earth has
I don't even know the year.
I need on the front, and I think it's around the same time as that Contrast, but it's more like soul music. And then it gets kind of into the fusion with Larry Young's Fuel.
Oh, yes.
Which is like 70s, but that's on like Atlantic or
Arista.
It's not. I think it's on Arista.
Yeah.
It gets into a much more of a fusion kind of band.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Terms of Love and Peace.
That's cool.
You got another one to show, Felipe?
I have one more, Chris. That's to me is the highlight of the week.
Shit! Here we go.
I was after this one for some time. I found a really clean, nice copy. I had to get this.
Ooh,
oh, nice.
I still don't have that either, Felipe. You found that in person?
Not expensive. I think it was like $20.
In person?
It sounds really, really good, and the music is like beautiful here, man.
What's the there's a song, Elvin's Guitar something. What is it? Elvin's Guitar Blues at the end. It's just so fucking good. In fact, I'd say if you threw on at the beginning of Elvin's Guitar Blues, and you just played like the first 15 seconds and asked like when, it sounds almost like a contemporary, like. And I'm not disparaging the music, the actual music, but it's like you could tell someone that was a contemporary band and they'd say, "Yeah, for sure, I believe you."
Oh yeah. And
Fred, can you? No, go ahead. Sorry, Felipe.
And Richard Davis here, he kills it.
I actually saw a nice copy of that, but it was too much.
Another great.
Yeah. What kind of contemporary are you talking, Fred? Like 30 Seconds to Mars, or like a jazz thing?
No, like a rock band.
Okay, yeah, like 30 Seconds to Mars.
It's a blues-based tune. So there's like this guitar intro, but it sounds almost contemporary in the way that they play with it.
That's cool.
It is. Those stars really good.
Yeah, geez, Felipe.
What
store are you going to?
You're local. You're allowed
these sounds.
Sorry.
Yeah, no. So my local store, they don't sell like new releases or anything, but that guy has like amazing stuff there.
Does he got a nice listening station there that you can preview?
Oh yeah, there's a turntable, but he's also like playing everything all the time. It's really.
But
cool.
on like the turntable, is it set up right? Like, can you get an accurate, like, if you put it on there, it sounds good. Like, it's going to sound good at home, or.
I bring my level and the stylus pressure gauge every time.
You test it every time.
Wow,
I'm thinking of doing that.
I bring my own cartridge.
I swear, at my local, every time I preview a record, it wrecks the right channel of the first track.
So Alex, he doesn't have like wall records. He has a bin called Fancy Shit.
Right.
Nice.
Those records he won't play on that turntable. He plays on his turntable.
Oh, well, that tells you something then.
Yeah.
Alex,
those Audio Technica LP 60s. I find a lot at record stores because they don't trust that people will understand how to work like a manual.
Yeah. So dude, have you been to Josie and used their turntables, Fred?
I've been to the one in Lubbock, and because they have multiple locations and they have like the LP 60s out. I don't know. I haven't been to the big one in Dallas.
Dude, the one in Dallas, the record players are fucking ridiculous. Like the bearings are so worn out, you can like move the fucking tone arm like that.
Yeah.
But So I have a question for Alex. Could you
you want me to leave?
No, I want you. Can you do a rendition of this lyric? Do you know what this is from?
Oh baby, do you know what that's worth? We'll make a heaven on place on earth. Yeah, what is that? I know that song.
Belinda Carlisle.
Yeah.
I was going to say Cyndi Lauper, but
I was wanting you to sing it, but that was
Belinda Carlisle. I've got the 7-inch of that bad boy.
Do you really?
7-inch.
Yeah,
Nice.
some rare shit.
That's fucking weird.
Probably only printed like 14
5
million.
billion times. Yeah.
6 million.
What's going on with Felipe? Does he get like really offended? Like, did we shut him out? Okay, sorry.
I'm just eating a little bit.
Okay, no, sorry. You made that comment earlier that like you thought you were being shunned or whatever. But we're here for you, man. Like whatever you want to show.
Yeah.
No, I just
Okay, cool.
I just grabbing a bite, so sometimes just turn off the camera.
I told you I was going to complain earlier, so.
Listen, I'm going to turn off the camera for a minute. I'll be back.
I've been to a few of the stores around here now, Chris.
Yeah. Let's hear about this. What are your opinions?
Well, okay. So was it Rare Earth, the one that had a lot of metal?
Yes.
They did have a shit ton of metal.
Mm-hmm.
They did have some jazz. In fact, the guy was all excited that I asked about jazz, but one of the prices were just too steep. Like even on the metal stuff, I just wasn't going to do it, even though they had a lot. The price is just too steep. And then very friendly. Then the other one, what did you say? You said you liked it.
Record Town?
Is it Record Town? Yeah, it's pretty clean and new.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Record Town. Everyone's been very friendly. Because I've been at the record stores like in Austin where the employees are just assholes, and they're like, unless you're listening to somebody scream in a cave, they're like, you're a fucking loser. And anyway, everyone's been super friendly. But yeah, I didn't find anything at that one. I did. I found a few things.
Record Town's got a shit ton of jazz. They have more jazz than anybody else.
Yeah, but I'm more likely to find weird jazz at Doc's, and Doc's is right down the street. So I'm at Doc's a couple of times a week. I got spoiled on Austin record stores. Like it's not going to be end of veneer, but yeah, everyone's been super friendly. I think if I'm like a repeat customer, it's at Doc's. I'm going to Doc's regularly, checking their new arrivals, and the employees have
a few things.
Yeah. Well, that's my take.
There's no like when Rob shows shit he gets, there's nothing like that here. Not even close.
Well, okay. So I was looking earlier. I know that no one else except us gives a shit about this stuff, but since they're not in the area, but there was a record store in Denton, which I know that's a little bit of a drive, but it was called like Recycled Records and Books and CDs.
Yeah, I haven't been up there. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was looking, Stunty played a record, a weird, like, private press thing. And one of the few sellers in the U.S. that had it, or in the world that had it, was that store in Denton. Oh, wow. And I'm not saying I'm going to rush to go get that record or anything, but I started looking at the rest of their stuff at least on their Discogs, and it was all kind of the weirder shit that I'm into. So I might go check it out at some point. 40 minutes, it's not horrible.
Well, if you're close to Doc's, just let me know. We can go together.
Where are you at?
I'm 5 minutes east of downtown.
Fort Worth?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm in downtown.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm literally 5 minutes from you right now. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, I'll go scream out my window, see if you can
I can hear you. Yeah.
See if you can hear me.
All right, so I have a complaint to register with the vinyl community. I saw on Facebook a bunch of people were bitching about this today. So I just got this a couple weeks ago. I'm going to get a replacement, I'm sure. It'll be fine. But I got this a couple weeks ago. It's the new 45, version from Analog Productions, right? And I saw a lot of people complaining on the AP forum, the AP group today about warped records, right? And so I don't know what the fuck is going on with this series, man, but I don't know if you'll be able to see this or not, but this thing is, look at that.
Yeah. Wait, what series was this under?
This is the Analog Productions 75th Atlantic series.
Oh.
Can you throw it on your record player, man? Let us see the stylus jump up and down.
Yeah, okay.
I can't tell shit from that.
It looked pretty warped. What was the Candid reissues that came out a few years ago? Those were, I don't know where they pressed those, in a fucking coal mine or something, but
listen, don't even get me going, man. I am still shaking from this John Schofield.
See if you can see.
I can tell. So
it's so far away, but
I'm
here.
I'm not going to say this is true or anything, but This is what I heard.
Oh my God, this is it. End of the
end of the world.
I mean, it would probably annoy me a little bit too.
No, but it's.
Can you hear it? Can you hear the wobble on it? Like
you can hear it, but I don't give a fuck. It's a $60 record, right?
Oh
yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
it shouldn't.
Nah,
yeah, I'm not buying anything.
What up with that with a $30
anyway.
record?
Oh, here's a better version. Here's a better.
I've never got an old record that was seemingly warped.
Oh yeah, I can see that for sure. That's unacceptable.
Hey Chris, send it over.
I feel like
I mean, it's not a big deal usually, but like I've just had a rash of warped to fuck records for some reason.
Wait, Fred, what were you saying?
I'd return it. Oh, I was saying so. And I don't know if it's when they started switching to the heavier vinyl because it's supposed to fucking sound better.
I think that's what it is.
I don't get a 70s.
This is what my old guy expert that I know says is that they're pressing these 180 gram vinyl records, which require a longer cool down time because the vinyl is hot. So what happens is they go to press the next record before the vinyl, that record, they're just pressing too fast. Is what
exactly.
They're just pressing way too fast to make money, and they're not slowing down the process long enough for the vinyl to completely cool and be flat before it gets removed. And that's just the bottom line is it's because the vinyl's thick. Now, if they were doing thinner vinyl, the vinyl would cool and you'd have flat records, but everyone wants 180 gram vinyl.
Yeah, which is bullshit.
Give it an extra 30 fucking seconds to sit in the press.
Exactly. It's not like it's really much time at all.
I'm sure it adds up.
What's happening
only
is
time I did a warped old press.
I think the inner part takes the longest to cool.
Yeah.
And then it warps and it causes the whole thing to go out. So that's what my 70-year-old friend says about
it is from production. Yes, if it is from production, of course, if the polymer doesn't cool down enough, it's going to be warping.
And that's where you get kind of like that kind of warp is what he says.
And Fred is right. The old ones, if you get them warped, old jazz records, because it was left in the sun or something.
Right, it was because of damage post them making the record.
Not production. Yes, I never saw a plastilite warped.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have some pretty, those old Blue Notes are what 165 grams or 170 grams, so they're pretty damn beefy, and I don't have any of those that are not warped from the sun.
Right,
they're dead flat.
Yeah,
I want
they are warped. It's like a pepperoni warp because someone left them out.
I guess my question is, Brandon, like, why don't you want to name names with that guy? Like, is it he just doesn't want to come out about that, or
no? It's just it's unimportant about who he is.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, no, I didn't know.
He's a guy that's been in the vinyl industry for like whatever.
He's not worried about backlash for coming out, and because I know like that's a huge marketing thing, right? Like that's part of their business is that it's got to be 180 grams.
No, he's like the 180 grams thing is a marketing thing because it sounds fantastic. But and if you're doing a record that requires it, sure. I mean, deeper grooves.
You know what you don't see warped those Dynaflex records. They were like 100. They were like 100.
Yeah, no, those things are great. They're
Dynaflexes are always flat. But the thing, this is just a guy that's been selling records for like, I don't know, 50 years.
Okay, so he knows. Yeah, you got to trust that. Like,
he's just talking about something from
marketing executive, like
experience. He's gone through records being, he was buying records all through the 60s, and he's still selling records now. And he just, I don't even really like the guy, to be honest.
What was that, Fred?
But he's got knowledge.
He doesn't want to come out, is what you're saying, though. Like he wants to keep his anonymity.
I want an investigation.
He's not worth mentioning. It's not important who he is. Seriously, what are you, like an investigative reporter?
He is an investigator, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
No, not to change topics from this riveting. But yeah, no, Rev, I got this. So what I have had to stop doing, Chris, is when I go into the store, be like, well, I should buy something just because. But I sold my 40. Who did the 45 Olay? Was it ORG?
Oh, Rhino?
No, ORG.
Rhino
ORG.
ORG, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Rhino Records.
Well, no. So this is like I just realized it was transparent. Why'd they do this? It's I got like the $20 Rhino.
Yeah.
You know, fucking, and it's I just realized it was transparent. I hadn't opened it yet.
Oh, nice. Is that the Diamond 50th or 75th?
It's just a $20. But what I was gonna say about buying this is, well, one, if I'm gonna fetishize the physical media, which I do, I'm a fucking record collector.
Right.
Is there something about an older record that this doesn't have? Like this fucking
yeah, it's brand new.
It's that
well, it's also it's like it's inkjet printed.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all that crap.
So,
I'm with you,
if
Fred.
I could, I would obviously I'd have an original of this if I could. I can't. But my days of obsessing over like I found in this last year, especially as I've kind of sort of chilled out, like if I buy a record now, I really want it. And I'm this whole obsessing over the newest all analog whatever thing is just like, man, I'm just gonna grab the pressing that I see, like Felipe and his local or whatever. You know, Felipe haven't had the classics of that Cecil Taylor, but I'm just not as and I'm not, you know, I know everybody's hot on different shit. It's just not my primary concern. Owning the music on vinyl, yes, if I can get an earlier copy, great. But the whole
example,
fucking, you know what really blew that shit up? The whole obsessive about the audiophile stuff years ago. And I could go on about this forever. I won't. But the fucking MoFi Gate thing. This was like the best example of everyone's all this audiophile marketing bullshit getting blown up in everyone's face and everyone being flabbergasted about it. Like, I want the music. I want the music on record. Okay. The rest, I don't want it to be horrifically, you know, warped, whatever. But the rest, like,
you want a good example here, Fred? So you guys know the Steel records here, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. This is a King pressing. 70s. Sounds amazing.
Yeah.
It misses the OB, unfortunately. I was really lucky to get an OG, actually a promo copy.
Nice.
It sounds like so much better. So much better.
Wait, which one does?
The OG.
Then the King?
Yes, that's a King. It sounds really good, but it lacks a little bit of life here. This one has a little more the low mids. It has a lot more. Yes, the piano has a lot more power.
Yes, I was the opposite of Fred for like when I got into Blue Notes. Like,
I totally agree with Fred saying. Totally agree.
With like, I was sort of the opposite of Fred because when I got into Blue Notes, I guess really into them 12 years ago, I was all about trying to find an original pressing, and I had no interest whatsoever in like whoever's definitive new UHQR whatever. I was actually anti the new pressing.
Yeah.
But then I was kind of like, you know, at some point I was kind of like, you know, I'll just take any good sounding pressing.
Yeah. Just
any good sounding pressing. But I do kind of hate it when all the attention gets put on the pressing and then they do a shit cover. I mean,
bro, we don't have an hour.
Art Pepper, man, they botched that stereo Meet the Rhythm section. They really did.
I'm not bringing up
like the 70s
covers.
When I first started,
I gotta go. My dogs are calling me.
Brandon, you going? Oh man, I hope it wasn't because of the thing I said.
No. I had a busy day.
Okay.
I've neglected my pups.
Well, really, thank you for joining us, man. It's always good,
Brandon.
I'm gonna have some probably either next week or the week after. But I did. It was nice to show some stuff because I had a lot of stuff that I picked up a couple weeks ago. So
awesome, dude. We'll have a good weekend.
All right, cool.
Bye, Brandon.
Take care.
Yeah, the 70s, like Brandon was saying, like, I'm not obsessed with having an OG. I can't see what Aldo has.
What do you got, Aldo?
You can't see that? Is my camera that bad?
Yeah, you need some light, man. It's really struggling right now for light in your camera.
What is this?
This is a Fresh Viewpoint by Muriel Winston.
Nice.
It's got it was a blind buy, but it's got Stanley Cowell, Billy Higgins, and Clifford Jordan. So the lineup is really solid. It's called. I'm sorry you guys can't see it. It's a Fresh Viewpoint. It's on Strata East.
Oh, it's $100 record.
I paid $39.
Shit.
Yeah, so for anyone that doesn't know, Valley here.
Cheers.
Nice. Oh, their signature, man. Nice.
Yeah, look at that.
That's pretty awesome.
Very cool.
So yeah, side A is like some spiritual vocal jazz with a children's chorus. Really interesting. It doesn't sound anything like 1972 or 1973, which is when it was recorded. And then the second side is pretty much the one that I keep returning to over and over again.
Yeah.
It's I guess it's a mix of standards, and it might actually, it's all standards. It's all Tad Dameron tunes. And it's just so beautiful. This has actually made me come around on vocal jazz in a big way.
Nice.
Hey, Aldo, I'm really trying to get in what you're saying, but when you talk, it's like, when they do the criminal voice, like when he calls you over the phone and be like, "Hey, give me $10,000." Like there's something about your voice. I think it's like a filter or something. Do you have something on your filter or something?
Like
no.
Fargo when they call you for the ransom.
Wait,
is my Wi-Fi bad?
Doesn't it sound like that to you guys?
No.
That's okay. I can hear it.
Yeah, okay. All right. I apologize. Sorry.
I'll try and improve my setup if I get back on here.
Well, you should definitely.
No, you don't gotta leave, man.
Really, Alex, we start running people.
All right, here's another blind buy.
Oh shit!
Oh yeah, you can't go out with that out to lunch.
I listened to it tonight.
What do you mean it was a blind buy?
I knew it was going to be a good album, so I never streamed it. So when I saw it, I just bought it.
Okay.
It's a second press. It was like $60, so it was an investment. But
that's fucking awesome.
Wait, so what did you think of it?
Man, this is so fucking crazy. It's like it sounds like just industrial. It sounds like an industrial machinescape, or like someone's fever dream while they're tripping out on ketamine or something. It's hard to put it. It's hard to put it.
Is that an RVG, man? Does it got RVG in the dead wax?
It should.
Check it out.
What's a Libre?
Oh man, I don't have one RVG, but I bet you they sound awesome.
Yeah, it sounds great. I have a Music Matters press, but this one sounds better.
Yeah, all that mid-range, nice.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
You have a Music Matters press, but you hadn't listened to it?
I got the Music Matters press after I got it. That wasn't. I didn't get this too recently.
I
just spun it recently.
Right. He's just showing off some of his gems, man.
Oh, okay.
I'm pulling from my
the deep collection.
I was confused.
So this is like going back in time. The last about every 2 weeks, I kind of sort this bin away whenever it fills up. So I put a record in the bin after I spin it. This one, you guys know this?
No.
Bobby Hutcherson.
That looks ECM. That's got ECM vibes, right?
This is a Van Gelder.
Oh, Blue Note. Who knew?
Yeah, this is really good. It was probably my second Bobby Hutcherson album I listened to. It's got some strings, and it's got some, I guess you could say, like orchestral arrangements, but for some reason it seems like the band is like just having a lot of fun. I don't know who's on here. And the text is really small. So we got Hank Jones, Ron Carter, Jack DeJohnette, Hubert Laws, and there's some other people, but those are the names I recognize. I'd recommend this if you haven't checked it out. It's pretty cheap.
Is that like 70s?
Yeah, I think it's 1970.
Okay.
Yeah, there's some cool, some funky stuff, and then some kind of ethereal sounding stuff. And then here's one more.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Look at that one.
Wayne Shorter. He's a big name.
Wayne Shorter, John McLaughlin, Ron Carter, Dave Holland. I can't get enough Dave Holland these days. All of his ECM stuff too. I'm after those.
Yeah.
And then Chick Corea plays drums on this, which is pretty cool.
Oh, I did
drums. I didn't know he played drums.
Yeah, he's on sticks.
I did. Wow. I love the musicians on that record, but I just wasn't really my my thing.
I have to
a little too commercial for you, Fred. What was wrong with it?
No, it wasn't too commercial. Because I like Wayne Shorter's hard bop stuff. It was like, God, I need to re-listen to it again. What's the title of it? I remember I'll remember the cover more than I'll remember the title.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
It had like it wasn't too commercial. I'll re-listen to it. I'll come back maybe next week with my take.
It's not commercial at all. It's probably if you were to call it one thing, you'd probably call it free jazz.
Yeah, right. So
free jazz. Here we go.
Because my ambition was to collect all of the outside Blue Note stuff, I bought that, and I remember having like a strong dislike of it. And I love all the musicians on it.
Fred, I got a question for you, Fred. What do you think of his solo in Asia, in the track Asia? Like, were you drawn to that song at all?
Wait, hold on, Wayne Shorter?
Yeah, he plays on Asia.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
he does the solo. Yeah, it's a big thing. Everybody's talking about it. The UHQR version sounds incredible, apparently.
Well, who gives a fuck?
I did not know that.
Does anybody gonna buy that record on you? I mean, like Alex, do you buy UHQRs?
Listen, I bought the Miles Davis 33 Kind of Blue when they first came out, and then after that, I just said, I just don't see myself buying more of those.
Oh my God! Hold on. You know what I was thinking of, Dickie? When you said that, I was thinking of fucking
the band
Asia, like the
ASIA with the Yes album covers.
Yeah. Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, that makes much more sense. But one, by the way, I did not know that Shorter was on.
Yeah, he's on the Steely Dan record.
I've listened to that record a ton, and I'll tell you, like, Steely Dan is a real fucking. This is like there could be a whole. Well, there should be a. Steely Dan has this very interesting space, I think, in bridging. They have this. So okay, let me throw this out there.
Mm-hmm.
So do you remember years ago when the hot thing was like this discussion of cultural appropriation, right? And like cultural appropriation was this like wretched thing that everyone was kind of this buzzword a few years ago. I don't know that it is much.
Yeah, people were pissed.
So when you take a look at, like, I was thinking about Steely Dan like really seriously for a while, because when you take a look at someone like, let's say what's the difference, for instance, I don't know if there are any rap fans in here, but
of course,
the difference between
behind me, what the fuck?
Oh yeah. Well, okay, contemporary rap. The difference between a Post Malone, who was basically universally disregarded by like serious hip hop fans for a while, and someone like Mac Miller, who's another white dude operating in the genre. There's like a huge cultural difference in the way that people perceive Mac Miller versus a Post Malone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why is that? Well, Steely Dan has this like really interesting, like wide acceptance, I think, by people that are like seriously into jazz, by Black communities into jazz. So like it's this weird, and they do this very specific thing and this implementation of jazz elements, but not just that, like also if you listen to the lyrics, like there's these kind of cultural like storytelling thing going on there. So I was curious for years, like, what is it that's separating Steely Dan into this, like, what is the difference between this like tasteful, that's probably not the right word to use, but accepted form of like cultural borrowing versus not, and what differentiates that in some way. And I have a friend who grew up in Windsor / Detroit. His dad was a jazz pianist. That's how that's how he made his money. And he's obsessed with Steely Dan. And so for years, I was like trying to figure out, one, I was thinking about culturally what Steely Dan, like what's going on here. And then two, I was like, he loves Steely Dan so much, I should like Steely Dan. Like, you know, when someone's real passionate about something, you're like, what am I missing? Like, sometimes Derek Higgins will talk about Genesis. He's like, he fucking loves Genesis. And he loves it so much that I'm like, I should give Genesis a shot. So it's probably every 5 years I give Genesis another shot, and I fucking hate it. I just don't like Genesis.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Steely Dan is one of those bands for me where I'm like, people I know that I deeply respect love Steely Dan. I can't figure it out. I just don't. It's not.
Yeah, I'm the same way, Fred. I got an AB 1090 whatever, and I'm like, man, I should be just like, you know, just jizzing right now, and I'm not. Like, it just doesn't do it for me. I don't know. It's just
you have to listen to Steely Dan and then lubricate your hand.
No, it's just I don't get it. I really couldn't care less about Steely Dan, to be honest. Like, I don't.
Felipe wants to talk, but what are you going to say, Felipe?
I think Fred has a point. To me, also, I think that it's brilliant music. It's really well done, but I think it's too aseptic in a sense. It doesn't move me. It just it's music to be analyzed, not enjoyed in a sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a little too intellectual in some ways. Like, it's like Joe Bonamassa compared to, you know, Jimi Hendrix. You know,
I'd have to think about that, Felipe. I
think it lacks soul in a sense.
Yeah, but okay, but man, I've read so many pieces by scholars that are like deeply entrenched in Black music that love Steely Dan. So like,
there's a crossover.
I agree. Right. So I'm trying to figure out why is, like, because I hear it the same way Felipe hears it, where I'm like, yeah, it feels like I can't. It definitely doesn't touch my heart. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, so for me, I love Steely Dan. I've loved them forever. But there was a certain person, which I won't name, that did a review of the new AGU HQR and get called out on Facebook because let's say their politics and things like that don't really align with anything that Steely Dan was about. I mean, one of the comments I saw that I thought was really cool was, you know, Steely Dan, Asia, and these other records were like drug-fueled, funky polyamory. I mean, that's what they were singing about, right? Like, they were a couple of fucking hipsters in the 70s.
Into like polyamorous relationships, right?
Yeah, and drugs.
Yeah, it's swinger culture. Right? Like, you're absolutely right.
100%, man. And they were into jazz. They were into trying to make the best shit they could. And I saw Donald Fagen live last year. He's 70 something probably now, right? That was one of the best fucking sounding shows and one of the most exciting shows I've been to in a couple of years. Now, it wasn't, the crowd was shit because there was a bunch of boomers, right? Which so I wanted to like stand up and dance and shit, and they were like, sit down, you know, because they all had canes and shit. But like,
was it at a casino?
No, it was at Dickies, like 2 minutes from where Fred's.
What is Dickies? What is that?
Dickies Arena.
Wait,
hold on.
No, what's Dickies Arena? What is that?
Yeah, it's right down the street.
Yeah. Right down the street, yeah.
What is it?
But it's just a
like a theater.
Yeah, like a venue where you can.
Okay, Dickie Durant's. All right, cool.
It was like 10,000
arena. People. Yeah. So wait, Mazzy, hold on. What? I want to hear Mazzy's take on this because he said you're full of shit. I think he said earlier. What did he say?
Mazzy, you got to come up here and defend yourself, man. Come on.
And then someone said, "Are you guys all virgins?" To which I'd say, "Absolutely, yes, I am."
Asia is a Reuben masterpiece for sure. I agree. I'm trying to find his comment.
You know what? I'll do my 5 years.
Hey, this wins is a troublemaker, man. Don't even engage with him, Fred.
Don't listen to Asia, dude.
He listen to a lot of nasty things about me, and I just ignore it.
Like Katie lied. I love that record.
Okay, but I'm gonna do it. You know what? I'm gonna go add them right now to my digital.
Hey, Fred.
I think MF Doom compares to Steely Dan, in my opinion. So
I like MF Doom. Hey, Fred, listen. I'm about at the end of John Coltrane's ballads as I'm listening to the music in the background.
We've summoned Maslov.
Can you give me another recommendation? I need something cool, something smooth.
Something smooth by Coltrane?
Yeah, I like cool jazz.
Oh, fuck. Well, ballads. Just keep listening to ballads.
No, I want a little variety. I can't listen to ballads all night.
I just happened to put this on today. Now,
ballads is one of the greatest records ever. But
his record with Duke Ellington, his record with Johnny Hartman, those are great.
No, all I wanted to say, all I was saying before is, if you don't like Steely Dan, you don't like Steely Dan. You can pick any band that you don't like. Steely Dan's a well-recorded record, but it's a good fucking record. There's a lot of soul and a lot of jazz in that record, and the only reason it's become this kind of audiophile, like, classic thing that they play at every white guy plays at a hi-fi show. That's the blame of the record. The record is fucking great.
Well, I'm not.
It's just been overplayed, like Fleetwood Mac Rumors has been overplayed.
Well, that's a great fucking record, Mazzy.
It is a good record. They're different, and they're very different records.
But I'm not. I don't give.
I don't care if people don't like it. I'm not going to defend it like that. If you don't like it, that's fine. But
yeah, I'll revisit. Someone said they're like peeling back the onion. Like, I have all this. I have all these people saying, like, you just don't get Steely Dan, and I'm like, maybe I don't. Maybe I.
It's possible.
I mean, the lyrics.
Someone said you guys will like Steely Dan when you're
the
older.
Lyrics are sometimes dark and hysterical. I mean, there's a lot going on in those lyrics that most people just don't listen to. Actually,
there's just a little too much top end. People want, like, you want to get down in the dirty. You want to get down in the groove.
I totally get that. I like a funky, I like some weird, dirty punk record that's like shitty too stuff. It just depends on the
mood. I like smooth jazz, but that is like,
but it's not
something weird about it.
Yeah,
I know what Fred's saying. I
don't like smooth jazz.
There's something off.
Here, listen to this.
In Steelyville, that's all.
Listen to this.
All right, I'll listen to it. And Gaucho. I see Gaucho.
It's funny. Gaucho is not
one that is the best. To me,
I've never warmed up to Gaucho as much. I don't know.
Well, that's a warm record. That's all bottom end there. That's a digital record. I don't know why are you showing that?
Because I don't give a fuck, dude. Because I'm not a fucking idiot.
Yeah, great. Saying Steely Dan and Dire Straits are peak boomer boring shit is really a cop out,
Yeah, Dire Straits, you can't mess with that.
There's boring shit in every generation's music.
Hold on, wait, don't piss the old man off. Like,
old man,
Steely Dan and Dire
Straits. Woke up the lion. The lion sleeps.
Now let me say this about one: I don't like Dire Straits, and two, I've never had any of my well-respected
Dire Straits. That's what I'm putting on.
You just don't understand Dire Straits.
Dire Straits was
Wait, what?
I was just going to say, Alex, you should play Lush Life by Coltrane.
That's it. Yeah, all those got the recommendations. I really like that other one you gave me too.
Well,
Lush Life.
So Felipe mentioned the Ellington record. Sure, now y'all know I'm John Coltrane is my favorite artist of all time. Any medium, music, whatever. He is my favorite artist of all time.
Wow.
The Ellington record is one of the ones that actually drew me to Coltrane because I heard the record sampled on a hip hop track. And so I started diving into hip hop samples, which is how I got into jazz. I don't understand. You know what, Rev? You're right. You're right. Okay. And then secondly, the Johnny Hartman record, interestingly enough, Felipe, I forget, I'll have to pull the interview. I've been, I read a lot and I forgot who said it, but they said, and I don't like the Johnny Hartman record either because I don't typically like male vocals. I love Billie Holiday. I love Ella Fitzgerald. Don't really like male vocalists. I don't like the Johnny Hartman record much. I own it, but someone said it was two musicians talking, and I wish I could tell you the names. This story sucks without the names. And one of them said, listen to how Johnny Hartman sings, and then you'll understand more about John Coltrane's playing. And that's how one of the other musicians entered into John Coltrane's playing, was through Johnny Hartman singing, which doesn't make any fucking sense to me, but it's a new thing for me to think about maybe the next time I listen to Johnny Hartman. And
until Johnny Hartman, he never really started singing soprano and squeaky, though. He never squeaky high notes.
No, he didn't do that. I just don't.
I'm kidding. I'm in a way.
This Johnny Hartman's record is better anyway.
Yeah,
a lot
agree.
of people can't stand him though. I like Johnny Hartman, but it's an acquired taste too.
Or Nat King Cole's best stuff was before he started singing. I think the trio years.
Oh God, I think the trio years when he sang. I mean, that guy to me, he's like the best of. He's like the golden voice and piano player.
Hey, JB, Chris, are you running the stream tonight? Are you sending out links?
What links?
I think Rev needs one. He needs to get up here. I think
Rev has never appeared.
He's got his glasses on. He's got a camera going. He's ready to come up. He said.
I mean, we've donated, tens of dollars to the church, and he still hasn't made an appearance. So.
Yeah. He's prepping for tomorrow's service.
That's true.
Yeah, I've said my Steely Dan piece. That's enough, and And it just you don't like any music, that's totally fine. But just
I can appreciate I love if there's a sound that's round and rich and fat and like that late 70s, like they mastered it, But I would rather listen to Waiting or the record you sent me, the Little Feat. What was that? The Waiting Time Loves a Hero.
Oh,
which
is an unusual
very
record.
similar.
There's a bit of fusion in that, which is
but I'm more drawn to that sound than I am Steely Dan.
It's interesting though. My favorite is Can't Buy a Thrill, because to me, Can't Buy a Thrill is when they were really a band rather than two guys with a bunch of session musicians.
Yeah, right.
Now,
okay.
That Can't Buy a Thrill is to me their best album. That's subjective too. But that's
Rev,
where they were a band, really.
I agree.
It wasn't just Donald Fagen singing every track.
Yeah.
To me, for Steely Dan too, though, is Donald Fagen's sarcasm really.
Yeah,
it's hysterical, and people don't seem to hear it or listen to it. I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe because the music is sometimes that they don't listen to those records are hysterical. I mean, those lyrics are hysterical.
No.
Oh man, we're
I was going to say this was the book, but this can't be the book because this is interviews with John Coltrane, and John Coltrane wasn't involved in whatever interview this was. So I pulled it because I thought that was the book, but that's not the book.
What should happen, Fred, is me and you should go to the Modern Art Museum and sit on the lawn.
What's really great about Fred? I just love that Fred's in somebody's sex pad, living in someone's sex pad.
Wait, what, Chris? We'll go sit on the lawn and what?
All right.
So we could go to the.
Hey, Rev, how's it going?
Hang on. We could go to the Modern Art Museum and you could read the interview to me. That'd be fun.
We could set out a blanket and I'll read it. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was a Modern Art Museum either.
Oh, we should go. It's fun, dude. We have a great Modern Art Museum.
Wait, what did Mazzy say? Oh, the sex pad thing. Yeah,
I just love that you're living in some old dude's sex pad.
But hey, can I show a record real quick?
Hang on,
so
is that
a version of Kinda Blue.
You already showed that. Are you living in Texas Dave's sex pad, Fred?
It's not Texas Dave's sex pad, but it was. Well, it's a long.
He kept his girlfriend there. Some guy kept his girlfriend in that.
Is that where J.R. Ewing kept his girlfriend?
It was a sugar daddy's. It was one of my friends that got a sugar daddy.
Okay.
He got the apartment for her, but now they're moving off. Like the sugar daddy relationship turned into like a real thing. So he just paid up the apartment.
Did he leave his wife finally, his family?
Well, it's complicated, but
I'm just guessing. I don't know.
You're not far off, Mazzy.
Well, of course. I'm an old guy. I get it. Not that I've done that, but
I met the sugar daddy. Aside from his attraction to very young.
Is that Baggy?
Yeah, it's Baggy.
That's Rev.
It's not the Rev. It's Baggy.
They just paid it up and they said you just live in it. That's the one. That's the short story.
What's the
age of the movie theater, Fred?
I thought that was
you were in a movie theater for a little bit.
I was in a movie theater. I still have technically a mattress.
I need a drink
at another house, but this one, there's no reason for me not. It's my own. I've got everything I need here. So,
what is the age difference in this relationship? You think? What are the
50 and so I should say she's not my. She's a sibling of a friend. So I simplified the story for y'all. So she's not she's the sibling of a friend. She is 20. 42.
Okay.
And he's 50.
That's about right.
That sounds like a sugar daddy situation. Yeah.
Oh,
What do you got there, Rev?
25-year range.
Yeah, no, he's like
it can't be more than 25 years. That's okay.
It is more than 25 years, Mazzy.
he's like kind of like a fuck you level rich. Like
Right, what the fuck is
Yeah,
that?
he's got that
What do you
FD
have
money.
in there?
Sounds
Is it a
like.
CD?
What is
coaster.
that?
Isn't
That's
that
a CD. Oh, cool. It's a little mini disc.
It's a CD single, but instead of having to put that weird adapter on it, they just made extra plastic around it.
is that
Why don't you just make it a regular CD?
Is that TR or CR?
This is Republica, that ready to go.
Wow.
I got this like in 1995, I think.
That's
Why are
not
you
bad.
showing that?
But I lost the. Huh?
Why are you showing that?
Don't worry about it, Mr. Ceiling Fan.
Mr. Ceiling
All
Fan.
right.
Look at
Fred,
this.
I got a
Stunty
question.
recommend these guys.
Okay,
Oh,
okay,
that's
okay,
fun. Yeah, I've heard of them.
Great, yeah.
Wait, who had a question?
Stunty recommended this so hard that I went
What,
back
Daft
in
Punk?
1995. I
Yeah.
heard his voice somehow, and I bought this single.
That's
I
cool.
love it. The
What song is it?
This is worth $4. It's worth $4.
Yeah, this is a jazz
I got
stream.
it. I got
I
this.
got it
This
on
is
vinyl,
still
bro.
sealed. This is fucking sealed. This is still sealed, dude.
It's for like
Never
50
been
cents.
open. Huh?
What is that? What record is that?
Oh, that's that.
Jazz
There's a
impression.
lot
What?
of glare.
That's one of Dave Brubeck's.
This is.
7,000
You want
records.
to talk about cultural appropriation? This shit. There's
What
some
is
really
that?
funny shit on this album. Have you ever heard this?
No.
Jazz
it got all
impressions of Japan.
I've
It's
heard
got a
it.
lot of
songs or something on
do in it.
I think it's like a couple after take.
Some of
5.
it's really, most of it's really good, but there's some fucking really cringy shit on some of the tracks. This is why you have to buy some CDs, because
I have that actually.
all this
Ira
compilation
Carpenter.
stuff like this,
That's
you don't get.
it's different people covering carpet. It's actually a good
So
CD.
goddamn.
that's
This
actually
is one of the
pretty cool.
greatest albums of the 90s.
It is well.
period.
I don't know, it's a good comp.
I don't know about
Actually.
that.
Is that
No,
a
it's one of the
jazz
greatest
record?
albums
What
of
the
the
hell are
90s.
you showing?
Like, why don't you read off the artists on there?
They know. They all know this.
They don't know that.
If I were
You
a
don't have
carpet, is
this,
that a
Ray?
kid's
They
record?
fucking
What is
don't
that?
know, Baggy. Just read the fucking
Alex,
thing off.
don't act like you don't have this.
I've never heard that record.
It's got
Don't
American
read it,
Music
I know
Club doing Goodbye to Love, Shonen Knife, Top of the World, which is funny because she can't say the L in world, so she goes Tapa da World. There's Sonic Youth Superstar. You've all heard that.
Yeah.
Everyone's heard
that's
that
the
version.
one. That's the one.
Baggy, did you think this was Rachel's?
I like
Yeah,
Matthew
man,
Sweet,
you're like
the
12
Matthew-
hours too early for
the
the stream.
Matthew Sweet and the Grant Lee Buffalo tracks on this are the best.
All right, I gotta take over for a second and show you one of the real best records of the 90s.
There we go. Tank Girl.
Here, I got stuff for Mazzy.
Hey, you need to respond, everyone. What do y'all think?
I
You know
like
the
I
soundtrack?
like that.
I like
that.
the comic. I don't care about the movie or
The movie was a bomb. It was
I
a
can't
good-
stand
Oh,
Bjork.
Portishead's on there.
Can't stand what?
Bjork.
You're an idiot.
It's not the Carpenters. It's Carpenters.
That's just the way I am.
It's okay. It's got Portishead on it and Devo.
That's a
and
good.
Bjork.
That's a good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a nice comp there.
Yeah, it's great.
I used to have
Sure.
this giant Portishead wall poster that from a record store that covered like the entire wall. Did you ever? Did people always come and beg you for stuff like that, Mazzy, when you worked at record stores, like a warehouse?
Did they come
the
in big?
promo
The
stuff?
wall, like the wall.
You know, for, like
Stand-ups and shit?
the promo posters and stuff like
Oh,
that.
they all the time. Yeah.
Do you have
Can you
any of
save that
stuff
for me? We have to keep it up till August. Can you save it for me? And they never show up again. You know.
Here, Mazzy.
Am
This
I-
is from
am I-
your,
am I- okay,
this is
here's-
from your
hang on.
generation.
Hang on. Here, speaking of that, in my first apartment, I had y'all remember that movie? What the fuck was that movie with Sylvester Stallone? Judge Dredd, right? Remember Judge Dredd?
Yeah.
Oh my
I had a bus-sized poster of Judge Dredd in my apartment because it fell off of a bus. And so I drug it in the house and hung it on my wall. I put
Nice.
that in there.
Hey, can we do a wellness check with Felipe just to check in
That's
on him?
right, man. What's up? Hang on.
Oh, he's back. Okay, cool.
Oh, fuck.
See, look, he's great. He's pulling teeth.
All right, everything's good.
Hey, Fred. I got
Fred, this is
Oh, sorry.
If you don't like Steely Dan, then you need to get some Kingston Trio, bro.
That's the worst shit.
I have all these.
Right.
My buddy Vernon worked for a distributor who gave those are collector's choice, and
I'm just admiring Alex.
I got all. That's a
DJ Shadow. DJ Shadow released all of a sudden.
I have that comp. I have that. That's like a comp, I think.
Yeah, it was after.
And it's got the DJ Kubert.
I have that.
Camel dog.
It's a double. Isn't it a double? Yeah.
Did you just get back from the thrift store?
Well, I can start showing Rush records. Where's Morgan at?
Hey guys, I just wanted to show quickly the new Kind of Blue.
The new Kind of Blue, yeah, that's fair.
That's really funny.
Oh! I got something that no one
Kind
has.
of purple.
That no one has. I doubt that's true.
Maybe there's a reason for that.
What is that? Oh, Morrissey, I've got that.
Is that a comp?
No, you don't have. Look.
What? What, a broken jewel case Morrissey? What are we looking at?
You got to take it out of the plastic.
What, Jaggy? What are we looking at?
Tell us what we're looking at.
Here, you see it better there. There we go.
We're done.
Okay.
This was cut from mixtape.
DJ Shadow.
You guys want to see a record store day jazz preview?
Yeah, let's see it, Maz.
I haven't listened to any of these yet.
Wait, are these promos? Did you get these for free?
This is a first look. I'm on the gravy train. I haven't.
Oh man, you're getting free records. That's so sweet.
He always gets free records.
I know. Okay.
Yeah. You're gonna like that one, man. It's good.
How do you pronounce that last name?
Jader.
Okay.
Yeah.
Silent T.
Volume
the Majima is best in the 1 and 2, Mazzy.
Okay. I don't know about that one. That looks like a real sleek cover.
Volume 1 and 2 are great.
Actually, Dickie,
it's the next night. It's the next night.
Have you said you wanted like smooth stuff?
Yeah.
Check out some Ahmad Jamal.
Listen to that one if you want smooth stuff. That's just fucking awesome.
Is it?
Yeah.
It does not.
John Lee Hooker. Okay.
That's surprising.
I don't know. 140 grand. That's pretty low.
It's different. Yeah.
Well, Mike said pass on the.
That's not Records for Day. That looks awesome.
Hey, Mazzy, did one company send all these to you, or these are like multiple?
It's 3, but they're kind of, some of them are Zev Feldman stuff. Some of them they're Elemental. There's Resonance, and there's
was there like a letter that came with it? Like, hey, Norman, we're a big fan. Can you take a listen?
So I haven't listened to any of them yet. 3 different shipments. Elemental. And then,
but they just sent you records. Like they didn't send you a letter or something to go along with it?
They reached out to me, and there's a whole press kit thing.
Oh, sweet. Well, let's see that, man. That's interesting to me. Like I want to see that.
How many Bill Evans tapes are they gonna fucking?
Now I haven't heard the whole thing, but I have heard the single album is amazing. The original.
This is really good.
Yeah, I haven't obviously heard this yet, but.
Yeah, Bill Evans always has a really strong presence.
I want to get back to jazz. I want to get you guys back on track because this fucking offshoot.
Here's jazz. Here's jazz. Here.
Mike, if you're listening, Ahmad Jamal, I love The Awakening a lot. In fact, I really love The Awakening but Ahmad Jamal's another one where I know a lot.
God damn it! God damn it, Matthew, no.
Someone said, Fred, I have a question earlier, and I don't know.
I think you should do a video of you reading that little
what's
book.
All those questions?
You know what's great is there's like a little golden book of Bruce.
Oh, the pokey little puppy.
The Bruce. Wow, he's got a book.
Dolly Part Beyonce.
What the fuck?
Queen Elizabeth.
Okay, this is definitely
pokey little puppy.
2010.
You're right. Who suggested? I should read this. I should do a video reading this.
What happened?
Hey, listen, man. I'll put it on for my kid at bedtime.
I'm going to do it. Okay, I'm going to do it.
Little bedtime reading with
Not
Norman.
today. Alex, did you do that?
What?
Sit like with a pipe in a chair and do the whole.
Yeah, let's do it. We'll set up a live stream. We'll get a fire going. I got a fire here. I got downstairs.
I got a nice. Put you on fire if you don't shut up. Now listen, Felipe, which is the best sounding record of the RSD stuff?
I like the Ahmad Jamal and the West Montgomery. The best ones.
Wait, how do you know? You got some free records?
No, we haven't got the records, but we've been listening to the files of the records for a while.
Wait. Okay,
just
hold on.
That one guy in Baltimore. That one guy.
A record company reached out to you. They sent you FLAC files or waves? Waves.
They
really?
offered. Okay, they
did they pay you to listen to it, or
they offered me to? They offered to send me links.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if it's the same thing, and I say I don't listen to links.
Right.
I just did that. Send me records. Send me records.
We are poor, Messi. They didn't offer. We didn't have this choice. It's either files or nothing.
I get it.
The Amajamal sounds really good.
You guys aren't at the level Mazzy's at. You're not getting records. You're just getting files.
We're still learning about jazz. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But the Amajamal sounds really good, and then my favorite is the Les McCann. Did you get that one, Mazzy? Les McCann. Les McCann. It's a 3 LP, I believe. From.
No, I did not.
No.
So it's him at the Penthouse in Seattle, and then also I think the Vanguard, was it, Felipe? It's two different. It's like New York and Seattle.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Chris, JB Felipe, did you guys get a free copy of Fremer's new Protege album?
No,
we bought it.
Are you going to get one?
Y'all bought it?
Yeah. I didn't buy it.
Why not? Guys, what are you doing? He used you. You guys gave him your platform. He promoted his album. You didn't get anything in return.
Yeah, we don't care about that. If he came on and we got like 5,000 views out of that video.
They got promotion from him.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Make my living out of YouTube.
Wait, so hold on. Can Aldo ask his question to me real quick?
Yes, Aldo can ask his question. Absolutely.
Oh, hey, yeah. When you said you were collecting the kind of the fringe Blue Note stuff, this is the album that came to mind. I was just wondering if you came across this in your.
Oh, that's great. The John.
Yeah, yeah. You can't see the
John.
Wait,
his last name?
I should say not. I should say not like lesser known Blue Notes, but like Blue Notes that are in the when they finally started to get people that were diving into the avant-garde stuff.
That's fair. This has a touch of that.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, Harold Alexander on sax. He's just blowing his ass off the whole
time.
What's
it called? What's the album called?
Understanding John Patton.
I've never heard it.
I'd recommend it. It's just the saxophone is what really keeps bringing me back.
Was that an RSD release?
Yeah, like in 1960.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I've never heard of it.
No, yeah, that's
Harold Alexander, Hugh Walker.
Yeah, man, I think you'll dig it, especially the sax. Really just like
I'll check it out.
Yeah.
Mark Glassman says it's a soul jazz record.
Soul jazz.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't know that.
But funnily enough, I'm kind of a sucker for. So soul jazz is a weird thing. I don't love all of it. I really don't. But like a good organ trio, like for instance, some of the Jimmy Smith stuff.
Root Down. You like Root Down, right?
But Jimmy Smith's, like even some of the white border Blue Note stuff that they released later, like some of his live stuff, Jimmy Smith stuff, it's fucking great. Like if you can get him in front of an audience and get them jacked up on it. But so like or even some of Shirley Scott's stuff I really like. But I don't love all of it. Like it's kind of hit or miss. Or Babyface Willette is like those records are fucking great, and his stuff on
brother Jack McDuff, he kicks ass.
Argo,
Jack McDuff's awesome.
Yeah,
the Argo stuff's good too. Yeah,
I'm with you. Some soul jazz is better than others, but I think my favorite jazz album of all time is Reuben Wilson's Blue Mode, and I guess you could call that soul jazz. So I guess I'm a soul jazz lover.
Well, who was it? There was a few years ago. There was somebody in the VC that was like fucking. I can't remember who it was. They really were into soul jazz.
Was it a Viet Cong person or
no? It was a white dude. I can't remember who it was. It doesn't matter. But
was it the record?
That's cultural appropriation, there, Fred. A lot of white guys are into soul jazz. I don't think it's right.
So check this out, guys. If you want a really good organ record, check out this dude, Melvin Ryan.
Ooh, you know what?
Boss organ.
First of all, I'll check that out. But secondly, you know what I noticed they reissued the other day, which everyone should have, is Johnny Hammond's Gears.
Oh yeah,
I saw they finally reissued it because that was like a $50, $60 record.
Yeah.
Now
They reissued that like a year ago, man.
Well, I know, but I've been out of the loop.
Really good. That's amazing. It's the Jazz Dispensary. Everything they reissue.
Yeah. What's that
really
called?
good.
Boss Oregon?
Yeah.
Where does he keep his ashtray on his keyboard?
He ashes on the floor, man, because he don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't like it when they're smoking cigarettes in the cover of on the albums too much. I don't know why, but it makes me feel icky.
Clubs all the time.
It makes me feel icky.
Look.
It smells.
It's got Joshua Redmond on it, Melvin Ryan, Peter Bernstein, and then Kenny
If
Washington.
they didn't die cancer, they OD'd. Sorry.
Hey, Dr. Putterman, were you ever a tobacco smoker?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's a hard one, man. That's the hardest one to get off the back. You know, 20
Which
years I've been off
of heroin or cigarettes.
No, I'm talking cigarettes, man. Cigarettes
No,
are
I came off
definitely
of
the
heroin
hardest.
first, and then I was dipping and smoking over a pack a day.
Nice.
And then, oddly enough, this was really weird. I just quit nicotine one day. Just fucking quit. And then probably quit for like 7 years. And then I met my ex, and she vaped, and I started vaping. So really, it wasn't even that I have the excuse of like, oh, I started vaping to quit cigarettes. No, I just quit nicotine. But so I quit nicotine after, but for some reason, I don't know why my body was like, it just started. I didn't have the experience of a lot of people where I was quitting and it was hell. I started getting real anxious when I was smoking. It was like my body was like, no more nicotine. And then now I fucking probably have more nicotine than I've ever had in my life because of this shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was that you had there, Chris? That was a lozenge?
I did smoke a cigarette with a homeless man the other day.
Okay.
Outside of the hospital, he offered me a cigarette, and
which hospital?
It was when my mom got in the car wreck. So I was in Lubbock, and this guy, hey man, you want to smoke? And I was just stressed out enough to be like,
yeah, you're taking that.
I'll take a cigarette. We sat and chatted for.
I quit smoking 7 years ago, and I've been on these stupid nicotine lozenges ever since.
Oh, nicotine's great. It's a wonderful drug. I mean, really? It's so good.
What you got there?
Hey, Tucker Carlson swears by it, so.
Yeah, exactly. It keeps you sharp.
Really selling it, yeah.
What do you? Oh, nice. I had that back in what?
And you get this little.
I don't remember if I had that
little baby one is in here. And then you have this. You stick this in.
No, I didn't have that.
Is that a diaphragm?
The CD inside there.
And you put that in your CD player?
It's an adapter.
CDs that they
wow, I've never seen that.
Hey, do you have Hanson Mbop mini single there, Baggy? That's a fucking jam, dude.
I love how Baggy just doesn't give a fuck and just never responds to jokey questions at all.
I'm fucking trying to be serious up here, Fred. I'm trying to show some serious shit, and you're
serious
just here to fucking be a clown the whole fucking time, dude.
Well, yeah, is Baggy here to fucking amuse you, man? Is he a clown?
I'm sorry. You know what, Baggy?
This isn't clown time.
Listen, Baggy. Skippy. I want to extend.
Look at this.
A sincere apology.
This is my signed Frank Black.
Oh, cool.
That's cool.
And the funny thing is I used to trade CDs a lot in for credit at the warehouse, and so I accidentally sold it to them. And then I had to run back, and then I had to pay $6.99 for the CD I just sold.
I used to buy weed from a guy named Black Frank.
Were you there, Mazzy, when I sold this signed Frank Black CD?
You know what my name was? Warehouse?
Were you at the warehouse when I
in whatever state you're in? No.
How about this one?
You're in California, actually. Is that Edie Sedgwick?
That's the code, bro.
But is that the picture of it? Looks like Edie Sedgwick. Is that a picture of Sedgwick?
You don't know that song?
Yeah, that's when you knew you got.
I know who the cult is. I know it, but that's Edie Sedgwick.
Yeah, this song was a big hit.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, one last one.
All right.
Neil ticket.
Yeah, I got no idea what this is.
It was a local ska band.
Like, why don't people like
they
popular stuff? I don't get it. Why we got to show all this obscure? It's just nonstop obscurity on this channel.
Oh, I got
so baggy.
I have my wife's CDs. We can look at my wife's CDs.
No, I don't care about CDs.
What were you saying? John Mayer.
I love John Mayer.
Oh God, John Mayer's.
Oh, this was.
Hang on. This is more important than that.
Of course.
What are your opinions of John Mayer, Mazzy?
You know, he's not as bad as Dave Matthews, but he's in that kind of group where I apparently when I heard him play with the Dead, he was good, but he's technically a great guitar player, but he just kind of bores me. That's just
Listen. Okay, have you ever met a Dave Matthews Band fan?
That's so offensive, Maslov. I can't even.
But it was like 25 years ago.
They're like rabid fans. It's
I
like,
know.
he's
I
got
know.
like a- it's like a
I don't get
cult.
that, but you know, so be it, right? I don't get all these big Phil Collins fans.
Yeah.
If you had that lyric, hike up your skirt a little more and show your world to me, these days you would be murdered and canceled immediately on Twitter. Yes, you would. They would have a field day with that shit.
You're telling me you can't write sexual songs anymore, Baggy? Is that what you're saying?
Not ones that are considered gross and creepy like that. They would have a field day with
Well,
that shit.
that's just the tone in his
I'm
voice.
sure there are people on Twitter right now complaining about it. Right,
Guys, Chris is trying to put a little something together for us.
So John Mayer, I mean, have a counterpoint.
Okay.
I've seen him 4 times. The last time I went to see him, this is a fun story. I probably told it before, but I don't care. They had these drinks at the arena. They were like double tequila drinks. I don't know. I think I had 5 or 6 of them, right? And so it's about 2/3 to the show, and he's singing some shit. I don't know what song it is, but I am so enraptured that I'm just like this, right? Just insanely happy. They put my face on the fucking big screen behind him, about 70 feet wide, right?
Nice.
And I'm just fucking out of my mind, and I didn't even notice. My wife's like, "Hey, babe, you've been on the big screen for like a minute solid, like through the show." So I go to work the next day, hungover as fuck, and this sales douche guy walks up to me. He's like, "Hey, bro, looked like you were having a great fucking time at the John Mayer show last night."
Well, that's worth it. That's a great story. I mean, yeah.
I love John Mayer.
Mazzy.
You know, any live music can be great if you're in the right mood or right, you know.
That's Mazzy.
Oh,
there's Michael 45.
Hey, Baggy, I'd love to see a couple of DVDs if you got any.
That's a good film. That's a good movie.
I showed this one this morning. Did you see it this morning?
Tampopo. Yeah, that's good.
But Mazzy's right.
This is why Baggy's usually not allowed until hour 4.
Yeah, come on.
You know.
Listen, get back to John Mayer.
You can sucker me into anything live. I mean, I'll listen to fucking, you know.
Yeah. See, it's a whole different thing. There's like I saw Kiss live in '78.
I hate Kiss. I'd love to see Kiss live.
It was great, and I just hated their records. It wasn't for me, but live, it was fucking great.
Yeah. What was their whole thing? I mean, they were a live band with the show.
78 or 70.
My mom followed Kiss around on tour for one of their tours.
I saw her at that show.
Probably.
I might be your father.
Dad? Your friend's dad.
I've wondered, you know, I don't know.
I could be your father, son.
Yeah. Son.
Listen.
Look, it comes with a little pop out. It comes with a pop out airplane. It's got all the little guys. Have you guys seen this movie?
I've seen.
Can you build the plane live on the stream?
Look,
can you pop it out there?
No, then it's not worth anything if you do that.
Wait, so Chris, do you just hold back?
This thing's gonna be worth a lot of money
hour
when they
4,
watch
and then you let him up.
Generally, yes.
Yeah.
He makes faces the whole time.
Hey, Felipe, what are you drinking there?
Irish coffee.
Irish. Okay.
Ooh.
Before you had a little drink. Was that a like a scotch or something neat?
No, I was having just some wine.
Wine, okay, yeah. Because listen, I've been watching a couple of shows where the people are always drinking, like they're in Parliament Hill and stuff, or in the White House. I guess those guys drink a lot, but they've always got like the drinks. They're like every meeting, there's somebody pouring something. Mm-hmm. I wasn't sure if that's what you were doing.
What's your point? What's your point?
No, I'm just
here?
saying this has been the theme tonight that I was thinking like. I like to make suggestions when I see something like a big channel like the Jazz Bums could be doing better. One thing, I've been listening to music in the background all night. I got Lush Life going thanks to Aldo. It sounds great. But I really think if you guys had a little bit of cool, smooth jazz in the background, it'd be really good. And then, like Felipe was, if you had like a Johnny Walker or something nice, like in a nice cup, with maybe a nice ice cube in it, that would be nice too on a jazz stream. That's all.
Instead of that, I don't have a little cool jazz in the background. I have the TV on with the sound off on USA because it's a John Wick marathon. And anytime you watch a John Wick movie, it's a good it's a good.
Listen. I could pump it. I could pipe it in for you guys. I got a mixer right here. I could pump it in. I could add 2496 even if you needed it.
Yeah, but aren't you concerned with the drinking problems prevalent in the vinyl community? You know.
Have you experienced the 3 a.m. jazz bums yet?
No,
but listen. Patrick's streaming music all day long. Why can't you guys do it?
Well, actually, so Dickie, you know, I don't know. I'll answer it seriously. Which is that I also used to run like music streams where I would stream music, and it is an absolute. So Patrick, I'm sure Patrick's been doing this for long enough where I'm sure he's hyper aware. Well, one, the last time I checked on Patrick, which I'm not subscribed to.
Yeah, he's not doing real good right now. But
that he used to have backup streams, knowing that his main stream was likely to get. There's an algorithm listening for copyrighted material.
Right,
it will pull you down from the air. And when I was doing it, it was this constant dance of, is this on a label that I'm going to get pulled for? Is this on a label that I'm going to get pulled for? Basically anything that Universal owns, which is a mass, because they've eaten up a bunch of the little bitty labels, will pull you. So it's just kind of a nightmare unless you're doing.
Listen, Fred, that's all speculation. I think, Chris,
it's not speculation.
Just try it. Just try it once and see what happens.
Listen. I have another.
Nicole is someone who I deeply respect.
Yeah,
her music taste, and she's saying she'd be gone if Smooth.
Yeah, I'm not talking. I'm talking fucking John Coltrane ballads.
Oh,
everybody agrees that's one of the greatest jazz. That's all I'm saying. I'm not talking Kenny G. I'm just saying, like, all I'm saying, I'm listening to Lush Life. It sounds awesome. Compare and combine that with the conversation and the environment. It's great. You know, also, I would like everybody to experience that. That's all.
Reiterating the fact that jazz is just background talk over music.
But it definitely lends itself to that. Can we agree to that?
No, I disagree. Here's the thing. Well, here's the thing. We have had like Rob stream 15 seconds of a jazz tune over his fucking phone into his camera microphone, and the live stream got blocked.
Yeah,
really?
Algorithms are getting good. Yeah.
What song was it? Do you remember?
No, I don't know. Fucking Pee Wee Herman does Tijuana. I don't know.
Well, do you guys want to try it? Like, I've got my laptop. I don't
want to try it. I don't want to try it.
That's fine.
I need to get the 8
hours. Is find one of those the people that make the music for, like, they want it to be, they don't have it copyrighted, they want you to use it for content, but it's always the most wretched fucking
well, it's not. Here, let's try that real quick. Let's check it out. Here, check this out.
Woo!
Where did you get? That's a good song. Where did you guys get that from?
It's YouTube free. It's free YouTube music.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, but like
on
the other channel I have that I stream on, I do the same thing you used to do, Fred, and I usually get about 3 records in before it shuts the stream down.
Yeah,
right.
It doesn't matter what the fuck it is. I played. What the hell is that?
I don't know.
That's Mazzy, 100%.
He's trying to get his
Jesus Christ Superstar.
I mean, oddly enough, Chris, what I found is that if I kind of did this dance where I would play like something on like a track from a Blue Note, which Universal, and then I would swap to some obscure, definitely not getting pulled, and then throw a Blue Note. I found you could do this weird dance. Of course, this was like a couple years ago. So
it recognized this shit, and I guarantee you, none of y'all have ever seen this record.
Well, who owns it?
I don't know. It's by Unique Records. Like
that's what I mean. Universal ate up so many small label catalogs.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like fucking.
That's why you guys got to get
owns all the food companies.
JB Chris
can't be recognized because they're not at the right speed anyway.
Yeah. Listen, JB Chris, JB Felipe, I've been having such a great time tonight. I don't take offense. You guys run the stream how you need to. I was just saying like how it's been a great night with, John Coltrane in the background, but we could just sync it. We could just say, hey, everybody throw on John Coltrane ballads on your laptop or whatever.
Everyone start ballads now.
Yeah, exactly.
Right now.
Start ballads now, and this
right, and then we all be kind of
and Wizard of Oz after the third round of the
right, exactly.
I think there's an app for that.
Now you know who will get you shut down quick is fucking Wynton Marsalis, man.
All right, I'm gonna put him on.
His records,
cool.
and it fucking went. Alex is a vibe, Delphino.
Have you guys listened to Patrick's interview on the podcast?
It's a very specific vibe, yeah.
Oh, I like that one with him in the tux. That's
because he rips everything, right, and makes them available and share the files. Yeah. He said the only artist that personally reached out to him and asked him to take it down was Van Mars.
Well, fuck Van Morrison. I'm not there.
Yeah. How does Patrick do it? Like every time, like very little of his streams get taken down, you know?
Well, because they're talking over it mostly, right?
Right, and that's what we'd be doing, right?
My thing is, though, I play the entire record, not just one song. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if that makes a difference or not. You know?
Yeah, that's true. That could get you. Yeah, maybe they don't. It's like the the guys in the white van out of your house. They have to like stop listening after a few minutes.
It's like the TV guys, the TV tax guys in England, right?
Right.
You're not paying the TV tax. Y'all familiar with that?
No, I don't know what that is. Hold on.
Mazzy, you know what that is? So back in the day in England, if you were listening, if you were, had a TV and you were watching it over the air, you had to pay a tax. Mm-hmm. And if you did, they had little vans that would go around watching out for people that had TVs that hadn't paid their tax. And
they didn't have commercials on television. Yeah.
They come to your house and knock on your door to collect the tax.
Well, that's kind of like the BMI ASCAP people. If you have a retail store and you play music in your store, you're supposed to pay ASCAP and BMI fees because you're using the music to sell your food, or sports bars do it. All those TV at sports bars, they have to pay a license for that.
Yeah.
They just play Muzak, the Muzak.
Well, but people like to pay real music. I mean, it's not necessarily a lot, but you can't just put on streaming things and not pay for it. I mean, thing is, they have to find you and know you. There's guys that go around, men and women. They just show up here and say, "Hey, well, you play nice music. Oh, by the way, I work for BMI."
Yeah, I tell them, get a real job, dude.
Well, I know someone used to do that, and it got a little tough after a while.
You guys ever get Johnny Ill up here?
No.
Fucking Johnny Ill, man.
He's busy over at Westman's show. He's been
Jonesing, dude.
Been recruited over there, I think.
Jonesing for Johnny L.
I can't believe Westman invited Chance.
I just realized who Johnny was.
I can't believe Westman invited Chance before he invited me.
Look what's on now. Oh, wait a second.
I just realized who Johnny
was. You don't hear this?
Never mind.
No.
Hold on, I got to mute. What are you playing there? Hold on, I hear something. See, that's what I'm talking about, Chris. Let's do this.
The other problem, though, is that if you're gonna doesn't Patrick require headphones to be on his stream?
Probably.
Because the thing is with all of these, speaking of algorithms that'll do stuff, all of these noise suppression features that StreamYard will implement in, it will butcher. Like we heard that, but it sounded like someone played it in a bathtub, Because
like the echo.
Do it, Chris. Put it back on, man. That was really nice.
Giant pineapple party.
All right, put it on.
Library.
Is that Alvin single? Those grooves look pretty wide.
You know what this is? This is a fucking from IGA grocery stores back in the 60s. It's a pineapple record. So it's like Hawaiian music and then like weird housewives talking about, I need to get some pineapple for my house.
Well, see, that's
not put it on.
That's library music, so it should be.
Yeah, that's copyright free, 100%.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway,
like my KPM record.
You wasted a MoFi sleeve on that, man.
No, it's an Invest in Vinyl sleeve, bro.
But still, I wouldn't be giving that record one of those. No way. That'd be getting the original, the OIS for sure.
What's OIS?
Original inner sleeve.
Dude, it came like in a box, like in the bottom of a box. There was no sleeve.
Okay, so Chris, you're not putting any music on?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna put my Mac on then.
Okay, it's fine.
Hey, Fred.
Who's got the limbo stick exactly?
Hey, you know what I'm listening to is Caravan. What did you guys think of that Whiplash movie? I thought that
we
awesome.
talked about this already, dude.
Yeah, but Fred wasn't here. He didn't.
Sure, yeah,
really
well, hold on. Aldo had another question, but I think he's getting overpowered.
Aldo, what's up, buddy?
You turned down Fred?
So you said that you didn't really get into that Wayne Shorter, Moto Grosso Fio.
Yep.
Last time you listened, do you like this record?
Ooh, you know what? Oh, well, first of all, yes, I fucking love that record. But secondly, you know what I'm remembering when you said the title? Doesn't that Wayne Shorter album have a few tracks with Latin rhythms in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. In fact, well, I won't tell that story publicly, but I got into a big argument with someone the other day about Latin rhythms being implemented into jazz. And I know I'm going to catch a lot of heat for it, but to me, just culturally, it's so associated with like that bossa nova type thing is so associated with like elevator music that I can't shake it. Like I can't like
wow.
Kenny Dorham's like Una Moss. Like I can't do it. Or what's the joke? You know, there was a period of Blue Notes.
It's called 1962.
Okay. I was going to say, Chris, around the period that I love, that I'm deeply in love with Blue Notes as well, where they had to fucking throw a Latin rhythm track on the damn album, and I will skip it every time. So, like, Joe Henderson has several. Like, it's just not my. It's just not. I know. I'm going to catch some heat for it, but
Felipe's going to drive here and murder you, dude. He's from Brazil. Come on.
Well, I have nothing against Brazilian music, what I don't like is like it feels.
Fred, what you guys got here is bossa for gringos. It's not the real deal.
Right? Yeah, it doesn't feel. Hey, do you know Elise Regina?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I love her shit. So good. Anyway,
I mean, when Bjork went to Brazil first time, the first thing she has to do, she didn't go to any public meeting. The only thing she asked for was to go meet her family because she adores her.
Really, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, I mean, Elis Regina. I mean, she was one of the most. Yeah, any serious singer in the world is a fan of hers.
But it sounds insulting for me to say though too, because it's like, well, are you saying that Tony Williams couldn't implement a Latin rhythm into a jazz track and it be like? I'm not, nothing against the drummers that were doing this. It's just on my. It was like
I don't think anybody's saying that, Fred. Like
in terms of
Tony Williams is a top shelf drummer. Nobody's saying he couldn't implement a.
Well, no, but I'm saying even when one of my favorite drummers, that's one of my top Blue Notes.
But it depends. I mean, I chat about that with the Rev quite a lot, and one thing he always says is that stuff sounds so easy to play, but what they do is so complicated.
Oh, I believe that. I just.
It's cool because the drummer is actually what he's doing on a Latin, like say the second song on Inner Urge. That's got kind of a Latin groove. I forget what it's called. The groove that they're doing, each hit is actually simulating what a different percussion player would be playing in a drum.
Yeah.
In a rhythm section. So when I realized that, I thought that was cool.
And if you listen to the Gets Gilberto album, I mean, it's the drummer. He makes all the differences. The drummer, Milton Banana, he's like one of the best in the genre.
It's a subtlety.
And also, in a sense, what you guys call Latin here is not Brazilian, because Latin is mostly like Hispanic, and Brazil is not Hispanic. So it's a completely different type of music.
It's just straight eighth notes.
Yeah.
Talk shit about this record.
That record
you just took 15% of that resale value off by removing that shrink. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, who cares about resale value?
I do.
That's the wrong way to have a record collection.
No, Mazzy, come on.
Anything
like 5% of your collection monthly, if that. Resale is very important to me.
Who gives a shit? What do you think about this record, people? Come on.
That's a great record.
It's fucking awesome.
Nice cover.
God damn it.
It's an amazing record, Chris.
What is it? Hold on. Who's on AT's Delight?
I mean, this is Latin sounding or Brazilian sounding or whatever. This is a fucking killer record.
Okay.
It's Willie Bobo and Chihuahua Martinez. Come on.
Yeah.
I've never
I have
heard
a little
that
bit of a bad relationship with that record because I hate to bring this up, but about a few months ago, I was over at Noble Records in Charlotte. You guys know that channel?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, and he had a whole bunch of those. You know, he must have had like a half a dozen of the classic series, like all sealed, and then he had a couple of the classic sealed, unsealed. I don't know why he had them unsealed. But yeah, we had a little bit of a falling out there, so it always brings that up for me.
No, you didn't.
I did. I seriously did.
What did y'all have a falling out about?
How about this record? Anybody know this record? Willie Bobo?
No,
I don't know that.
I've been to that delicatessen.
Is that Paul's Boutique? Oh no,
Yeah.
Willie Bobo.
So it's Willie Bobo.
That looks nice.
It's a great fucking record.
Yeah, I have
It's
a couple
got-
Willie Bobo records.
Yeah. So I mean, it's
When they switch from swinging to the Latin groove, that can be a little bit tacky. Like they have like swing the head, and then like 4 or 8 bars of the head goes in the
looks
Latin
exactly
groove.
the same.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
It's not even that I think it's not like I'm like, technically, it's just, it's sort of like this maybe like the Steely Dan thing, or like, I can't feel it, I haven't listened to one, but let me say this too about music,
Yeah.
I think it was a couple years ago I was streaming and I said, there's not been one time that I've ever heard Dexter Gordon. And I'd say the same thing about Grant Green. I've never heard Grant Green and it touched my soul. Okay. And I said the same thing about Dexter Gordon. And then we put on the first track of One Flight Up.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden one day it hit me, so it could be years down the line. I'm listening to one of those Latin groove tracks. And I'm like, you know what?
Yeah. But Fred, if you, I'm going to send you some stuff for you to listen to. Yeah.
Okay.
Some like really, really from home, not.
What about this? You don't like this?
No, I hate it.
Yeah, that's super commercial, man.
You're an idiot.
It's so good.
It sells because it has something extra. That's simple.
If you like them,
And here's the drum on that record.
Don't get all stunty where it can't be, it's too commercial. And, oh my God!
Oh, listen, Bazzy, I haven't known one record I've seen all night. I want to see something commercial.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the guy. So here's the drum on that record. This guy kind of invented that kind of beat.
Okay.
Yeah, so you should definitely search for stuff here. Milton Banana Trio. This is really amazing. His records kick ass. And if you talk about jazz guitar, he's one of the best guitar players.
Hey, Felipe, is that a Jazz Dispensary shirt you're wearing?
Wait, what was his first name? Milton?
Milton Banana, yes.
Okay.
Is he Brazilian?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna try it, Felipe. But if I just don't like it, there's just I can't do anything about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to like it.
Yeah, but Baden Powell is amazing. His work is really, really.
I don't think Fred would like Baden Powell.
No.
I don't know, but I don't.
Yeah, no, it's different. He has like many different. He was like a virtuoso on the instrument, so yeah. But
hey, Felipe, seriously though, is that a Jazz Dispensary T-shirt you're wearing?
Yes.
Oh, cool. How did you get that?
Someone sent me.
Man, you guys I got to get in on this promos thing. This sounds awesome.
I have an Impulse hoodie, and I'm realizing I put it on a couple because it got kind of chilly here, and I was like, man, I think I should have went with a bigger size. So I dried it.
What did you get? An XL or an L?
I got an XL, but once I dried it, it was kind of but it's a badass hoodie though.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
I remember when I realized I was a double XL. That was a hard day.
You're not a double XL.
Yeah, it's a hard day. It happens.
You gotta. There's like some acceptance that has to be had.
Hey, Fred, could you just move your camera up a little bit? Like you're just. The vibe I get from you is just kind of like a giant. Like
he doesn't want to show off his ceiling fan.
If you could just
move Baggy hates the ceiling.
There you go.
I love the ceiling.
You want to
fan.
be in the frame a little, like the rule of thirds, you know?
It's mesmerizing.
The rule of thirds.
Yeah, see how I'm off to the side a little bit, and they got.
Mazzy knows more about that than you do.
Well,
yeah, Mazzy's doing it. He knows the rule of thirds.
I used to have a fucking
Aldo knows it.
Wonderful.
Is it still light outside up there, Mazzy?
No.
He's up there in Alaska, so it's like.
Hey, Maslow.
What's with that phone? Yeah, there's like all night. That's the front door, and there's lights outside the front door. And so,
shit, god damn, you guys are just pimping.
There's like a window,
got ceiling fans, outdoor lighting. Fuck, man, I'm in the third world over here.
Fucking California, dude. What are you talking about,
bro? You don't know, dude. It's like a fucking dirt floor, practically. Yeah.
Aren't you in San Diego?
Dude, you know what? I got beef.
San Diego's the most expensive county in the country to live in.
You know what? That's like German for whale's vagina. So.
All right, and with that, I'm gonna bow out.
All right, Aldo. Hey, Aldo. Thanks for those recommendations, man.
No one whale's vagina. All right, Aldo.
All right, have a good night.
Yeah, it's good night.
You know, I got beef with you, Jazz Bones, actually, and no one. Yeah, Delfino brought up the merch. Y'all print that shit on Husky Boy material. Don't print it on. Y'all did like the slim fit fucking shirts.
We'll have to talk to Mike when he returns. We're fixing to bring it back.
You say this all the time, but the softness of the shirt has nothing to do with the fit.
That's true.
It said slim fit on there.
Okay, yeah, but I don't want to go back to those thick ass t-shirts.
No, I do. No. Listen, can you
soft shirts? I don't want.
Let me. Can I give my argument about the fucking you want the shirt so thick that it's like putting on cardboard when you first get it.
Fuck no, dude. Nobody wants a gel-in t-shirt, dude. Those are the worst.
Yeah, listen.
If it has a paper tag on it, it sucks.
The canvas shirt.
God damn it.
Printed on it.
Print it on a Carhartt fucking heavyweight.
Canva? Is it Canva?
You want it to where your nipples almost bleed for the first 4 or 5 wears.
Maybe you do.
Because, can I finish my fucking spiel here? All right.
Let's hear it.
Because about 50, 60 washes in, 100, 200 washes in, 1, it'll still be a fucking shirt, and 2, it'll have that nice.
Yeah, you're right, Fred.
I just think you guys who are a little larger like that cushiness. Okay.
It's not cushy, bro. It's like wearing a fucking piece of sandpaper on your
fucking. I like the lighter one.
Thank you,
actually, this was a good shirt. Is this a Canva? I don't remember what this is.
I don't know.
That's a great shirt, Mazzy. I
ordered that Jazz Bum shirt. I would need like a fucking 3X, I bet. And you know what? The Jazz Shepherd printed his shit on the same thing, and I ordered my normal size, and it fit like a what are they called? Crop top.
What's on that shirt?
You can go to the gym.
Where are these Rev? Where are the Rev shirts?
I bought the one with his wife on it.
Where are the Rev shirts?
You really?
Yeah, I did.
Hey, JB Chris.
Alex, if while you're on the topic, I know you like diving into big VC beef lore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The Jazz Shepherd had an entire video slamming me for like 35 minutes.
Okay.
Wow.
So this is an idea I've had for a while. This came up last week.
I've never been brave enough to say it out loud, and I don't want to, but I saw your comment that crystallized my exact thought, and we're on the same wavelength of. You made a comment on his topic about the way he talks about certain people.
Yeah.
And how it actually has the reverse effect when you listen to it.
Yeah, yeah.
Holy shit!
That was like a year ago.
I'm gonna head off and listen to you guys. I can't stand this abuse anymore. But
dude, I'm so glad that you decided to
2 more minutes.
I missed you, dude. It's been like
I had to defend Steely Dan, even though they're not my favorite band or anything. But I just think if people don't get what they do, it's fair enough, you know.
I was as surprised as anyone else that I actually started listening. I never would have considered listening to a Steely Dan, but this VCs.
I mean, compared to contemporary bands, like I don't understand the love for bands like Supertramp. Fuck Supertramp. So
super boring, yeah.
That's just me.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
people
That one
love
record's good.
Supertramp.
The Moped sounds good. I like that Moped.
People love that.
You know what it was, Mazzy, was that Rick Beato interviewed the drummer Purdy.
Bernard Purdy.
After that, that's what got me to really listen to it, and I thought, "Holy shit, yeah, this guy's amazing."
No, Asia.
No. Purdy on.
Bernard Purdy. Bernard Purdy.
But yeah, that interview that was so cool. The way he showed how he invented that beat and everything. Yeah, that's what really got me into it.
Well, the thing about Asia, it's like 40 or 50 musicians are on it. It's not one band. I mean,
right.
I mean, you got Jim Keltner on one track. You got, I mean, it's a mix. It's not really a band.
It's hard for my generation because when we grew up, I mean, that was like the VH1 music, and it, all I wanted to listen to was The Cure and Morrissey, and I didn't want to listen to anything that came, that was anything.
And I loved listening in the 80s. I loved it. Listen, I went to see The
But now I'm
Cure
old and I love that shit.
I love that stuff. I got tired
when you get older,
of that
like
phony drum sound that was happening in the 80s, and that kind of really, I didn't like that stuff after a while. But the Smiths and The Cure and even REM and Susie and the Banshees, those kind of things. I love those guys.
Mazzy, did you see the drums cover that I showed the other day? Speaking of photography,
the drums cover.
It's the band's called The Drums.
Oh, that sounds really familiar. I think you
should. I'll show you the.
I think I showed it. Oh yeah, I remember you showed it, but I haven't heard it.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. I won't grab it. But it's.
Okay. I remember you showing it. Yeah,
it's great.
I remember liking the cover. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to listen and while I'm watching John Wick. So see you later.
All right, man.
All right.
See you, man.
That's a mistake because John Wick, it's a thinker. You shouldn't try to do two things at once. You should really.
I have a question for you, Fred.
Yeah.
Speaking of jazz, of Dan.
Yeah.
Last week, somebody came up with an idea that the Jazz Bums should have a new series called Jazz Bums Fights.
Okay.
Doesn't really have to be a fight. But I've been thinking about ever since that bullshit back before we had a channel, probably when you and Dan had your little kerfuffle.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Felipe and Mike thought, wouldn't it be cool to get these two guys on the stream together? So I would think it would be fun if we could arrange, because Dan's been on our stream a bunch of times. You've been on here. Wouldn't it be fun to have a little jazz war, either live stream or an interview with you two guys and the three of us? To kind of really go through that whole thing, like really go through.
I know, but
not like
that's a fucking terrible idea. That's a horrible idea.
Shut up, Baggy.
Why, Baggy? I want to hear Baggy's take.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to fucking hear him talk about how he doesn't care about collecting records. He has nothing to do with collecting records. He's not interested in that at all. And
he's got 14,000 jazz records, Baggy. That's not true.
But he's not. He doesn't collect records for the same reason that everyone else in the VC collects records.
I don't think that's true. I just think it is true. Here's the thing. All that really is the argument between Fred and Dan is the fucking jazz war of the 80s. I mean, it's like Wynton Marsalis, Stanley Crouch versus, the free jazz guys.
Stanley Crouch, and by the way, Mike recommended a book. Was it Collected Writings of Stanley Crouch? I think Stanley Crouch, by the way, took like a complete fucking 180 from his earlier stances. In fact,
yeah.
This should summon Notes and Tones, Mike. Just saying.
Yeah.
Here's my concern with this thing. One.
Okay.
Hold on. Sorry.
Hey, listen, JB Chris, JB Felipe. I got to run. Wax just wanted me to fill in until midnight, so I got to run. But
it's only 11. It's only 11 here, man. So.
Well, it's midnight my time. I got to run, guys. It's been such a pleasure to hang out with you.
Yeah,
I wish you all the best.
Thanks for stopping by.
Maggie, Fred Butterman. Talk to you guys later.
See ya.
All right, see you, buddy.
Right.
Now, it's not about drama. This should be an actual discussion.
Well,
who was that guy?
To help regulate the two sides of the talk.
All right. Who the fuck was that, by the way? Who was that guy? I've never seen him before.
Who? Alex Dickey?
Yeah.
You've seen Alex before. Come on. What do you mean?
I've never seen him on here. There was Aldo guy and Alex Dickey.
Aldo's from the Discord apparently, and I guess he started making videos. I watch his videos. I don't know what he. Wait,
he's a jazz musician that's a college student.
Yeah,
he seems like a really nice kid.
All right, I'm looking this other artist up, Felipe.
I'm a college student.
I know.
No one ever asked
But
me.
what albums? You're gonna give me an album.
from who? From who? Hermeto?
Who cares about that, Fred? What is your concern about having this
a few
debate in an interesting format?
Okay, well, one, I got a few concerns. One is that I don't doubt Dan's sincerity in loving jazz or his attempts at the resuscitation of the importance of the cultural aspect of the creation of jazz.
Mm-hmm.
I've never ever doubted that. I think his project as a whole is a noble one. In that, so often what happened after the jazz wars years is that jazz ended up being this somehow clinical, distilled American classic, almost conservative fucking music, or perceived to be that. So you got all these stuffy white dudes with their fucking, cigars or whatever, listening to jazz. I mean,
it was like that in the 50s too.
What?
100%.
No.
How is that different?
Herb Alpert. Not Herb Alpert.
Or the 40s.
No.
Huh?
No. Oh, so hold on. If you go,
intellectuals listening to jazz was always a thing.
So
since the 30s.
Yeah, there's never been a time when the white
since there was Charlie Parker
wasn't into jazz. And now, if you go back to when jazz was like a popular music, yeah, we're talking about something totally different. Regardless, back in, if you go back even further back to like the fucking 30s, and regardless, I don't doubt Dan's sincerity in any of that. One, I've got a concern that I don't know that the world needs two white dudes discussing this. Two, I am actually, I would worry about I feel like confrontation is it's like a muscle that you have to work out, and you can get really tuned to it and calm and cool. And I'm certainly out of practice right now. I've not been on the internet much. I just was talking to Mike from the In-Groove, who I think had a horrific take on using aliases online the other day. And I got all fucking jacked up about that, which is not, and that was like a silly little, no one gives a shit. And I was like, internally at least, I was overheated. So I have concern there. Two, and then three, wait, is there a three?
I don't know.
Two white dudes arguing about this. Me not being right now, my sword is not sharpened, and then yeah. That's that. Those are my major concerns.
All right, well, think about it, man. It could be fun.
I mean, by the way, I'm just right. I'm just I mean,
it's okay for you to be right or for him to be right. I don't care. I just think it would be fun.
He has condensed. Fuck you, faggy. He has condensed black culture.
Anyway, think about it.
Think about it. It's fine.
Just mull it over.
I've heard everything you said, but anyway, think about it.
No, I had a. Well,
I think his intentions on the whole black cultural thing are good, though.
Yeah,
I mean, like I think
the presentation, yeah.
But sometimes intentions, don't necessarily matter. If I'm intending to do something good and I end up fucking up, then, but sometimes they do. We should take. I don't think Dan is engaging with any of this in bad faith. I don't think some fucking wicked, an asshole. But what he will often do is distill black culture. Now, and let me tell you where I think he gets it flopped up. I think he is attempting to revive our sort of white puritanical revulsion to sex. And he's right. When jazz was started to get hot, and whenever people started realizing their intellectual sons, were going off to jazz shows, or their daughters, even scarier, were going off to jazz shows, people were up in arms about it. You can find newspaper article after newspaper article. This is crazed jungle sex music.
Mm-hmm.
So what Dan's trying to do is say our puritanical anti-sex bullshit is nonsense. This is sex music and it's fucking good. Okay. He's attempting to get us out of that, again, that sort of puritanical, real clinical morality, like sense of ethics.
Right.
He's attempting to revive the flesh. And I actually, in a lot of the shit that I write about, that is, I'm attempting to do the same thing. But what you can't do, and what he doesn't do well at all, is distill Black culture at large into sex and rhythm, because that is equally as perilous. So I understand what he's attempting to say, but I get so upset when I go and read the comments section, and they're just, what he also does when he says all of that is he sort of inadvertently props up a lot of racist stereotypes. And he then makes people say, well, this guy's educated on jazz. He's now co-signing the things that I've thought, not in a malicious way. There's a comedian, Theo Vaughn, that's real hot right now on the internet. And what did he say? Something the other day. He's like, I'm not. He frequently like makes jokes like borderline. He said something like, I'm not racist. Maybe just a little like, I forgot what he calls it, but he basically calls it like a lesser racism, right? Where it's like, at Thanksgiving dinner, maybe sometimes some people pop off, but nothing crazy. And he's sort of calling a distinction of this maliciousness versus like fucking, what was that movie, Get Out type racism, where the white liberal type shit. And yeah, I mean, there's levels to this shit, but that's my overall.
Well, I mean, it's the thing that I don't like that Dan does is when he assumes the voice of the artist in the time period.
Yes. Yeah.
They're angry about civil rights. I'm like, I don't know, dude. It seems like they're just playing some tunes, man. Like
it goes. It's like that.
Like, I don't know that you. So like, how do you assume that voice? You know what I mean?
Okay. That great point. And so here's another thing. And I actually just got into this discussion. I had a professor how did I get into this shit? I had a lot happen to me when I was a heroin/crack addict that made me re-question a lot of the bullshit that I had been told about race, about comps, about our justice system. I came out of heroin addiction really disturbed by a lot of what I had seen on that line. I then I went back to school, and I had a Black literature professor that was really encouraging me in my studies. This shit is something that all of us have to contend with. You can't opt out and say, well, only this group of people should be talking about and fighting for this. I don't have a place. Like, I have to wash my hands of this because we're all involved here, right?
Yeah.
And Toni Morrison has that wonderful quote that's like, if you can't be where you are without looking down on someone else, then you're the one that has the problem. And that's absolutely true. Like, white people have to contend with this shit. So I would never tell someone that you can't talk about this shit if you're white, or you shouldn't talk about this shit if you're white. But on that note, Chris, I have been thinking about the appropriate and respectful way to approach this type of analysis for 10 fucking years. I am a white dude who primarily studies and talks about Black literature. Mm-hmm. That's my field. There is a way of doing that without saying, I know what the Black community thinks.
Right.
Or I know what this artist was trying to say, or what I know. I'm going to tell you what it's like to be Black. What I can say is, here's how James Baldwin described what it was like during the 60s for a writer to be Black. I can do that. This is what James Baldwin said. I cannot say, I know better than all of you because I've read Black literature. Like, that's an obscene position to take.
Yeah.
So
for those of you that don't know, Dan's he made a video called like, Why Do People Hate Jazz? And it was after I did by the way, the title of the video was called Top 10 Blue Notes of All Time, Wink Wink. And it was sort of Dan repeatedly shits on avant-garde stuff, as anyone that's watched him knows. That's just not his thing. But what he does, see, here's another thing that pisses me off. Now I'm remembering all this shit. He'll then say, like, Cecil Taylor's music isn't Black music. That's fucking absurd.
Has he actually said that though?
Yeah, he's point blank said that this is white. This is when Black artists start to let white influence and classical influence infiltrate jazz.
Here's the thing. Here's the problem I have with that, and I've thought about this a lot. The specific point with the free jazz and all that. When you abandon the European scales and time signatures, is that white?
So yeah.
Because it was more composition oriented rather than, this is his argument. He's made this argument numerous times.
Yeah. Classical atonality was, I mean, Stravinsky and Schoenberg and
the
everything.
funny thing about all of this is you
the
just
early 1900s. So
what I was going to, and you're Baggy. So the funny thing about all of this is you just can't section off cultures in discrete categories like that. It's just, it doesn't make sense. But I'm also, I'm with a wavelength of scholars right now that is looking. There was this time when to say Blackness is X would be you could not say it because what you're doing is they call it essentialism in the academic world, but you're saying, Blackness is the blues, and then you'd have people go, well, what about all the people that aren't into the blues or whatever? So there was a time when this was like a no-no. And there's this current kind of wave of thinkers that have been thinking about Blackness as divorced from our ideas of identity politics, which is a risky, kind of move. But there are ways that sectioning off cultures, there are ways that sectioning off cultures in those discrete categories can be damning. And I'll say this on the flip side of that. When I introduce my students to this type of material, I don't want to lead with that because they need to understand the importance of the blues. They need to understand the importance of this cultural movement that has been washed aside and whitewashed. Specifically, like, we can think of electronic music and like Detroit techno and how that is like not talked about, right? When you think of electronic music, you think of white dudes and their synthesizers. It's like there's an important political reason to revive that sort of thing. But once you're there and once you understand that as someone that loves this music, you understand that this is Black. You understand the importance of the Black cultural aspects to this. Then you've got to break from these really simplistic, concrete borders, because while let's just say saying that jazz is Black music is politically important, or saying that electronic music has Black roots, that's an important political move for a disenfranchised group. It's also much more complicated than that, like everything else.
It is, but I mean, the counterpoint to that for me that I agree with Dan on it, or maybe I'll damn it with myself, is like without the blues, what popular music exists?
Oh, No, he's absolutely right on that. Like
nothing.
We're talking American popular culture. You're essentially talking Black culture, but once you understand that, I think it's important to understand that culture doesn't work in a vacuum, and to argue that it should, or that this is whatever, is to argue for almost like a segregationist type situation. So, for instance, all the people that were decrying cultural appropriation 5 or 6 years ago, it was this hot buzzword. You just shouldn't participate in this culture. Well, what are you arguing? Are you arguing for a sort of segregationist view of the world?
It's funny. We had a real quick on that. We had this was around the 2020 pandemic time, right? Which wasn't 5 or 6 years ago, but there's a biscuit company that's about 5 miles from you, and all their biscuit dishes were named after rappers, right? And there's a couple of white people that own this bakery that have this really fucking good biscuits and stuff, and they got heckled by a couple of folks for cultural appropriation because they had a fucking Biggie biscuit, and it was just completely ridiculous.
Yeah, and I found so what? But to finish that real quick, and then we'll go to your biscuit example, is that once you understand that that's an important political gesture to write a book. Let's say I wrote a book about, and it was explaining the Black roots of electronic music. While that would be a politically important thing, and identity politics are important in that they allow specific groups to say we identify with each other in a shared experience along this way so we can leverage it for political power. They also distill cultures into, very discrete groups that just don't fly. I mean, that's just not how real life works. But like if we talked about the introduction of electronic music, or let's even go with jazz, we're talking about people using European type instruments, right? So there's already a mixture of cultures immediately. I mean, it's never that simple, but it is an important political move. But to the cultural appropriation comments, I'll say this about me working with Black literature. My initial, feeling about going into academia was that, wow, I've learned so much, and I think I can leverage my position as a white dude into talking about race in a way that these little white kids will understand and will be receptive to. Because there's a difference between someone saying like, this is fucked up, and then someone being a part of that, the group that's supposedly doing the fucked up stuff, and then saying this is fucked up, right? I mean, that's the gist of it. And my views have maybe changed a little bit since then. But I had someone actually just a bit ago, I met someone new, and I met someone, and I've been trying to make friends here. So I've been going playing that nerdy card game I play and stuff. And someone was immediately after meeting her, she was like, why do you study Black literature? Like, isn't that fucking problematic that you're studying Black literature, blah, blah, blah. And I will say, I have never been critiqued for attempting to heighten people's awareness of Black literature from a Black person. One, I haven't had that critique. And I've spoken in front of, I did an academic talk on the movie. It was essentially a Black woman's hangover. What was it called? Girls Trip or something. It's like it had like Queen Latifah, and like it was The Hangover, but Black women. It was a funny movie. This is academic talk. Anyway, I've only ever had that critique from typically white people. Secondly, which take that for what you will. Secondly, though, I will say that there is a kind of chronically online person that is simply, and maybe through their sense of social justice, they're attempting to do the right thing by calling out some fucking business for having a Biggie biscuit, I guess. In their sense of the world, they're trying to stand up for social justice. But there is a point where, like, I don't want to diminish small acts as like that can't be harmful, because they can, but there is a kind of chronically online type that is just looking and waiting for something to to rag on. And like,
well, I think that's the problem that we have in our culture in this country in general, which is if you're left wing or right wing, you have to be 100% on board with every single little, esoteric detail, and if you're not, you're a fucking outcast.
Yeah, and I think like so this cultural appropriation when I was doing my master's thesis. So I think also what gets odd is that all of the like let's take another big kind of buzzword right now. Intersectionality. Intersectionality is a big term that gets tossed around. Or here's another kind of buzzword: performative. Okay, so the way that the liberal media is typically used this word is what they're doing is citing an academic. Is queer theorist Judith Butler. She comes up with this term performative, and it does not mean what the liberal media uses it to mean.
Right.
The liberal media uses it to mean like a fake, like you're performing something, but you're not actually in it. So I'd say like, oh, Baggy, isn't that performative? You saying that you like or that you want better for X, Y, and Z peoples, meaning you don't actually mean that. You're just saying it to look good. But that's not what performativity ever really, what Butler ever intended for it to mean. Butler was talking about performative being a sort of citational practice for life. So for instance, I say I'm a man. I'm citing, when I say that, there's a performativity aspect to it in that I'm citing all of the men before me, all of the cultural practices of men before me. I fit into that group. So that's the performative aspect. She didn't mean it in the way that it gets tossed around, but in the point I'm making, I know I've rambled a lot here. I'll shut the fuck up, but is that by the time things like cultural appropriation or representation or intersectionality, by the time they get filtered into the kind of liberal media space where it's like on CNN, you watch someone on CNN, they'll say something about cultural appropriation. It's generally usually been robbed of some original intent. And not only that, by the time it gets to that level where, you've got CNN freaking out about, whatever, it's typically not a concern of, or people in actual like radical grassroots, spaces are concerned with. Like it's typically behind. So then all of a sudden, 20 years from now, like I can't think of a term. So for instance, like a lot of these current academics that are thinking in pretty radical ways about, and I'm not saying that academia is where like thought happens. It's not. Typically academics are borrowing from, like I said, people like on the floor, grassroots stuff or artists or whatever. But by the time it gets to this zeitgeist moment where people on TikTok are fucking canceling each other because of this or that, it's been so radically devolved. And I did my master's thesis about cultural appropriation because it was such a thing at the time that I was kind of trying to figure out like what's the argument here. And yeah, you wouldn't find anyone that was concerned with that outside of instances where there's like direct monetary so for instance, like, I don't know, white artists getting signed over black artists for like blues shit, like that was a real problem. Or like, artists, that was so typical with jazz. Like they didn't want black people on the label. So they would get, and we're talking early jazz here, like early recorded stuff. So they'd end up getting like an all white band to kind of water it down. Stuff like that. There's like direct harm, but
what's interesting? You talk about early jazz and that sort of thing. When you look at a guy like Jelly Roll Morton,
yeah,
and he wasn't appropriating shit, dude. He was trying to make the music a thing, right? Like he was, or like who Mesro is.
Well, like so, even those guys that like got on the record and played the fucking jazz for those labels. The problem isn't usually their playing of the jazz. Most people are like, it's usually not the white boy rapping that people are upset about.
Right.
It's usually the monetary gain that then continues to siphon off. So for instance, like I've kind of felt weird about like fucking, we can think of like, so first of all, these jazz artists were underpaid already, even the ones that we love and revere, you know. Eric Dolphy didn't make shit during his lifetime, you know. In fact, you can find an interview. There's an interview with Dolphy's mom and this like German like krautrock band guitarist or some shit. I can't remember. But he goes and interviews Dolphy's mom, and to him, Dolphy is like this god. And you can tell for her, she's like, he didn't fucking make money, you know? Like you can tell for her, she's kind of like, I appreciate it, but you know, it's this really awkward thing. But I kind of even feel we still see, you know, money. We're fucking giving Chad Kassem $60. No record label has made an attempt to reach out to the descendants of Eric Dolphy or his family and their descendants.
You know who does do that? Zev Feldman. Like we're going to interview him soon, hopefully for the Record Store Day stuff that's coming out that he puts out. You know, he does the Bill Evans and all that stuff we were talking about earlier. But you know, the last time we talked to him, it was 6 months ago probably. They spend so much time trying to just find the descendants of these artists, whether it's not Bill Evans, but like whoever it is, you know, they spend so much time trying to find who own, you know, who the descendants are. Is there an estate? They want to get them involved. And I think it's, you know, the stuff he does, some people shit on the stuff he puts out, but like I buy almost all of it because I think it's amazing because he does that. He looks for the family. Yeah. He tries to find if there is a family or an estate and get their approval, get their involvement, get them paid. You know, they're probably not making a lot of money, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can do things to make it more equitable, but just, you know, historically, like that's so if we're talking about cultural appropriation, isn't that the topic that should be talked about, not whether or not some white boy likes rap and decides to rap? You know what I mean? Like that's a stickier argument. And then like on that topic of like the people up in arms about the biscuits, like for some reason there was this period of like hot online cultural appropriation bad. Why is it, like the question that I sort of went into with my thesis is like, why is Eminem almost universally accepted as like operating in this space and other white artists, like let's say a Vanilla Ice or something, is like not? Vanilla Ice, no fucking way. Eminem, okay. Why is that? And ultimately,
here's why. Because Eminem was a complete fucking badass.
Okay, well, Eminem is talented. But let's just, aside from that, what you'd often find are arguments about Eminem's upbringing. You know, he grew up in 8 Mile, blah, 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 blah. He was in these black spaces. And, you know, to a certain extent, it's like, look, dude, Eminem, he was in these fucking spaces. You know, he was having to pass out tapes like everyone else. And that was sort of what my thesis ended up hinging on, is like, what does this look like in a digital space where like a Post Malone doesn't have to ever interact with anyone in any sort of community? There is no hip hop scene that he has to interact with. He just posts his shit online. But ultimately what I ended up with these people sort of obsessing about like Eminem's authenticity is that what they were pointing to was some relation to blackness was like, well, he was poor, so it's okay for him to rap. And he was this and that. And what that ends up doing is, again, sort of reiterating black culture as like a very monolithic, specific thing. And I think that's dangerous territory to get into. So
who the fuck is this Felipe in the comments here saying?
I have no idea.
You know who this person is?
No.
All right, well, we're fixing I don't know what the fuck that's about, but here's the thought. White jazz players at the time had to have been sympathetic or ever into the black experience in spite of the labels or studio's intent. I don't know if they had to be, but some of them were. I mean, how about Benny fucking Goodman? He was.
Oh, for sure.
But again, he was the first guy that integrated a band, a big band, you know, in the 40s. Like he fucking had black, you know, who's the guitar player? I'm drunk as fuck, so I can't remember his name. Felipe, who's the guitar player that Benny Goodman, you know, had in his band?
I don't know the name.
Fuck.
Oh, don't remember, Chris.
But
anyway,
yeah, no, for sure, there were tons of, white. Let's just take rap for example. Now, I don't think that it's a little, again, sort of my argument, and I got some pushback for this, was that it might be a little different in online spaces, but there's tons of or Brubeck's another example. He had like pretty powerful experiences showing him the nastiness of racism.
Yeah.
And he hated it. He was like, no way you would say Dave Brubeck is like a racist fuck.
No, absolutely not.
That's not really ever the issue. So like let's say Dave Brubeck, let's just imagine a world where Dave Brubeck has the internet and he posts his track on the internet and people are like, fuck you, man. Like, no, that it's not him playing the music that is the problem. It was the financial sort of situations that were having real world, differences. And then things like crediting, white artists with the birth of specific genres. I mean, that's how.
Well, I think Dan Dan gets that part right, because like you look at Brubeck or any of those guys on Columbia, the distribution they had compared to like Blue Note is insane.
Oh, and
you want to go find a fucking 50s Brubeck album, you can go find them for $5 all over the country. You want to find a 50s fucking Blue Note record? Good luck.
Yeah. And even, there was, and I'm sure Dan's pointed this out on his channel. And actually, if we talk about cover art, there's an interesting period in Blue Note's history where they start using, I forget the name of the modeling agency they were using, but they started, there's a period where you start seeing the kind of Black is Beautiful movement start taking off with the natural hairdos on the front of Blue Note covers. But there was a time when like jazz labels would kind of almost make it seem like this is a white jazz musician that you're picking up. Like, don't be afraid. It's not, like they wouldn't put certain people in covers and things like that. Like they'd kind of like try to slip it in, like accidentally sneak in Black jazz into the white, consumers.
Well, I mean, you think about hang on, I'm gonna Baggy. I mean, why don't you just say what's up? Charlie Christian is who I was talking about exactly. He's
right.
Artist. Yeah.
That's right. That's correct.
Yeah, the Donald Byrd stuff has several of those covers. Damn, I forget the name of the.
Miles? What Miles? What was the Miles record that had the white chick on the boat? The sailboat.
That's a great example. What is it, Felipe?
Someday My Prince Will Come. Right?
No, it's all right.
Miles Ahead.
Oh.
Is it Miles Ahead? With they put the white woman on the cover and he was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Then they end up putting a close-up picture of himself.
Yeah.
He's like, why, he calls up, why is this white bitch on my record?
Yeah.
It's fair. I mean,
Yeah, and that shit, when we're talking about that stuff's at stake. There's heavier stuff at stake. But, someone naming a biscuit after a rapper they love, I don't know how much harm.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Now, what, it gets like.
Well, with Benny Goodman, though, I want to go back to that. So Charlie Christian, he's one of the, he kind of, he was like the original electric guitar player, right? Charlie Christian. And so, Goodman brought him into his band when that wasn't done. There wasn't integrated bands. But the other side of that is Benny Goodman was a Jewish guy.
Yeah.
He's a Jew. So like, and then, Jazz Manic brings up the black guys having to go through the kitchen to play. I mean, there were times when Benny Goodman said, okay, well, if these guys aren't welcome, we're not fucking playing.
Yeah. And there's a long history.
It's a big deal,
especially with the Jewish, especially, obviously in the 20th century, but even the mid 20th century, but even prior to World War II, there was like this is weird, I think often the kind of right wingers are on this, like, the Jews control the media, there's all this anti-Semitic crap or whatever, but there's also this long history of, persecuted groups in, specific areas having these like mutually beneficial relationships where, like, Biddy Goodman's Jewish, likely understands some of this, mentality from this perspective and then fights against it. I think was there ever a a Jewish record exec that took advantage of black artists? I'm sure, absolutely, but that ignores.
Absolutely. Was there any? I mean, yeah, they all did, right? Like,
yeah. But what I mean is, like, I hate
to
point that out and then discount this history of these, like, beneficial, relationships, mutually beneficial.
Sure. I'm reading a book right now. It's called Dangerous Rhythms. It's all about the mob and jazz. Like, I've read that there's some inaccuracies in the book as far as like timeline and stuff. I think the overall theme is pretty interesting. Like, Al Capone was a big jazz guy. He owned all kinds of these jazz clubs in Chicago, and the thing that was interesting about his jazz clubs was that they called them tan because they allowed black and white audiences to mix. Right?
What's the book called?
It's called Dangerous Rhythms.
Who wrote it?
T.J. English, I think the guy's name is.
Who published it? That's what I'm wondering.
I don't know.
I'd love an academic text to come out about this because I think
it's still about that. There's some weird shit in there, like he's talking about who like Marianne McPartland was influenced by, and like she was born before the people she was influenced by in the book. Like, there's some inaccuracies and shit, but like it's an interesting. I'm only about halfway through it, but like it talks about Louis Armstrong. This is an interesting.
William Morrow is the publisher.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna look that up. William Morrow.
Why isn't Benny Goodman more appreciated in jazz circles? Because people don't listen to swing. That's why.
Yeah, and I don't listen to swing either.
I do. I fucking love Benny Goodman, man. I listen to all that old shit. Like, if you listen, and even before that, if you listen to like Louis Armstrong's Hot Fives and Hot Sevens from the fucking 20s, from 100 years ago, that shit's fucking awesome. It's amazing what he was doing then. I mean, that's like kind of the ancient history of jazz. Like, where did it come from? From New Orleans, the marching bands and ragtime and all that shit, right? And how did it move across the country? King Oliver going up to Chicago and that sort of thing, riding the riverboats up the Mississippi to just kind of, and those guys, the Great Migration, right? Like, people leaving the South, black folks getting the fuck out of the South to get to a place where they could have some kind of freedom.
Yeah.
And that's how jazz spread. I mean, they went to Chicago, they went to Detroit, they went to New York, they went to LA. There's a really good book. I think I might have it sitting here. Let's see.
That William Morrow is apparently, it's part of HarperCollins, so it's not on one of their academic imprints, but it's it's not like a fucking self-published thing. But
right.
The I think in this book, The Cricket, which was which if you're into, well, especially if you're into avant-garde stuff, but if you're into jazz, you should get this. But I think there's a couple references in here where people are like, "Oh yeah, he used to play at that mafia-owned joint," and I'm like,
"Oh, they all did, yeah."
Yeah, I'm like, what? Like, I'd like to dive more into that, but I haven't ever,
Check that book out, dude. It's really good. I mean, it's really interesting. Like I said, I'm just talking about Amazon. There's a couple of people like, this guy doesn't know jazz history or whatever because he got a couple of details wrong. But one of the interesting stories from that was like Louis Armstrong. He's attracted to these mafioso types early on in his career because they ran back in Storyville in New Orleans. Y'all know about Storyville, right?
Yeah.
It's like the red light district in New Orleans that eventually got shut down by the U.S. Navy, of all things, because they didn't want the Navy guys getting syphilis from the whores, right? And getting, all this stuff. But anyway, so he gets this manager from New York, right? And he signs a contract with him, and he plays in New York. He does all this shit, and he thinks the contract's over. So he goes back to Chicago and gets another manager. And this fucking mafia, this like hitman shows up and says, "Hey, tomorrow night you're playing in New York City. And he's like, no, I'm not. I'm in Chicago. I'm here for, I've got a contract here for another month. And he fucking pulls out a gun on him. He's like, no, motherfucker, tomorrow night you're playing in New York City because your old manager says you are. And he's, related to the mob or whatever. So the interesting story there was Lewis fucking sued him, filed a lawsuit and says, no, I'm not doing that. He gets kicked out of the fucking the musicians union at the time. He's worried about getting fucking murdered. So he's such a badass. He fucking says fuck it and goes to Europe and does a tour in Europe for fucking 6 months to a year until the shit gets figured out. But I mean, the book is really interesting. Earl Father Hines. I mean, everyone knows who Earl Hines is. He was kind of, this is like 20s and 30s shit.
Yeah.
The part I've read so far, anyway. He was.
I wonder if it goes up through the middle of the century too.
Well, I hope so. That's what I mean, it's a long ass book, so we'll see.
Yeah,
I think it's super interesting. I mean, the mafia ran. The mob was, Roulette. The record label Roulette was all mobbed up.
There was one of the most interesting. This just reminded me, not related to the mafia, but there's this chapter in this book that I read. It was about Louis Armstrong's obsession with
laxatives.
Obsession with did you know he was hot on laxatives?
Who?
And
Charlie Parker?
No, Louis Armstrong.
Well, if it was him or Parker was hot on Swiss Chris.
Yeah, it was Louis Armstrong. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. He was no. Not only did he endorse laxatives, no. There's this academic that is a great academic. He was going off through all these archives of Louis Armstrong's letters. He was talking about shitting all of the fucking time for some reason.
Baggy. Hang on, Baggy? What do you know about this?
Yeah, what does Baggy have to say about that?
Yeah.
Did you know he had a little card? Do you know about this? Okay, yeah, he has a little card. His business card had a picture of him on the toilet, and it said Pops says, "Leave it all behind you."
Yeah, it was this obsession or something.
And anyway, he would hand you the laxative wrapped in paper and stuff
Yeah, this academic that is. I'm way butchering this chapter because the chapter is actually a really fucking good chapter, but he starts with this jumping off point of what are the implications of this and what does this mean? But he's pouring through all of these Louis Armstrong letters, I guess, and he was what the fuck? This guy's always. Oh, let me see if I can find it. I think
you know what's interesting? I mean, he talks about Swiss Chris. It's an actual laxative, but when I did keto. I did keto for about 2 years and lost a bunch of weight. I took that shit because if you do keto and you don't eat fucking fiber, you don't shit but once a week.
Oh yeah, it's horrible. I did that for a bit.
I mean, it's fucking great, but Swiss Chris, the literal shit that Lewis took, actually makes it better, and it's kind of fucking awesome, honestly.
It's called.
I read about that a month ago. I was like, holy shit, this shit's still around. It's all herbs and stuff. It's not a harsh laxative. He also smoked weed every fucking day of his life.
Who, Louis Armstrong? It's called Louis Armstrong and the Syntax of Scat. That's what the chapter is called.
So that's kind of a dual meaning, right?
Yeah, for sure. And that's how this scholar's taking it.
Oh, Felipe disappeared. Kind of.
This dude's this guy though. He's a genius.
Hilarious.
Anyway, all right. Well,
you know about Lewis and marijuana?
I mean, I think I did. I'm sure I did. I just, wasn't something.
I mean, he got in trouble out in California when he first went out there because back then weed was kind of legal-ish in some places and not in others, and he got busted. Swiss Chris, yes, it's Swiss. Chris, look it up on the internet. Yeah, look it up. I wonder. Also, I'm not sober at all. What the fuck? I've had 6 beers. But yeah, he got busted for weed out in I think in LA or California.
Yes,
and,
huh?
Yes. Yeah,
that's where it was. Yeah.
And then, the thing that was interesting with Lewis was, and this book talks about this too, I read this elsewhere, is he was used to getting arrested when they busted clubs because of Prohibition. Right?
Wait, who was?
Louis Armstrong.
Yeah.
I mean, he was playing through, all these jazz clubs were owned by the mob because they were, you could listen to jazz and get drunk, right?
Drink.
Like,
see you, Felipe.
See you, man. You could drink and all that. So he was used to getting arrested when the cops would bust up a place, but then his mob dudes would handle it. He went out to California and they would just smoke reefers like it was nothing because it was legal wherever, Chicago or whatever. And he gets up to California where it's illegal, and he's just out in the parking lot smoking a doob, and these like undercover cops fucking arrest his ass. So
dang, California really flipped on its head there. Now it's
I don't know if you were with us earlier. I was talking about Dexter Gordon when I went to fucking Europe. California had laws where if you did smack and if you just had track marks, they could arrest you for what they called internal possession.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Back in the 50s. How fucked up is that, dude? Like,
yeah.
You have heroin because it's inside your body, right? Like, the Supreme Court eventually ruled that unconstitutional because it's insane.
Yeah, you can't do that anymore.
Test you for it, right? But like, that's what they would do. They would, oh look, you got tracks, so you're going to jail for 6 months or whatever.
I mean,
Dexter actually went to prison for that like twice.
Yeah, speaking of the fucking like the war on drugs and the criminalization of drugs, talk about a disproportionately racist system. I mean, this is like historically
historic ass is today, man.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's a great book called The New Jim Crow, and it's talking about nonviolent drug offenses ended up landing in prison, mandatory minimum sentencing.
Yeah. You're at I think it's called American Prison. No, that's not what it's called. There's a guy that worked for Mother Jones that wrote a book. I'll figure out what it is. I'll send you a link to it. This fucking guy, he worked for Mother Jones, he got a job working in a private prison.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's another thing, that they're fucking privatized. I mean, that's so insane.
It was so fucked up that he started becoming like racist and shit and started treating the prisoners like shit just because he was immersed in it for so long. It's a really interesting book. So it's like half the history of prisons in America and half current private prison industry, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're in hour 4. That's when I get political. So like drunk and political, right? So the whole prison thing in America after the Civil War and after the federal government decided that Reconstruction wasn't worth paying for anymore, the South figured out, hey man, instead of having slaves, you can just arrest someone for a petty offense and and treat them as slaves.
Yeah, put them to work.
What they would do is,
do that now. Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course, but like Angola in Louisiana, which is right next to us, that was a fucking literal, what's it called? Plantation.
Yeah.
It was a plantation called Angola. So these fucking poor motherfuckers get arrested for, stealing a loaf of bread or something, right?
Like Jean Valjean.
Yeah. You stole a loaf of bread. Dude, Texas was just as bad. We had so many fucking work farms, it's not even funny. So what they would do is you get arrested for some petty offense. You get sentenced to 3 months on the farm, right? But then they also said, well, you also have to pay for all your clothes and your food and the court costs while we're doing this, which ended up to be like, 2-3 years. They work you to fucking death, literally. And so it's the same shit. And now instead of, having them work on a farm, it's, hey, we got this private fucking company that owns the prison, so the private companies are going to lobby Congress to make more harsher sentences for, petty offenses, drugs, whatever, so that we can keep these prisons full so that the stockholders can make money. It's all the same shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now, in Texas, we got this not just in Texas, but we got this, school. You've heard of the school to prison pipeline, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Where you're just, training these people to be, it's fucked up, man. It's so fucked up. It's I don't know. Everyone talks about America as the land of the free and shit. We have more fucking people in prison than any other country in the world.
Yeah, and they're fucking privatized. I mean, yeah, we're so fucking backwards here. I mean, this is like,
What's more fucked up than that, though, than private prisons?
Yeah.
Can you imagine, like, you have an incentive for people to be in prison because you're going to get paid for it, and then you take the money you're making to lobby Congress and state governments to make it more, that's the whole law and order thing, right? So, I don't know. It's fucked up.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not really that optimistic on this sort of, like, this is why Rachel's
bro,
well, like the patriotism and the nationalism thing is just like, I can't wrap my head around. It's like, what are you what are you excited for? I don't know.
Well, I've talked to Rachel about that. Like, she's in Canada.
Well,
she's not in Texas. Like, okay, it's late in the show. I've got a trans kid.
Yeah.
I'm in Texas. You're 5 miles from me. Like,
yeah.
This state is super fucked up. Like, we're second place to Florida.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like, our governor, and if people don't like this, fucking unsubscribe. I don't really give a fuck. Like, our governor's putting fucking buoys in the river in Mexico with barbed wire so that people trying to cross the river will fucking drown, right? We've got Texas Department of Public Safety officers that have been caught on camera kicking children back into the fucking river so they drown, right? Like,
yeah,
that's why I'm moving the fuck out of this state, Fred.
Are you moving?
In the next, I gotta get my kids to a certain point. I'm getting the fuck out of this goddamn state. I can't deal with it, man.
I have a friend.
I got an autistic 12-year-old trans kid.
Yeah.
And we're just trying to keep him alive and happy enough so he can, get to adulthood. I just don't understand, like, we talk about the racism thing, the black thing with jazz. It's all tied together. I don't understand.
Oh yeah, it absolutely is.
The fucking right-wing bullshit of othering people to make yourself feel better about your fucked up situation or whatever it is.
Yeah, I've got a friend, one of my best friends is trans, and they moved to Mexico, and they're from Texas, and have this kind of I was actually just in Mexico, I don't know, about a month or two ago, and they were saying they kind of have this like romantic vision of Texas because they're away from it, and they're like, I miss it, and that's my home, and blah blah blah. And one of their friends was asking me like, what do you think of Texas? And I said, I think it's this backwards, in so many ways, it's this backwards shithole. Like, if you want to romance, like there is a certain, it's home, right? I mean, this is where
I've been here for 47 fucking years, man.
Yeah, but and also, I get people, like, culturally there's certain things about certain areas, like it's the same with the South, right? Every time, so my family all lives in Alabama. So the South is like simultaneously this beautiful and horribly fucked up thing. The South is simultaneously if we're talking about the roots of American culture, American popular culture, we're talking about jazz, we're talking about the South. Yeah. But at the same time, while all of this was flourishing, you have these people that have clung to these backwards ass mentalities that have kept them, by the way. They, as soon as slavery was outlawed, the South went from the richest states in the country to the poorest. And it wasn't because they couldn't maintain agriculture. It was because most of their capital wasn't tied up in agriculture. It was tied up in human capital.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
they went to the poorest. They went to from the richest to the poorest immediately, and they have stayed there because the people still cling to these fucking ideas. This thing that Rachel's obsessed with, this like freedom and blah blah blah, that have pinned them. And by the way, you brought up Reconstruction earlier. Like the history of labor movements during Reconstruction is so interesting, especially when dealing with race, because what you'd have is these poor white people saying, I would rather cling to my like inherent supremacy as a white person than band together with you as a fellow laborer that's getting exploited and have successful labor movements. And so like,
Dude,
there's
no
this,
shit.
Texas, well, I'm like, yeah, look, we've got this unique cultural aspect. There are certain things that also, I'll say this, in a homogenized world with the internet where like, Baggy, where are you at right now?
Huh?
Where are you at?
I can wake up, Baggy.
I'm on the couch, dude.
No, where are you at physically?
What state are you in?
What?
What state are you in?
Confusion.
Oh my God. Well,
He's
whatever.
in California, fucker.
In a world where culture, I can get shit.
I'm where they don't have ceiling fans in the apartments. That's
where I can get shit from Sweden in 0.2 seconds. Like I hate the idea that like specific regional cultures are dying, regional vernaculars are dying, regional slang. Like there is a, Texas has this very specific thing. For instance, Texas, absolute shithole politically. Texas has Houston hip hop. I fucking love Houston hip hop. There is no other brand of hip hop that sounds like Houston hip hop. And so, it's like Faulkner in the South. He fucking loved it and he hated it, But I totally understand.
I've been on this stream for 5 hours without taking a piss. I'll be right back. Talk to Baggy for a second, Brad, please.
But I understand wanting to get the fuck out of here for sure, Jim, for some reason. Well, I'm not going to make it much longer. Take it away, Baggy.
Where's he going? Oh, he's leaving.
You're a cat guy. This is everything. It's all coming into place.
God damn it.
Is your cat's name Bagheera?
You don't watch my goddamn channel or my videos, man. I thought, no wonder I never saw any comments review on there. Oh, fuck.
Do I not?
I knew it, man.
What's your cat's name?
I have two cats. I have Duke and Louie.
You missed the opportunity to name your cat Bagheera.
No, I didn't. I'm Bagheera.
Well, I had a black
Duke came to us with that name. We had to take him over because the house that he lived in, and then I continued that naming convention with our second cat, named him Louie.
Yeah.
So we have Duke and Louie. You
want to talk about an interesting figure? Oral is the dude that I forget his name off the top of my head. I should know this. The guy that started to rap a lot. I mean, let's talk about some interesting kind of nefarious character. But I will say Houston hip hop prior to DJ Screw and like solidifying this very distinct sound, they were heavily influenced. Like the early Rap a Lot stuff was heavily influenced by West Coast funk kind of sounding hip hop, but then it comes into hip hop. Houston hip hop comes into a very distinct sound eventually. But I had a black lab Bagheera when I was a kid. Yeah. Named Bagheera after the panther.
That's where that came from.
What?
What's your name? You know where it came from?
He's so full of shit.
From Jungle Book, right? Yeah, I love Jungle Book.
Hey, DJ Screw.
Fred, I wanted to tell you about Dr. Brown.
Okay.
So 20 years ago, I went to community college in Pasadena, Pasadena City College.
Mm-hmm.
This fucking school was packed.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to get in on a certain semester. I had no priority. I tried to get in all these classes. I ran around, and there was the last class that I had in mind, and I wasn't sure what sociology was, but I went to the sociology class, right? And Dr. Brown, who's a black professor, he was teaching the class. He had kids standing in the back of the class, right?
Mm.
All the other teachers had kids standing in the back of the class. All the other professors said, no, I can't take anymore. No. Dr. Brown knew that a week after that class started, all the desks there, none of the desks would be like, all of the desks would not be filled. There would be at least a couple of empty desks a week later.
Because you piss people off.
And by the end of the semester, there would be like half the class would be full. And so he let every single person in. If he had not let me in, I would have had to wait a whole nother semester to start school, because I needed some kind of class to get into, just so I could get moved up on the priority list. And the more consecutive semesters you attend, the higher you go up on that priority list, where you get an early registration date and everything isn't already like filled up. I have horrible mental issues. Like I have really bad OCD, really bad depression and anxiety. And I was going through a really bad time. When I lived in Pasadena, and I never spoke about it to anyone. I didn't even know back then, you didn't have the internet, so you can look up your symptoms and shit. I didn't know. I thought I was just insane. And I remember Dr. Brown was like one of the only people. I walked in. I was in this class all day. At the end of the class, he comes up to me and says, "Are you okay?" He was the only one that actually recognized. Like I was at it. I worked at a call center with hundreds of people that I talked to that would make good close relationships with. My roommate that I lived with, that I'd known for years and years and years. Out of all those people, Dr. Brown noticed a fucking kid out of a full classroom, and noticed I was like. He was cool. He was the first one, when everyone's like, "Oh, like I never heard about the Oklahoma shit,"
Yeah.
He taught us about that in 1999, and he taught us about it in 1999.
Black Wall Street.
Yeah. So anyway, and he taught us that. He said there's no fucking difference between the fucking excellent professors that you have here and the ones at Harvard or Yale, except for the price. Yeah. He said you come here, you're getting the exact same class, the exact same level of education. It's the resources and the connections and shit like that you're not getting. But so here's my two. So I go back to I got married and I had kids and stuff, and I said, I'll finish. I'll go to night school or something, but it didn't happen. And then cut to 23 years later or something, and I decided to go back, and the fucking community college is a fucking ghost town, dude. There's there's nobody there. There's very little classes. There's not there used to be tons of classes at night. I had to make special arrangements with my work, which they could cancel at any time, and I'll be done with this course that I'm on, just to go during the day and then come back to work. I have to leave work and then come back in the middle of the day because there's nothing there. And in the class that we have, it wasn't even nearly full the first day, and there's maybe six of us that show up to class every day.
Yeah, because
and I was like, is that what you're seeing there as well, or is that just
well?
And we live in an area where we have this college that's in one city, and we have two other ones, in San Diego County that are relatively close, besides all the other ones that are in the South County near San Diego and stuff.
I'm wondering, let's see. I'd have to look more up on whether community college attendance is down in general. I wouldn't think that it is. I mean, I know that, I'll tell you this, higher education attendance has been going down, and there's several reasons. There's a lot of reasons for that. One of them
is a goddamn scam now, dude. It's too fucking expensive.
Yeah, I mean, so administrative salaries have skyrocketed and the costs of going anyway. But as far as was going to say one thing. I've known a lot of really brilliant people, and I'll say this, like about the kind of big, like where does this guy, Brent Hayes Edwards? He probably works. Yeah, he's at Columbia. So I'll say this, like some of those big universities will get some of the big heavy hitters, but you'd never really get interaction with them as a student. So like, this guy he might teach a class a year, if that. He probably gets fellowships, so he doesn't have to teach, some years. You're not likely to get a lot of time with the dude. So, and also a lot of the kind of heavy hitters, they're also like frequently speaking and doing other things. Mm-hmm. But I will say that like the academic job market, some of the most brilliant people I've known have ended up at small community college jobs. Some of the people that I'm like, oh, they'll never get a fucking job, have ended up at big name universities. Like, it's such a fucking academic hiring, I'll tell you, is not a meritocracy. It's not that the best person ends up getting the, Yale job or whatever. That's just, it's just not how it is, for sure. A lot of really brilliant people work at community college. Now, the bad thing about community college, and I would never advise anyone not to go to community college. I think you should get your education for as cheap as, you can if you want an education. But the bad thing about them is that frequently it's like I might end up teaching at a community college because a big university, they have a tenure track, and they should, and that's a whole nother can of worms about tenure. But the job openings they hire. So what this is speaking of rackets, they know that they can hire me to teach their undergrad classes at this major university, and they can pay me $20,000 a year. They'd much rather pay me $20,000 a year to teach several undergrad classes than hire a full professor and pay that person anywhere from $60 to $130 a year, depending on their rank. So they do that. So they pump out PhDs. There'll be 8 of us that graduate in my cohort, or maybe a few less, probably 5 or 6. Maybe 1 to 2, maybe one of us gets an R. It's called an R1 job, research 1. Those are like the big universities, the big state schools, University of Florida, whatever. Then the community college jobs, the only downside is that if I go and get a R1 job, I teach a few classes a year, 1 to 2, 2 to 3 maybe. But most of my time I'm paid to research and write. The teaching is secondary, really. They're paying you to publish books and say, Fred Putterman is a doctor of literature at this university. That's
do they make money off of that though, or is it just the prestige?
It's not that it's prestige. So they do make money, but it's in this indirect way. One, if you like this guy, he's a fucking hot shot in the world that I'm working in. He is a big fucking deal. He didn't get paid shit for this book. What he did get...
Yeah, because 7 people bought the book, dude.
Well, yeah. And what he does get is he says, there's usually like a point system. So once you get, let's say this book, I'm just making this shit up. Let's say this book was worth 100 points. Once you get to 300 points, you then get a raise, and you go from associate to assistant to full professor, whatever. So you don't get money in that. You're definitely not getting money from publishing. But I should also say I have a friend that's published a really popular novel recently. You don't get paid shit for novels either until it's something like after they sell the first print. The contracts are weird, but it's like after the first print run, then you start recouping a certain percentage. Oh, it's after you pay back your advance on the first print run. So they'll give you like a $60,000 advance. They say, here, Baggy, go write a book. And then Baggy uses that to live on so he can fucking write. And then they say, okay, well, once you sell that first print run and we make our 60,000 back, then you can start profiting. So you don't start making money on a book until either it's like a fucking J.K. Rowling type situation, or it's selling like 15 years down the line. It's continuing.
Yeah, but the combat to that is there's a bunch of, I don't do it as much anymore because I work from home. But before the pandemic, I did a bunch of Audible shit, right? I listened to so much shit because I had an hour in 15, 30-minute community each way every day, right? These guys that are doing it on Amazon, just self-publish on Amazon, either in print on Kindle or through Audible, like just random shit like sci-fi bullshit.
Yeah.
They're making money, dude. Like,
you can.
I listened. I read a ton of shit from that. That aren't, going through those traditional channels anymore.
Yeah. So it's the same. Interestingly, it's the same with rap. What I was going to say, Baggy, is the only downside to professors at community colleges is that most of their time is spent teaching, and so they don't have as much time to continue to develop, to stay up to date on whatever field it is. Now, I'm not saying that they're all like washed up, because at the same time, you can get the tenured professor at a big school that he's tenured now and he didn't have to fucking learn anything anymore, and he's just done with it. He's going to teach the same shit for the next 60 years. You get that too. So it's a trade-off there. But some of the most brilliant people I know ended up teaching at community colleges. And for me, for someone, for writers and bands, you're commissioned. So I was going to say, Mazzy, the same thing with like hip hop artists. But interestingly, like Chris pointed out, a lot of hip hop artists were like, "Fuck it, I'm going to stay independent." Like
the SoundCloud rappers, right?
Yeah, like why would I sign with fucking Columbia when I can put out my own shit now because of the internet? So the internet's been this weird. It's kind of simultaneously this like agent of democracy, but at the same time, it's got some of these weird drawbacks. But
it's called late stage capitalism.
Well, yeah, I know. It's just a strange marketing yourself and all that. But, and I'll say this, like if I was publishing a book, I would never self-publish in the academic realm because it lends some legitimacy. But like for my friend who publishes for what's the big, is it HarperCollins? That they do fiction too. Yeah, it's HarperCollins. He wanted to publish with the big four. Like that was one of his things. If he goes on to self-publish later and has like a fan base, that's something else. But he wanted like that stamp of, I fucking went through the thing. And he's on like I think he just finished his second. It's not out yet, but he got signed for a third. So, he's a fucking novelist. I mean, there's, he was also saying like, so, you get on the New York Times bestseller list or whatever, and like, you can't, that's done. Like you can't take that away from him now. So if he goes and leverages that later for like a job somewhere or, whatever, like
the other question though is who the fuck reads anymore?
Yeah.
But my kids don't fucking read, dude. Like I've tried so hard to get my kids to read books, and they're just like, nah, man, I'm not doing it.
Well,
interest. It's like a dying thing. Like,
yeah,
I mean, it's weird.
I've told my students, if I'm teaching an upperclassman, senior, junior class, well, those people, they're English majors, so they're already like, you don't have to sell them literature. But so often when I'm teaching freshman, sophomore, even some junior class, like sometimes I'll teach a junior level class, but it's not coded in the system as an English major class. It's like I'll teach, for instance, I taught 20th century literature, 1900 to 1945 last year. That class is open to all students, not just English majors. And I often, and they'll take it because they need an English credit or whatever. But I've found so much of my job ends up being like, hey guys, like you should check out a book, like I feel like half my job is like pitching the idea of literature to them. And
it's so weird. Like I'm older than you, I think, but Baggy, how old are you?
49.
Ancient.
49?
Yeah.
I guess you're slightly older than me, but like, when I was in school, I would get like the English textbook and I would just read the fucking thing. I'd like read it in the first 2 weeks, and so I don't know. It was just easy at that point. If you read the whole fucking book, like you're kind of ahead of the game, right? Like they would assign. And do you remember? I don't even know if they do this in high school anymore. Do you think they still assign like books to read, like The Scarlet Letter and shit like that? Do you think that's still a thing?
Yeah, they did. And you know what's weird though is both my sons. They detested school. They hated it.
Right.
And they never crystallized why,
Right.
but like all the time, like I drive my older son, middle son to work. I drove my younger son around, and like when we talk, they have an incredible vocabulary, and they're pretty well spoken. And I'm like, you got something out of the school. The school's doing something right. And when people complain about the schools today and this and that, and oh, the schools are fucking horrible. And the kids at the community college that I go with, like they look like out of like Linkletter's like fucking Slackers movie. I mean, they look like a bunch of deadheads and shit. They are really fucking smart kids, and they know a lot. And their math skills are like way better than my generation's math skills were. Like I skated through high school doing like other stuff that would give you math credit, and I never actually learned math. They're really fucking smart kids.
Like, yeah, I'm 2 years younger. I'm 47, so we're basically the same generation. I did all this shit in math in high school, but like, why? Why did I learn calculus? I don't remember a goddamn thing about it now.
Well, I mean, if you would have gone on to do, did you? I mean, you didn't go on to do computer science, I imagine. Then,
I'm a fucking software architect. What? I mean, I'm a software architect. But, I've done it. I've been a software
that doesn't require calculus.
Huh?
That doesn't require calculus.
No, dude. Like, no, not at all. Like, I write business applications every day. I've been doing it for fucking 30 years almost. Sure, if you're doing like super deep shit, like, I mean, I don't know what, like, sure, then that shit matters. But like, why are we teaching kids that shit? I still don't understand. Like, the general population doesn't need to know fucking trigonometry. There's no value in that whatsoever for like 99% of the population.
Well, that's one thing that I liked is that they took away. It used to be to get your associates, you had to have college level math, so you had to have college algebra. Now they have a thing called God, I forget what it's called. It's Math 101 or Math 100 or something like that, and it's basically math for like liberal arts people. So you go in, and it's almost like a sampler, like a chocolate Whitman sampler of math, and you get to see kind of all these different subjects of math, and like you get a little taste of everything, and then we go into a lot of the history and the sociology of math, and it was really cool. It was a really fun, interesting class, and
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, finish your thought.
Yeah, and a lot of it was encouraging people to, trying to reverse that failure culture mindset. Like going back to Dr. Brown, he told us the story about there's this academic bowl, and they had these kids. At the time, I don't think you would need to do that now, but at the time, they were saying it's a Japanese, it was like an international competition. You had the Japanese kids against the U.S. kids, and they were both presented with a math problem, and it was extremely hard. And the U.S. students eventually gave up and says, "We cannot do this. We cannot solve this." The Japanese kids wouldn't give up because they knew all it needed was persistence and time. There's no way they knew they could get it if they just kept working at it.
Yeah, but so then you got the Japanese culture of, hey, you all get life insurance for killing yourself.
No. Well, I know, but in that allegory, forget that at the time it was a Japanese. I don't think that applies anymore, but
sure.
The point is that we have a failure culture where you just accept the fact that, oh, I'm no good. How many times have you heard a kid say, "Oh, I'm not good at that. I can't do that."
So for me, for instance, I'll tell people all day, I'm not good at math. I don't do math. The difference, the reality is that I
don't want to practice it.
Right. I could practice it. I could learn it, but we sort of set ourselves, it's called, there's another word they use for it now. I think it's like a fixed learning mindset versus something else. But the idea is that like at some point you're told. So And by the way, Jim, to your comment, I know I'm getting sidetracked, but my mom, she doesn't fucking read. She never reads. She was a kindergarten teacher. My dad, I used to think of he was like this, real smart. I just reconnected with him in the last couple of years. Not that fucking, he's not that bright. I mean, I don't want to sound like an asshole, but my mom, Jim, when I was a kid, I remember vividly her reading me The Hobbit when I was young. That shit fucking, a kid reading The Hobbit's like the best fucking adventure, That shit, undoubtedly, I was thinking she taught me to read really young. She was a kindergarten teacher. She taught me to read really young, but someone was asking like, well, how did you get so into literature? And I was thinking, it wasn't my parents, but my mom probably had something to do with that, even though she's not real big into books. But I know I don't want to interrupt y'all, but Chris, you were talking about how no one reads anymore. And like, man, like, I don't want to sound like the old boomer here, but there are studies like reading, it takes work. It's actual fucking work on your brain, and when you've got the choice between that and staring at dopamine hits on your cell phone, like it's tough. And like that, this is like one of the prime things that I've learned in my life, and I'm not always good at it and I don't always succeed at it, but to realize, to embrace and love the feeling of discomfort. And I don't mean like, I'm sitting on a sticker, but meaning that to my mind, and this sounds slightly, I know this is going to sound boomery or whatever, but like things that take effort tend to be the most fruitful for me. And I don't just mean intellectually. I mean like, spiritually, like as a person. The things that suck are what cause growth. I mean, that's like, everyone knows that, right? We all know that. But that's like when when I have my students and I'm trying to explain to them that yes, you can get ChatGPT to write your essay. One, it's probably not a good idea. I'm gonna figure it out. But two, the suffering is the benefit. Like that is what the work is the reward. Like that's a really tough thing for them to grasp. And so like reading, fuck man, it like even me, if I go on a week of sitting and watching TikToks and YouTube, I go on a month, if I go on a bad spell and my mental health's not great and I go on 3 months without reading a book, 6 months without reading a book, getting back into it, it's tough. It's tough to knock out a book in a few days or whatever.
It is tough. I mean, my kids have interest. I mean, so I've got a 12-year-old trans autistic kid.
Yeah.
Okay. So reading books, he actually reads some books. He's actually doing that, but it's not like me when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I had parents that were, so when I was a kid, I was super smart, in elementary school. So school was fucking boring. I got through the work in 10 minutes or whatever, not like bragging or whatever, but it was just fucking boring. And so I misbehaved in school. I would get done with my work and I would want to talk to people and stuff, right? And so they treated me like I was some kind of fucking deviant.
Yeah.
So I always got really bad grades in like citizenship. Or that was what they called it back in the 80s.
Yes, sir.
And so I would fucking my parents would ground me for watching television. That was their only thing they had was, you can't watch TV for 6 weeks because
I would have fucking killed myself if that happened to me, dude. If my mom took my TV away from me,
no, dude, I didn't watch TV fucking for years, dude.
I'd be like shivering in the corner.
Well, I was at first, but instead I read books.
I'm burning, man. I'm burning from the inside.
Right? I mean, it's funny, y'all.
I read the entire fucking elementary school library. I mean, I read everything.
Yeah.
And, and that obviously instilled in me a love of reading, but like it's not the same now. Like I have these Gen Z, Gen Alpha kids. One of them is autistic, like I said, and he reads some books. My other kid has kind of really severe learning disabilities.
Mm-hmm.
So when she reads something, it's like fucking going in one ear and out the other. It just doesn't really work for her.
Yeah.
The autistic kid learned to fucking speak from YouTube. Like she really did. I mean, he really did. Like there's a couple of channels that he really got into when he was a kid, when he was little bitty, like 5, 6 years old. And they did, hey, let's open up the fucking toys. Let's play the video games and all that shit. But he really learned to speak from watching those goddamn YouTube videos constantly.
Yeah.
It's
weird. So even
such a different fucking world, and I don't, that part's like cool and beneficial. But the other side to me is like social media. I mean, what we're doing right now is fucking awesome. We're all talking, we're hanging out. Fucking Facebook is the most toxic, fucked up shit that's ever existed. Twitter's even worse.
Yeah.
Like I just feel like we're not, as humans, we're not evolved to handle that shit. Like, Fred, did you see that? Like the VP of whatever it was that came out from Facebook like a year ago and said, "Hey, we hired psychologists to make this as addictive and fucked up as possible." Right? So they're like hiring scientists to say, "How can we make humans engage with our platform as much as fucking possible?" Right?
Yeah, no, they wanted it to be addictive for sure.
They make it addictive. It's still, like you said, dopamine hits, right?
Yeah.
So at first it was like, you look at Facebook, the history of Facebook. At first it's your friends. You see your friends' shit, and you see your friend that's having a good time, taking their kids out to lunch or whatever it is. You're like, oh, I'm a piece of shit because I can't do that, right? But, dude, I'm on Facebook now. I don't see my friend's shit.
Oh no.
There's nothing that's saying, hey, Baggy went to lunch. That shit's gone, dude. It's like targeted bullshit.
Oh, that was the golden era of social media, when it was quite literally a feed as it happened in chronological order of the shit your friends posted, and that was it. There were no algorithms trying to get you sucked in, because like I actually re-downloaded Instagram, I don't know, about a year ago, and I was off of social media forever. I come back, it's like one of my friends' posts from like 3 weeks ago, a fucking ad, a suggested post, one of my friends' posts from like a few days ago. It's just it's hardly, it's not the same at all. But hey Louie, and then that Wayne Shorter album. I'll have to re-listen to it. I remember really strongly disliking it, Aldo. Like I remember having like I did not like it, but I'll give it another shot. That's all I remember, though. I don't remember specifics about why I didn't.
So it's like everyone in the chat.
What I hate to do though, Chris, about the social media thing, because like I'm like, so you're talking about your kid learning off of YouTube. What when there's these new technologies and the world changes, inevitably you have people that are like, we're losing something, and the world keeps moving and shifting and whatever. But I mean, I honestly feel that. So, and also, obviously technology, like, what we're doing, we can connect with one another. I can fucking call Stunty up in Sweden, like, and talk to him. Like, that's crazy. And there's a lot of really great, educational stuff on YouTube or whatever. But, we are in the weirdest fucking late stage capitalist kind of hellscape where like I'm generating capital for, like, for instance, let's just take the stream. I mean, this is a very tiny thing, but you're generating capital for YouTube without actually being a laborer, right? Like YouTube, you're drawing people in or whatever, and like, or like when I use Google Maps, I'm making Google Maps a better product because they're using me to generate capital, even though I'm not, like, I'm just using their product. Everything is modified.
The 69 people are still watching. Please like and subscribe, and all that stuff.
Yeah. So Jim, while we I hate to be on this like technology bad. The kids don't read books anymore. At the same time, I'm like, dude, it's pretty gnarly. Like everything is commodified. All of our hobbies need to be commodified, or else they're not cool. Gen Z has this weird anti-cringe culture thing, which to me just rears its head as this kind of anti-passion, anti-intellectual thing that they don't realize they're doing, but they're like to be deep.
My kids are.
It spins around though.
Yeah, it does. My kids are woke as fuck, dude. Like from that whole thing, like they fucking know what's up.
Yeah, so I don't doubt that Gen Z is more.
My 12-year-old autistic kid is like, what the fuck's Israel doing in Gaza?
Yeah. No,
I don't know nothing about that shit as a 12-year-old.
But there's definitely a culture. And you know, I don't doubt that there's some, you know, kids, but there's definitely this like to be engaged passionately with something is like a fucking ick. It's like it's gross, and I think that a lot of that stems from this sort of, because they're so woke, they see through the veil of all of this shit. So like, you know, for instance, my students.
Do you feel that from your students?
So my students, I was going to say, they don't watch the news because they don't trust major corporations to give for-profit corporations to give them their fucking news. And they shouldn't, right? Like they have good reason to.
But the deficiency that leaves, right?
Right. So what you end up having is this kind of, and I don't want to sound like the old bastard that's like generalizing all of them, but what you end up having is this sort of kind of apathy of like, why would I engage meaningfully with this? Because there's this sort of nihilistic attitude. And again, I don't want to say like Gen Z is this nihilistic generation, we're all doomed, but like, fuck, man, like I get why they feel that way. And I was asking them the other day, you know, I put up this, I had the whiteboard out and I was like, are you living in exceptional times? Because what I can tell you, even as I'm saying this, when I watch Rachel say things like, well, Rachel might not be saying this specifically, but Rachel's camp saying things like, men aren't men anymore, and blah, blah, blah. You can go, you can go back to the fucking 1800s and find the same exact news articles. Yeah. Men aren't masculine anymore. So like, and you know,
the perfect example of that is like hang on. The perfect example of this is no one wants to work anymore.
Yeah.
I saw a thing recently where they had political news articles for the last 200 years, like
for sure,
no one wants to work anymore.
Yeah,
no one wants to be a fucking slave anymore.
So what I hate to do is be like, we're at the end of times, like, because people have also been saying that shit forever, you know, and it's like, yeah. But I have an honest concern with, and this is also what I was telling them. Maybe you're not in exceptional times in any other aspect except the rapid flow of information that happens through the internet. That's pretty exceptional. Commodification of everything is pretty exceptional, but power shifting and moving, not exceptional. People thinking it's going to be the end of the world, not exceptional, blah, blah, blah. But fuck, I lost my point. In nihilism, the modern condition, and this is kind of the history of modernity, and this is maybe like, I was trying to, you know, one of my students had beef with this the other day, but I was like, I'm not blaming Martin Luther for this. I'm saying like we can kind of mark these distinctive moments in I'll call it modernity, like the modern age of the last few centuries is like Martin Luther puts these theses up on the church. We're now at a point where our relationship to the church isn't stable. Our relationship to the state isn't stable. Our relationship to our, to the, you know, to you know, maybe these right wingers fucking, you know, unhinged points is like family units isn't the same. Our like foundation and ways of being are kind of all self. You have to make them. You decide what is right for you and what will make your life meaningful. And while that's kind of liberating, at the same time, when you're living in this world where everything is post-truth and I can't verify the truth and I can't trust academic texts because they've been corrupted, and I can't trust the news because it's been corrupted. So what the fuck am I supposed to do? You can slip into this sort of like feeling of nothing has real meaning. Or for instance, if we're going on the right wing kick for a second, their beef, what they'll say, at least if you get with some of the headier kind of fucking neo-fascists, is they'll say, if you erode things like gender, then you'll erode, they'll say something like the family unit or whatever. But and they have this fear that once you take away this solid thing, that everything is up in the air. And they're full of shit on the gender thing. But
the real fear that they have is that half of them just want to suck dicks.
Well,
it's okay. It's like,
so,
it's like a dick, bro.
So there's this important moment. There's this important moment in like the 60s and 70s. I'm simplifying it, but 20th century where people start to go, what do these big fucking ideas mean? Like freedom. What's freedom mean? Or what's truth? Or what's man and woman mean? And you have all these great fucking anthropologists and sociologists studying the world and deciding like, oh wait, gender has been different in different cultures, has been radically different in different times in different areas. Words like freedom don't have a static, solid meaning. And that was a super important time. But what you get after that is a like, what the fuck has meaning then? I don't know what the fuck meaning is. Like, what are you telling me is important? And if you tell me that freedom is important, how the fuck, why do I buy that?
Well,
it's important to this culture. So you can slip into this kind of like, nothing means anything. And so I'm fucking, this kind of nihilistic thing. And I think like in the next few generations, and again, I might sound like an old bastard ranting, but they're going to have to figure that out. Like,
as they do.
Do you slip into
maybe
nihilism?
My kids, I mean, I'm Gen X, obviously. And, my kids.
Obviously, I can't peg you more than 29 years old.
Oh, thank you so much. This is sweet.
How old are you?
47.
Oh, almost same. Almost same.
Well, I mean,
Gen X, the broadband, right?
The Gen X, man. But, like my kids, I talk to them about all this shit. And, I mean, I have a 15-year-old and she's an anarchist, basically. I was like, you should be. You're 15. You should definitely be an anarchist that thinks that everybody fucking sucks. Like, that's fine. That's where you should be. That's where I was when I was 15. But I do have hope for this country, and my hope is Gen Z and Gen Alpha. I feel like they understand the truth more than a large percentage of the voting population of this country right now.
I think understanding the truth and being in hot pursuit of the truth are two different things. And I hope that my hope is that those generations you're talking about are actually in pursuit of the truth, because it might be scary.
Maybe. I mean, my family's unique though. Like, 3 of us here in Texas, right? I'm pretty
fucking
sure
weird here, is it not?
Pretty sure all 3 of us besides Baggy are within 20 miles of each other, right? So, which is weird, but true.
That is interestingly weird.
Aaron's pretty optimistic about Gen Z as well. Metal theologian that just popped in. He's pretty optimistic.
There's reason to be realistic about it, because you just keep giving them it's the first generation that got the main line of fast information, and then had to then deal with it, and then also had to realize that half of it, if not 75% of it, was fucked up and wrong. So they're the first generation that has to parse through it accurately.
But they can
at that speed, right? At that speed, right? Because we all have to parse through everything that we see in life. But they're the ones that are getting it so goddamn flashingly fast, and they have to in real time figure out what's real and what's not.
Well, with social media, TikTok, there's a reason the right wingers want to get rid of TikTok.
Oh yeah,
I
always obvious.
I watch TikTok at least an hour every fucking night, and there ain't no Chinese propaganda coming through that motherfucker, dude.
Well, I'm not saying it's Chinese propaganda, but the problem with TikTok is that you'll get in a bubble of your own.
And there's an echo chamber.
Yeah, sure.
For instance, I'll watch a Noam Chomsky video talking about the Israel, and then all of a sudden I'm fed all this pro, and I'm not vouching for Israel here, but all of a sudden I'm fed all of this pro-Palestinian stuff, and it's like,
Yeah, that's fair.
It's a sort of dangerous of like getting into your own echo chamber type.
Yeah, that's why we should spend more time teaching each other how to think instead of what to think. And then,
no, 100%, I agree with that, Lou. That's a perfect point. Like,
but that really is the situation that we're in, right? Because like if you have no idea what to think when all this shit is fucking flying at you at fucking light speed at every device that you pick up,
what's weird
when you're 15?
I feel like Gen X is in the middle of this because, like, my dad's a boomer, obviously, and this is what's fucked up. He was never political my entire life, right? And then Trump came on the scene, and now he's like super fucking political. He's super Christian and stuff, right?
Suddenly,
fine. No, he's always been Christian, which is fine. But like the Hamas thing in Israel, he's like, we should bomb Iran now, right? Like, do you really want a war with fucking Iran? I don't think that's a good idea. So that's one extreme. Then I got my Gen Alpha kids like, fuck Israel. I'm like, okay, look, like you two are both fucking wrong, right? Like, I don't like the I don't necessarily like the centrist position of things because I feel like that's kind of like nothing happens. But like, in that conflict, obviously both sides are fucked up, and there needs to be
let's kill everyone.
Let's just not kill anyone, Louis. Come on.
Wait, which is it? You gotta fucking be on one side or the other.
Is that right? Exactly. Weird? Is that like? Because of to what Louis brought up, which is and Jim said something about having everything in my face all the time is daunting. Like, dude, I had a student. It was like it was like right as the Russia-Ukraine stuff started happening. I mean, it's been like the day after. I had a student come up and like, what's your take on the Russia-Ukraine conflict? And it was like, bro. Like, I mean, the fact that I'm even like supposed to have a take is kind of crazy. Like, I got to sort out all these issues. I can get news from fucking Gaza in like 2 seconds. Like it's a kind of crazy. There's a lot. You're sifting through a lot of information on any given.
We're not wired for it.
But you're saying what you're saying
humanity is not prepared for it, man.
No, we never are. We're never prepared for the technology. Humanity has never been prepared for the technology that we develop, right? We're like, so we're fucking dangerous toys.
Which is why I say we're a scourge, and we should be, all of us, just like we
eliminated, fucking just gone.
A lot of
look at the nuclear bomb. Okay, we dropped it on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, whatever. After that, we're doing tests in the Bikini Islands with our own people there. Like, we don't even understand.
They weren't the targets, though.
Well, no, they weren't the targets, but we didn't understand that. We didn't understand that, like, after you nuke a battleship, you probably shouldn't walk on it in flip flops.
No, I mean, you can. I mean, we don't care if those people die when they're 50.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying.
A lot of them
we should care about those people.
Yeah.
Kind of nuclear adjacent. A lot of them are heartening. I think there was a point where I was like, you start to learn about all this shit, and you're like, oh my god, we're so fucked. We're in this like late stage capitalist hellscape and blah blah. But there was this a lot of environmentalists. So if you would have gone back to kind of old school environmentalism, it was like, protect the planet. And you still hear all that shit a lot. But a lot of the kind of more heartening stuff that to me was heartening, was thinking about like quit sort of, which is funny because these are serious environmentalists, but they're like, quit acting like the planet is so fragile. You might make life untenable for humans to live here, right? But you're not going to humans might not be able to live here anymore. The planet itself, it's going to be fine.
Probably going to be fine.
This is an interesting
4 million years from now, 6 million, 20 million years from now, you're good.
Yeah, not to mention that from any fucking normal physicist standpoint, a fucking rock is going to hit this bitch at some point and kill everything.
Yeah. Eventually, but that could be fucking.
Oh fuck! We will have fucked this up long before that.
Oh yeah, we don't got that long. AI will deem
Jay's got a good point here. It says AI will soon deem human beings parasitic.
I know. Thank God for our AI.
Yes, for real.
Hey, like Gen X is okay with this scenario.
Hey, I
please set off the fucking bombs.
You know what? That's why every day I talk to AI and I say something nice, just to get on just to start getting on the good side. I say, like, I don't talk bad to Siri. I don't get mad with Siri.
Dude, Siri can go fuck herself because
Jesus Christ. See, you're going to be in the first wave.
Listen, Siri's not AI. Siri,
it is AI. It's just not.
But she is recording everything.
Siri's like a fucking dumb, like retarded 2-year-old fucking
that
dog.
has every word you've ever said to her.
It's just not near at the level that like we're.
No, dude. Like we've been working in my job. We've been building chatbots with Chat GPT, and like we're using this Microsoft shit and this other stuff for business stuff, right? And the level of sophistication between Siri and that is ridiculous.
Oh yeah, it's not even.
Like, I asked Siri, like, "Hey, who are some of the bass players that played with fucking Miles Davis?"
Siri's hardware.
Like, I don't know.
Siri's hardware linked, inextricably hardware linked.
Yeah, and to like search engines and shit too.
Have you seen? There's a new thing I saw on TikTok.
But Siri will evolve, Chris, and you'll have said shitty things about early
that she will remember.
Siri. Have you seen the human?
Stop misgendering Siri.
Have you seen the human AI pin?
Mm-mm.
This is a new thing that's coming out. It's like $700. It's a little square, okay, that you wear on your shirt or your lapel or whatever.
Nothing surprising.
Listen, dude. This thing looks fucking cool.
The guy who's like, we're gonna die from AI is like, we gotta have this.
No, we gotta have this. It is really an interesting device. It's early, right? This AI shit is super early, man. Like if you think about,
it's gonna go from early to end stage pretty quick.
It's not fucking self-aware.
It will take 0.4 seconds for it to go self-aware. It's gonna be exactly like the movies.
Well, that's the question, right? Is that reality?
I hope so.
Hopefully it'll be benevolent at that point, but it's not now. I work with this shit every day. And the two hardest things to figure out with this AI shit is one, how do you keep it from hallucinating? You know what that means?
In my world, I know what it means.
Well, it means, how do you keep it from making shit up? That's not true. Okay, it's hallucination. That's the first thing. The second thing is, how do you box it into what you care about? So like in a corporate world, it's like, hey, we have these things that we want our customers to care about, right? I don't want you to tell them, if they ask, hey, can you tell me a story about how Trump, takes over the world as a pirate? Like ChatGPT will do that, right? So the two hardest things we in the corporate world that we're finding with this technology is, how do you keeping it from lying,
which he almost did while we're talking about it.
That's fair. And then two, how do you keep it from doing things you don't want to talk about, right? Because the last thing a corporation wants to do is say, hey, here's this chatbot on my support site that told me how cool the fucking Nazis are.
Before we fully foresee the end of the world in the way that we think that it's going to happen, can I ask three questions?
Okay, let's see.
I'm never on the stream. I have three questions. Number one.
It's hour 6, basically. So
okay. Yeah, that explains that.
Michael 45 should show up soon.
All right. So first of all, Fred, I haven't seen you in a million years. How are you?
I'm making it. That's the best I can do right now.
Okay, fine. I'll take it. Baggy, I have not seen you in even longer. How are you?
I've seen you. I saw you talking about your sleeplessness, and it was frightening.
Yeah, it's bad. It's relatively bad, but I'm working on it. Yeah, I'm not losing any more weight, but I am working on sleep. But you're doing okay?
Yeah, I have a little 5-minute thing that I wanted to do because I have no other friends.
My third question, my last and third question was, Chris, your hair's not in a ponytail. I assume that means that you're doing good.
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. I'm trying to.
And you've shut down the Halloween shrine. We can't.
Halloween shrine is gone. I've got my I don't give a fuck if you're sleepy, Rob. Join the stream.
Yeah, I'm about to head out, y'all.
Wax is here. Bring Wax up.
Come on.
That's all. That's all I wanted to say. Is like I see you guys from time to time, but not very often. So I wanted to.
Well, before Fred leaves, here's a real question: when are me and you and Louie gonna get together? Because we all live like right next to each other.
Dude, you know what? First of all, Louie lives further north.
Okay.
So actually, there was a much higher chance, I think. I need to go back and read our text messages, but of me when I was in the burbs, like having lunch or something. Secondly, let me just say this. While my loneliness will ultimately kill me,
it won't make me go hang out with people in real life.
It's simultaneously the thing that I crave and the thing that will destroy me. So like,
yeah, it's tough.
Once I'm out and like we're like, let's say we set a date and we go fucking hit some record stores. I'll have a great fucking time. It'll be just like this, me chatting or whatever. It's getting me there that is going to be the problem. And also like the making plans like 6 months in advance. So like let's right now we're like on March.
6 months is the worst, man. It's got to be like 3 days.
It freaks me out. I don't know what I'm going to be
3 days, man.
So if you can wrangle me up, I'll go. But it's just I'm in isolation.
Well, I don't want to press too hard, man. You know, I was just like the last time we talked was the Austin thing, yeah.
Yeah, and, we should. And I thought I was going to go to that. That ended up being
Chris is right near some. You're in Fort Worth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a couple of really kick-ass record stores there.
Which
one? I'm in Fort Worth right now.
You're in Fort Worth. So like Born Too Late, right? For metal, for sure.
Yeah.
And then is it Born Too Late or just Born Late? One of those two. It's the drummer for fucking St. Vitus. He's the drummer for St. Vitus, Henry. Yeah. He owns it. So that's his bag. And what's the other one? Fuck, I was just there having lunch and I was like, Jesus Christ, this record store's here and I didn't even know it. Docs. Was it Docs?
Docs, yeah. I was there today.
Yeah, so I go to Docs pretty regularly. There was another one with a lot of metal called was it Rare Earth? I keep forgetting the name, Chris. I think it's Rare Earth, but they're priced
off Ray Street, right?
I can't remember.
Kind of like north side-ish.
Yeah. Like almost like I feel like I was on 121 and then maybe exited off or
off Sylvania.
Aaron, you would have. Well, I don't know if Aaron's still here, but that record store had a bunch of shit that I was like intrigued with, but it was all kind of marked up, and I was like, man, I don't know. So I'll check out.
That's the one that has the tattoo shop too, right?
Man, I don't know what it was. It was like it was one of those stores.
You need to go to like brunch, dude. Fuck records. Let's just go eat brunch.
I mean, that's actually more my thing. It's like I like going to a record store with you fucking guys would be like a nightmare to me.
Why?
Well, not really. It's just intimidating because I don't collect records the way that you guys do, and I don't have nearly as much knowledge, and so I'm okay being a noob in front of anyone. I really am.
I only have like 20 records back there behind me.
Yeah, but like just knowing you guys as personalities in this strange community we're in, and getting to like go out to fucking breakfast or something is absolutely on my list of shit that would be a good time. You know what I mean?
Let's do it tomorrow.
I have a gig tomorrow at 2, and then I have something to do at 6. But fucking, I'm ready. Like whatever.
Or Sunday, I don't know.
What the fuck? Sunday, I'm going to that thing, and there's a thing near here that's like ice. They take a convention center and then like make all kinds of really elaborate ice sculptures for like Christmassy type of shit.
You going to the Gaylord?
Yeah, it's probably the Gaylord, yes.
In Grapevine?
Probably, actually.
That sounds right up Baggy. Baggy, didn't you say you're a big ice sculpture guy?
Mm-hmm.
You did.
I did a lot of ice sculpture.
If you don't go to this, you're missing out.
What's beautiful, Baggy, is that
that's one of the main things that they
do. It's how the Grinch stole Christmas at the Gaylord Texan. Yes, I'll fucking be there.
Yeah.
if you want to kidnap me.
I'm gonna feed you to the cat.
So every other weekend. So if it's not this weekend, which. Yeah, getting me out early in the morning tomorrow. I don't know if you're gonna. I don't know if it's happening, but so like every other weekend I'm gone because I go see Maddox. But you know, just catch me on a weekend that I'm here, and I'm usually like I'm not doing shit. You know, like I don't. My day is like I wake up, I go to the gym, I take like a walk or something, and then I'm like here.
Well,
like,
I hate to say it, Fred, but you may have to slightly alter what you rigidly do every single day to go out and see other human beings.
It's so true. In fact, my therapist was like, you're so full of shit because you sit here and you complain about this.
I'm the same fucking way.
You could go play your fucking card game. You could be doing fucking...
It's your card game tonight, right now, though.
In fact, tonight, I sat and talked with you bums, and the Friday night is like the big night for the card game that I play.
What is it? What card game?
It's called Flesh and Blood. So it's a newer. I mean, the thing with trading card games is like you have.
Did you stop playing Magic because they made Aragorn black?
God, those fucking losers, man!
How dare you, bro?
So Magic the Gathering, you have like Magic the Gathering, and then you have all these trading card games that kind of crop up, and they all die out after a year or two. Flesh and Blood has it has legs, like it'll be around.
Yeah, I got burned by My Little Pony, man. I bought a bunch of that shit, and that game died real quick.
Are you a fucking brony, bro?
So that would make a lot of sense too. You're a brony.
That does make sense.
It's all lining up.
Okay, Fred and Louie, let's just get together and play Commander. I've got like fucking infinite Magic Commander.
You play Magic, Louie?
I have played it.
Yeah, I've played Magic.
And then I discovered Hearthstone and never looked back.
Hearthstone fucking blows. Come on.
Yeah. Fucking.
There's no interaction. Give me a break.
Fuck. You know what? I'll tell you, Chris. I'm a nerd out right now. Commander to me, it was like the death of fucking Magic. Like,
fuck that, dude. Commander is the level after you figure out that you're too old to play fucking Magic 12 hours.
This is where the passion comes out. This is where I like. This is the discussion.
This is when you figure out that you're not going to be on the fucking Pro Tour.
I could be.
Fucking happen. No, you
see, you just validated.
Let me tell you something.
Old.
No, but Flesh and Blood. With Flesh and Blood, I'll tell you this. Like, I don't mean to brag, but I got pretty serious about it. I don't know, what was that? A couple of years ago.
Hearthstone, dude, Becky, let's play.
I have Hearthstone. When battle. So okay.
Already
Commander was to Magic as Battlegrounds was to Hearthstone.
So all right. Now I understand the conversation. Go on.
Commander is where you're playing multiple people, but dude, it's such a fucking nightmare, man. You're sitting there.
Okay, fine, but Battlegrounds is great.
Huh?
Battlegrounds is great.
I love Battlegrounds too, and I stopped playing.
Let's fucking play.
But can you play multiple people?
I think you can. I don't know. I've been so alone for so long.
Commander's fun. Here's the thing. I mean, I played Magic competitively for quite a while. I top 16 to fucking what's the fucking Star City Games?
Yeah.
Okay. Top 16 that shit. Yeah. And not an open the side event that had like 150 people in it.
Oh, okay, all right.
Right. A top 16 that there's a local tournament that you'll learn about, Fred, called the Hunter Burton Memorial that happens every year. Okay.
Now
top 16 that shit. So I can play fucking Magic, man.
I
figured out that trying to play Standard and keeping up with it is a fucking stupid idea.
Well, and you're probably right about Standard.
We scared Wax away.
But
that's okay.
But Jose is fucking here.
Such bullshit. Well, I can rant about Magic for a while. First of all, Magic and Standard, for instance, they release fucking 40 sets a year now. All right.
It's ridiculous, dude.
So Flesh and Blood has said, here's where Magic fucked up. It's a New Zealand-based company, small company. They will not run it into the ground like Magic was. They are releasing a supplement, 2 draftable sets and a supplementary set a year. I love that about it. You can keep up with it if you want to. But I'll play a game of Commander with you if you learn to play Flesh and Blood.
Okay.
I'll play fucking Battlegrounds with both of you, and
we'll play Commander all together. I got like fucking 20 Commander decks, so it's
hey, can you get Jose up here? Can you?
I just posted a link. Nobody's joined it, man. Let's see.
You have the ability, right? Though.
All right, so while we're on nerdy shit, I watched this D&D. So I've been playing Baldur's Gate 3, which uses the Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition rule set, and it's in video game form, right? So it really, hilarious shit can happen. Like you can manipulate.
Did you make the goblin eat shit?
So you can throw an egg and distract someone and then use that to your, it's a fun game. But I watched the fucking Chris Pratt Dungeons and Dragons movie from, I think it was this year, 2023. And I thought, this has got to be fucking horrible. I thought it was actually a pretty cute and fun movie with a lot of fun D&D jokes in it. So if you're, it's not going to change your fucking world. You're not going to weep over it. But I thought, I thought it was a solid movie. All right.
Which movie?
It's called like Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves. I think it.
Oh yeah.
Great to stream.
You know what else is a solid movie? Have y'all seen the Five Nights at Freddy's movie?
No.
Okay, well, y'all don't have kids, but Baggy does. Yeah. My 12-year-old autist was obsessed with Five Nights at Freddy for several years, and this movie just came out last weekend.
Oh. Dude. That's a PG-13. I couldn't go see that with Maddox because it was PG-13.
Yeah, it's PG-13. That movie was fucking great. If y'all don't know, Five Nights at Freddy's is about these fucking automatons in like a Chuck E. Cheese.
It's like a Chuck E. Cheese, yeah.
It's like a Chuck E. Cheese, but it turns out
as if I weren't scarred enough from that shit, seeing it actually live in
person. The truth is the owner is like this psycho that murdered the kids and put their bodies and souls into the fucking automatons.
Oh, so it's like an adult movie.
Putting the bodies in there was easy. The souls was fucking took some work.
But it's PG-13.
It's PG-13. My kids fucking loved it, and I loved it too. Because the funny thing was, I watched the movie with them last weekend when it came out, and I was like, "Oh my god, I didn't know they put the kids' bodies in the fucking animatronics." So how do you not know this, Dad? That's like the fucking lore that's been around for 6 years. I'm like, I don't know, man. I just saw y'all watching the shit. This guy, I can't remember his name, but he came up with this shit and made these video games, and it's all about you're a security guard in a Chuck E. Cheese, basically, and the fucking animatronics are going to kill you.
Yeah, that
you have to be a security guard in Chuck E. Cheese.
Wait. What do you think about Legacy before I go, Chris?
Legacy.
Hey, Fred, don't go.
Legacy.
Metal Theologian's coming up, man.
Hang on, Legacy is fucking dead because of the fucking reserve list.
I know. Let's take that aside. I mean, how do you feel about the gameplay of the format?
You're Legacy is amazing.
Oh, so I'll check storage.
I want to play Mom. That's what I want to play. If I'm playing Legacy, I'm playing Mom.
So I need to check. I had every single meta decent Legacy deck color proxied, fully sleeved up and ready to go. But I have to check.
That isn't real though.
I don't have fucking $40,000 to dump on a deck.
Yeah, Chris, fucking come on.
No fucking fake cards, man. Come on.
No, listen, kitchen table playing Proxy Legacy is so fun.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Wait till you play against my Marin deck in Commander. It's
goddamn Commander, dude.
Huh? Commander's fun, dude. Here's the thing. I got 3 buds. Have y'all ever seen Blood In, Blood Out, the movie?
Mm-mm.
Yes.
Mexican prison movie, basically. So all my homies are Mexican dudes, and that's our favorite movie. And we watch it on YouTube while we play Magic, and it's fucking awesome, dude. You just have to embrace the fact that you're not going to be a competitive Magic player anymore.
Yeah, but it gets. It's okay that I'm not going to be fucking.
You're not going to be fucking
Kibler, but.
Did you say Brian Kibler? That's what I was going to say. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Wait, are you saying Kibler?
Yeah, Kibler, man. Kibler.
That's how I take my cues.
Hearthstone Kibler, right?
Yeah.
Hearthstone Kibler is nothing compared to Magic Kibler.
Magic Kibler was a fucking beast.
Yeah, he's a legend, right?
Yeah. But
His dog's.
I know I'm not gonna be Brian Kibler, but I just like. I like I would like to go to F&M and Standard's probably fucking I think Modern's kind of really popped off.
I play Standard every day though.
I don't think
on
that
Arena. On Arena, yeah.
That dream's going to be a little bit. I mean, it involves meeting another actual live person, and
I mean, I played.
I don't necessarily know if that's
I did Friday Night
Magic
I did Friday Night Magic every day for like 5 years. Every Friday for like 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone a few times since I've been here to some of the. Oh, and another thing about the Flesh and Blood scene here, for some reason, it ended up like a lot of the best players in the world are just in the Dallas area, and so tonight there's a place called Reaper Games, I guess, in Denton.
Yeah.
So I guess Denton has like I was asking. I went to a few of the smaller. The F&M is called Armory in Flesh and Blood World. So I went to a few of the armories and I was talking to the people, and they were all super friendly. I mean, as card game players generally.
Unless you're female or different than the normal gamer dude guy.
Yeah. So anyway, and I was asking people, and they said Reaper, I guess, is like the big, like everyone from the DFW comes in and plays Armory on that night. So right. I meant to go to it tonight, but my antisocial, shit.
You came here instead.
Yeah, but
you need an annoying friend, is what you need.
I mean, we're here for
I would
Louis,
just,
both of us.
Fred, come on, man, come on, let's do it. Come on, let's do it.
What's up, Jose?
It's breakfast. We can do it. I'll be there in 20 minutes.
I like this after hours jazz bomb.
Well, okay, I'm leaving for real now.
Don't leave for real now. Come on, this is just getting good.
It's 1 o'clock, and I'm.
What do you have to do tomorrow?
Try to talk with Fred.
What do you have to do tomorrow? Tell us the truth.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to do a lot, but
what's more important than hanging out with the people that fucking want to hang out with you?
If we stay for another hour, Michael 45 will show up.
Is that when he wakes up?
It's like magic, dude. Like
it's not.
He'll wake up till 2 a.m. on the Jazz Bomb show.
Oh, yeah. He's at Dim Bosch. He's not going to be coming on here.
He's in Dim Bosch? Uh-huh.
Yeah, they had their big Dim Bosch stream.
Yeah, see, Metal T's going to come up and fucking hang out.
He's not coming up.
Yes, he fucking is, man. He's like,
right,
I was going to.
Aaron, we'll see if you can hold
philosophy with Fred. He just said it.
Bring him up.
He's not leaving Metal T.
As a peace offering, because I'm at the Jazz Bombs. So
yeah, he's going to show 75 records in 20 seconds.
Yeah. Show one Steve Lacy record.
I have that record. Yeah.
Well, I have two because Rob's.
There's two.
There's two.
These are my offerings, my jazz offerings.
Who's blowing?
Do you like that first one? I was thinking about selling that first one.
This one?
Yeah.
Well, it's weird because
stop. Now you've got him hooked, and he's gonna keep doing this shit.
What do you think when you
made him big?
You try to find a record. It's not on Spotify. It's not on YouTube, and you get it right. So I think it's a good experience when you get it. And this record, if you sell it, you won't be able to listen to it, I guess, unless you're like in a weird website.
Yeah, but the poetry chick is fucking weird on that record, dude.
Oh, I like that. I was not expecting it. Yeah, I don't
fucking just read poetry on that record.
Fucking Jose.
Yes.
Stop. Put the record down.
You invite me.
It's a good record.
Yeah, we want you here. Just fucking pace yourself. Jesus Christ.
It was my offering for my jazz offering.
Well, so far off to a bad start. Fucking just calm the fuck down for a second. Show the ranch soda.
You know what? I don't know where it is.
No bullshit. It's right there. You just looked at it.
No. Look, it's supposed to be up there, but it's not. And then it was supposed to be.
Well, show us some other fucking weird ass artifact that you got. That isn't a record.
Look, so Ivan has joined.
The fucking gauntlet's been thrown.
Well, I have my prism that I use for my camera.
Let's see it. Okay,
Whoa,
not a record. Wow, that actually is pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
It's so.
You want to see some artifacts? I've got artifacts. Hang on.
Yeah, it's artifact time. Show us from some.
Diwali. Diwali is Sunday, right? You know what Diwali is?
Yeah. Everyone knows that, Chris.
It's like
literally everyone is tuned into that.
We had a big celebration at my work this week with all the Indian folks. Look at this.
Oh, that's nice.
That appears to be an elephant that has been painted red.
Well, I have something that looks similar, but it's not an elephant.
Then I've got this here. Oh shit! That went the candle.
Ooh. What is that I hear in the background?
It's probably my record. Turn it down.
The dulcet tones.
The dulcet
Love
tones.
Is it annoying?
No, it's great. It's great.
Is that
no,
wood?
no, it's fine.
Clay? Plastic? What is it?
No, it's I don't know. It's resin.
All right.
Yeah.
Your elephant looked like my what is it? A dog?
It's a freaky dog. Yeah.
This is from Guatemala, and this is from the U.S. This is the U.S. version.
That's the U.S. pressing of the dog.
Yes, look. This is the Guatemalan pressing, and then the other one is the
Gumby pressing.
It looks like fucking Gumby, dude. Or Pokey.
It is the voice from Gumby.
It's fucking Pokey, dude. Yeah.
It is Pokey.
Well, fucking Metal T's here, man. What's he gonna like? How did we get this to happen?
Oh, it's weird.
It happens occasionally.
You know,
I only think come up when there are too many people on, though. You know, it just turns into a shit show when you have 8 people on. Shit, it's like, what's the point? Look, I started with something negative like that. Here I came up to be the popular influence talking about how great the Zoomers are.
Yeah, the Zoomers are great, man. Peebeethal, where's Peebeethal?
No, he just wants the Peebeethal screen, but if I do it, the people are gonna call the cops on me here.
The name of the game right now, for those just joining, right, Jose, stop showing records, and Metal T is that we're trying to convince Fred not to go to bed.
Well, I think he did. Look, I always say him. Like he already went
left.
Yeah,
it would be pretty fucking funny if he just went to bed and left.
Just left it.
Yeah.
You know what this label is?
No one fucking cares, Jose.
Yeah, the East German label.
Yes.
God damn it, of course, Metal T.
So
what is
I got this record by mistake and from Permanent Records, and interestingly enough, he sent my record to someone else, and it appears to be that it's also in Mexico. So this is a LA record store, and apparently by some miracle they shipped it out to someone here as well. So I'm trying to coordinate, but I have this pressing for today and tomorrow. But it doesn't sound bad, but it's just a weird cover. I don't know why it exists like this, but I've never seen it before.
Can you show it again?
Yes,
but
and
but can you Can you show it slower this time?
I have 200 pesos there because
what country are those that money from? Is that Mexico? Mexican money?
Yeah. It's beautiful. Look, it has monarch butterflies.
I thought it was a monarch pressing.
It is. It's Sor Juana Inés de la Cruz, and this is what is it, Morel?
Oh, yeah.
More butterflies. Look, fucking green money. Isn't it weird that we think money is green? Is it just American?
I mean, it is here in America. It's green.
I guess.
Money.
Has it always been? Yeah, of course it has. Man. Always to be great.
Jose.
Yes.
Do you see what you've done to Fred?
Fred's disappeared.
Do you see what the fuck you've done here? Like
yes.
Already? Could you calm down for a second?
I
don't hold on. Don't show a record. Whatever you do.
I want to show a record.
Fred's never gonna come back and fucking hang out with us. You know how often I see Fred? Never.
Never.
I see you every day.
Jose, do you have this record? Pull this one out.
The Carbon? Yes, that's Sonic Youth is
show
in
the
there.
record.
Sonic Youth is in there.
Do you have this record?
Yes.
Show it.
I'm not gonna
No,
get
he's
it.
not allowed to. Jesus Christ.
But I do have it. I do have one song on Reach.
Do you have this record?
Wait. Let me.
Reminds me of the dude that showed up with like the Looney Tunes figure.
The question is, does Jose have the record? And
fucking Macross Plus.
What's the other record? I didn't saw it.
Like a fucking Speed Racer soundtrack, baggy?
This Macross Plus.
Talking
about AI. They were talking about AI in the early 90s. Mid 90s.
Yeah, but now it's real.
And this song one of the songs on here.
What record was it? I didn't saw it. I didn't see it. What is it? All right.
One of the tracks that the AI character sings. I was listening to the classical radio coming home from work, like in the mid 2000s.
Yeah.
It was like 10 years after I got the CD, and I'm hearing the exact same, kind of melody from that, and it was Pare, the French composer Pare. They basically took a melody from his Sicilian and put it into that.
Are you into these AI anime girls?
Oh, the VTube dude! Oh my god! I was just looking at it because I was watching a podcast and they were interviewing one of the girls. They said, "How much have you spent on the VTuber models? Guess how much she has spent on it?
How much have you spent?
$400,000.
Who?
Her first one, huh?
Her
name is Shy Lily. Look up
OnlyFans,
Shy Lily.
but it's cartoons.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, it's like, okay, you instead of when you stream on Twitch or you stream on YouTube, instead of you being there,
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're a little anime person, and the more they can get really sophisticated, where
because they're wearing
they have like the boob jiggle.
Yeah,
this girl in particular has a big whale tail that comes out and like is animated in the background.
Well, fuck, so I have
her first one was $7,000 because I was thinking, man, I could be the first VC VTuber, and I could get a little black cat, and that'll just be me from now on.
So it sounds like the barrier to entry is just capital, right? So it's like as long as you can afford
she said
the
the first one was $7,000. I'm not paying $7,000 for a little black cat.
All you need is
you have to get someone.
You need a hot tub in your living room, Baggy.
Yeah, I could do.
You get like a hot tub and a bikini, and
it's got to be a virtual. It's a virtual hot tub. No one knows it's there.
Well, get you a Coleman
so
hot.
My dreams were crushed when I found out how much those are.
Yeah.
Are we worried about Fred yet, or not?
Fred's never coming back.
No, Baggy says no.
Well,
Fred's never coming back.
Jose's in his fucking element.
Yeah.
No,
looking for that Carpenter album.
Baggy showed me something, and I can't find the.
Well, fucking Jose's talking about eating dinner, and it's like 2:00 in the morning. I don't know what's going on up there. I mean,
I have a divine.
Meanwhile, in the chat, Eddie says, it sounds like a gateway to hell.
This is a cool bootleg. This is
we talked about this, Jose.
Oh, Yester, and then this is Kenneth Anger on the other side. Pretty cool.
Yeah, no, we saw it.
Yeah.
John Waters, man.
Yeah, and Kenneth Anger.
Yeah.
I want to see Aaron show some records. He's probably been working on his next video, and I want to see whatever he's got going on.
Is it a bad idea to take an edible at 1:20 a.m.?
Wait, who took an edible?
I'm thinking about it right now.
Do it. You won't.
Don't.
Do it. You won't.
Why wouldn't you?
Aaron.
Yeah.
You got some records ready for your next video?
You got any jazz records, man?
You got any that won't make the cut that you kind of want to show that you don't think are going to make the video? You know what I mean? Like, because you always have some cool shit, man. It's like Jose is like he can show 78 records a second. It's like, all right, we get it. It's fucking much respect.
But you know what? It's not like I like the record talk, but again, it's always
not like you like it.
It's
Who
always
the fuck are you talking to? Are you out of your fucking
I'm talking to you, but it's always interesting to me that people really hate the fucking record talk and the VC.
No, we like it. You're just too good at it.
This isn't Rachel. This isn't Rachel's.
I like Jose. I fucking
no. Jose's the man. It's just like I always try to like. He's just so good at it that the rapid fire almost never stops. So I want to give somebody else.
Wait, I haven't been able to talk to Baggy, so let me recommend two things.
As he brings out records.
Wait, I want to say
does
something.
anyone else see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I want to say something to Jose before I go. So the San Diego Symphony went to Tijuana last weekend.
Yeah.
And they went to the cultural center there, and they put on a symphony program. It holds about 1,000 people, and they sold out. I mean, they had to turn hundreds of people away. hundreds of people were trying to get in, but they only could fit 1,000 in. You know, when they're playing in San Diego, there's always plenty of open seats. Well, I thought that was fucking cool.
Well,
I hope they go back there a lot. They should. It was totally free. They didn't charge a dime for it.
The thing with Tijuana is that it's always been like a great spot for people that go to play to Los Angeles and then go to Tijuana. I mean, Nirvana play there, like at least 1 or 2 shows.
No, there was that Iguanas, right?
Iguanas, yeah. Iguanas, yeah. And a lot of great bands play there, so it's not really that surprising. I do have one suggestion for you, 2 suggestions for you that you haven't done. For the Criterion thing that's going on right now. I don't know if you know this movie. It's called Daisies.
Mm-mm.
All right, but look it up. There's a soundtrack. And why do I have 2? I don't know. But
get this one, Jose.
That's another thing. And then the other one that I would suggest to you, because this is my wife's, but I'll show it to you. It's Belladonna of Sadness. And the villain in this, I don't call it anime. I don't know what it is. Japanese movie. It's a big dick.
Yeah.
Well, it literally
is.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean about art cinema. You know, you can't be fucking. It's just
this isn't art cinema. This is just simply one of the greatest movies ever made. And the whole point of this movie. The whole point of this movie is that if the men would just listen to the women to begin with, all of their lives wouldn't have been ruined. It's really fucking.
Can you read that quote in the record?
Like you get to, is that similar? Yeah.
The poison tree, the pathetic man, and the penis butterfly.
Words to live by.
But this is a great movie. It's like if you like
weird, Louis.
Planet Savage, you would like this.
Yeah, the cool thing is all the Japanese stuff, it's on the channel, so you can get for 7 days free. You can binge like all the Japanese movies you want, and then just shut it off and cancel it. You don't have to pay anything.
Yeah, well,
all right, I'm gonna go to bed, guys. Have a great night.
Bye,
Maggie.
Bye.
Oh man,
I can see Fred's face. Like I wish I was that guy leaving.
Here's the question:
they're not gonna have me much longer.
I want to explain to Wyoming Dave if edible has something to do with marijuana.
No.
Yes. Yes.
No.
Dave. They're talking about marijuana.
Well, you can get other edibles with other
Dave
stuff.
is as pure as the driven fucking snow.
You know,
I don't think we should fuck with him.
If you eat chocolate mushrooms, I don't know how you call it in English, chocongos in Spanish, that's an edible.
How about
everything's
mescaline?
edible if you're brave enough? I mean,
yeah. What the fuck?
How about chocolate mescaline? That's pretty good shit.
A mescaline?
All right, Fred and Metal Theologian, you're supposed to have a debate of some sort.
No, we didn't set up a debate. We were just hoping to foster a conversation of some kind.
Right,
yeah, I don't think they have a whole lot to debate, really. Maybe some like finer points, you know.
Yeah.
But it was surprised stood up for Jordan Peterson when I took a dig at him a minute ago.
Was Massey talking about Jordan Peterson in the morning? I can't.
Someone made a joke in the chat a minute ago. That's all.
No,
Actually,
but
it was about Slavoj Žižek and Jordan Peterson, and I started that debate. I don't know if I've ever been so embarrassed for someone as when I saw Jordan Peterson on that stage. What a fucking dunce that guy is! Jesus Christ.
He read
he read the Communist Manifesto to prepare. I'm like, dude, you know something?
It's embarrassingly bad. I agree.
I love Zizek.
I haven't seen that.
Zizek has this great essay on I don't know why Zizek has ended up being like the kind of
gadfly.
Well, for some reason people know about him. You know, like why is he debating?
He's very memeable. He's always around.
Because, yeah, you know, he's got the double hot dog. You've seen the double hot dog picture, you know.
And also he's alive. You know how weird that is.
But there's tons of people that are alive that are
no. But I don't mean it like that. It's like when someone like is labeled a philosopher and they're alive, it's weird for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Well, because Fred, they're still thinking.
Well,
people accept philosophers as a book that open and ended, so I guess it might.
Yeah, but why is he the one that's anyway? Regardless, he has this really great essay that kind of is a good way to teach students if I can forget the name of the essay, the article, but it's about like the difference between a sort of in your face violence and a kind of what does he call it? It's like a kind of slow violence, and anyway, it always gets students like talking. But he's a funny. He's also super into film. I don't know if you knew that. Like he's obsessed.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, so a lot of his writing, you were saying people view him as like philosophers are open and shut, but he's kind of been spinning his and I'm not slamming him for this at all. I kind of think you have a thought, like you have one good thought, and you kind of gotta ride it out. And I'm not saying this in like you gotta just like get your money and get your paycheck from it. I mean, like it takes time, and this is kind of part of his argument is like people got to slow down. Like it takes time to digest a single thing, and he's been kind of riding the same wave for a while now. Like I don't know that his thought is radically changing, but of course, when he dies, give people another 60 years, and they'll
But that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. It's like I think people, when they think of philosophers, they think of their whole body of work already as a done thing.
Done, yeah.
And even if you have to like dissect it and everything years later, I still think it's weird. Even like Soren Kierkegaard or something like that. It's just, I think that it's just people really want to focus on what was. So when they see someone still changing his mind and evolving, they
Yeah, but no one's obsessed with like Judith Butler, who you could say is arguably like Judith Butler in the academic world is like a fucking rock star. I mean,
yeah, but it's a more reserved human being.
Yeah, so Zizek, I think, because he's so hot on film and he's like kind of a funny, cantankerous, people have gravitated toward him. But I don't think that the people are like widely reading his shit. I don't think
TV Thal or somebody else.
Huh? That debate though was wonderful. Like Foucault, when did he die? The fucking 80s. Early 80s?
Yeah, 84.
Anyway, his stuff's still like people have really kind of dropped the ball on analyzing his stuff, I think. And he kind of looms large over when did he die? 84.
What do you think what do you think of like in general in philosophy? In general, whatever you can say about a philosopher like in the last like 2 centuries ago, they were basically the same. Classical music, going to the opera, getting a little drunk. And right now, philosophers can just like a Tom Cruise movie. Isn't it weird that they I'm just trying
I feel like you're admitting that you don't pay attention.
No, I'm saying that
I feel like you're really like solidly setting the line in the sand that you have no idea about modern philosophers.
No. What I'm saying is that I think that back then lives were lived in like similar ways. Yeah, back then. Yeah.
Back then lives were lived in similar ways than what?
That like around because people were like cultural stuff.
He's saying like Aristotle, you put Aristotle on like a fucking pedestal because you don't see Aristotle taking a shit.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Like with Zizek, he's
then make that mental. Yes, I understand. Make that mental jump. Then we'll take the 20 seconds.
No. I try to do it. That's why I think it's always like funny that people read about a philosopher, but they don't read about his life or what he liked.
That's
or fucking Nietzsche that used to like compose the works for piano and stuff like that.
Right, even though nothing mattered, right?
Yeah. But that's the thing.
I get it. I see where you're going.
If you think of like Schopenhauer, I think he was more fucked up when he was not talking philosophy than when he was. So I think that it's interesting just now that we live like life. We had like more stuff to it, so it's just weird to see a guy talking about movies, and then talking about this whole debacle about life,
Jose, I got a question for you.
Yes.
It might be a difficult one.
All right.
But how do you feel knowing that you
are going to die?
Made Wyoming Dave so bored that he's leaving.
Wyoming Dave
I hope that hurts.
Like hard-hitting question.
Like Wyoming Dave's like, I'm fucking going to bed. He said yawn in the chat.
He was going to click the link, get up, and he was like, "Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit."
I think that's fantastic.
Yes, I think we did it. Louis, after the George stream that's now lost media.
Yeah.
That was a good day. I think I stay like to all night, but you haven't tried it yet.
No, and I'm not fucking going to.
What the fuck is that shit?
Where the fuck is my
mustard flavored soda? Gross.
Mustard flavored soda, man. 100% natural, apparently.
Bust it out. Don't be a bitch. Open it up and try
it. Don't be a bitch.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I respect it. I respect the shit out of that, but no, I'm not doing it.
Oh, here we go.
Is that like a Lester's Fixins soda?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
He's got one too. His is ranch.
Lester's Fixins. Here we go.
There you go. You see that?
Aaron, have you ever had a ranch soda?
No.
Would you drink one on camera to get tickets to some show that he went to?
No. I probably wouldn't go to the show though. No, just try it.
Yeah,
that's 100% off.
I'll try it. I should have bought 2 of the mustard.
That's 100% off. That's 100% not what happened.
Yeah, but Lisa, so that's the thing too about Hegel. So, and by the way, I hate to go from the ranch soda discussion or whatever, but like the problem with I hate to discount people's thought, and I'm not saying I've done like a deep dive into all of Zizek's work or something. And, I don't fucking Zizek is nothing to me, compared to like a fucking Foucault or something, But
is it because he's more contemporary?
No, because he's not working specifically with problems that I'm working with.
Oh, all right, that's fair.
So, yeah, I don't mean he's nothing to me. Like he's something to somebody,
He's shit to me.
But I just like what I hate to do is discount all philosophy after like Hegel or something, or like that's kind of like, it's like. Or like let's say like Plato or fucking like Aristotle. Like can we firmly say that like philosophers have been kind of mulling over a lot of the same shit for a long time. Like we know that. So to say that someone is like has a foundation in Hegel and Marx, which is a good. You might pick out any philosophy student in any random university right now and say that's probably the same. Hegel and Marx are going to loom large over their shit, or at least Marxist thought, right? Maybe not Marx in particular. Is like, so then what? Am I supposed to trace this lineage of thought back to to whatever until I, confirm it? I'm not saying that's what Lisa was saying. I'm always like, we kind of spin our wheels and we say the same thing in a million different ways, and like I think that's okay.
Hegel was kind of like the baby boom generation of philosophy for a long time, though. I think, like he was so like dominated and was like so oppressively present in people's philosophy for like a couple generations afterwards that like it was kind of healthy for people to sort of shake Hegel off a little bit. I think I actually used to think Hegel was just completely full of fucking shit, and I've kind of come to appreciate him more over the last few years. But I still wouldn't exactly call myself a Hegelian.
But don't you think that it's also that even in music and in art, it was like 50s and before, it was thought that you were like on your right track if you had the previous philosophers, the previous musicians as your pedestal of thought. Wouldn't you say that that's maybe because he's a little more old school and he's older as well? Don't you think? Because I think right now it's more.
I don't think I understand the question.
What I'm trying to say is that wouldn't you say that before and the type of school he is from, people were more used to like having their previous masters or what they've read or whatever as a guiding force, and right now there's a lot of like, let's think for ourselves and move to like my highway is my highway. And
no, not really.
No, you don't think?
No, not at all. I mean, because if you think about things, you need like inputs, right? And inputs are basically consist of shit that's already been written or shit that you're hearing from someone else, because that's like how we like receive sensory inputs as human beings, right?
Yeah,
so
but I think that people before were more proud to tell you like their influences, and right now people are like, oh no,
pride's gonna get in the way of learning a fucking anything every time.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people right now, they really don't like telling you.
Well, that's their fucking problem. That's not a good way to learn.
No, I know that, but it's something that
the question is, do I think that is happening?
Yeah, do you see it more often? Because at least for me, in music, I see it a little more often.
Fred would be the best person to answer this, because I'm not like around learned, like young people who are trying to learn aggressively at all. He's probably
maybe in music. I mean, I think the 20th century is kind of this interesting moment where people start to is in thought, but one, like philosophy as a field is sort of on its, because of this explosion of like interdisciplinary study, which is to say that I don't think that I can sum up everything that I want to say in this kind of like classical pure form of philosophy. It's not really, I don't want to say it's on its last leg, but even philosophy departments have taken on this kind of more interdisciplinary like approach to things. So meaning like I can in fact, you have a lot of bleed over at every university I've visited, at every university I've been to. You're going to have bleed over from literature departments into philosophy departments, into like they're going to take each other's classes and things like that. And I don't think there is like firmly rooted maybe as like classically trained philosophy. By the way, I have no fucking clue if what I'm saying is true, but like they don't need to like show their lineage of thought maybe in the same way, but that used to be. But also I think like as far as like Hegel goes, and and I was thinking about Aaron's comment about coming back around. And also you should keep in mind, I'm a literature person. My dive into philosophy really doesn't come until the last few years, because I was so firmly involved in something called cultural studies, which is kind of which was like, we're not dealing with thought problems, we're dealing with like problems of culture and sociology and things like that. I mean, I'm oversimplifying this.
It overlaps sometimes.
Absolutely. Yeah. But I don't have a training in like classical. I'm not a philosophy PhD, right? So I haven't read a bunch of Hegel's shit, right? I can see the lineage of sources. One, you can't chase that train forever. You'll just fucking, but I will say, like Aaron said, coming back around, like I've had sort of the same experience with literature. And that like, there was a time where I was like really kind of like the fucking, the literature canon, like this was formed by all dead white dudes, which is, absolutely true. Like Harold Bloom's a fucking, do you know Harold Bloom, Aaron?
No, I recognize his name, but I mean,
he was this massive, he kind of like Zizek in philosophy, where like non-literature people would have heard of him because he ended up on like fucking CNN, and what's his name, Charlie Rose interviewed him and shit. He was a big proponent that like literature is dead, and like there hasn't been any good literature since the fucking blah blah blah. Like there's only been a couple good books in the 20th century, and coincidentally they're usually by white dudes. And like
stupid.
It's a horrible take.
What about Judy Blume?
Time, so I went through that whole like, I'm not reading any of that shit. I don't want anything to do with the canon. In the last few years, I've come back around to like, why don't I fucking, like I had a Shakespeare professor, for instance, that I was like, I don't want to read this shit. We shouldn't have to read this shit. And I ended up really falling in love with Shakespeare, for instance. Or like after going through that initial like reactionary kind of like, fuck all of this, I'm not reading it, I'm coming back to it. I have sensed in philosophy, especially with people that are dealing or in our time, like people like Hegel, who were probably, monstrously fucked up in whatever area. There's a kind of rejection of that. But that might just be the young graduate students that I'm around that will then, their thought is still rooted there, whether they want. It's like you can't escape it. It's kind of like, it's like fucking God. I don't know. I don't want to bring up like it's like rock and roll and like maybe we don't want to go down the Beatles route or something, but it's like
you make a passing reference to the Beatles as long as you don't fixate on them. It's okay.
It's like saying like just maybe for instance like saying like I have no influence by the Beatles at all or something, and then someone goes, well, you were influenced by this band who then said they were directly related by the Beatles, or it's like it's kind of a losing battle.
Described my life.
I don't know, Jose, if people are less prone to show their genealogy. In fact, I think generally in academia, there is the sense that like you need to prove your genealogy, if only to show that you're learned in that field. Even if you say fuck Hegel and everything Hegel's ever done, you need to show that you've read Hegel to say that. And so,
my question is more.
Right, you can feign having read Hegel.
Yeah, you need to have skimmed a little bit.
I think in Spanish, sorry, sometimes the wording doesn't come 100%. But my question is also in the ways of like, for example, I think right now, if you are watching newscast or whatever, an interview, any given channel, every little detail has like predetermined things on your head. Oh, they're interviewing in CNN, or they're interviewing in Fox News, or they're interning in this. Oh, he had this to say about equal marriage or women's right. And I think people have those things in their head already. And when they think of like Nietzsche or whatever, nobody thinks, oh, he had syphilis and he was drunk.
Syphilis. What is this syphilis you speak of?
Syphilis.
Yeah. Hey, I speak 3 languages. Fuck you.
Yeah, really, what the fuck?
You're always gonna be fucking able to drop that.
But like I just read like 15 fucking books that were referencing the sort of subjectivity of Nietzsche. Like, how can we divorce the fact that he was fucking going insane from this philosophy, and like what does that mean for our perspective on what is reasonable and not? Like, I mean, maybe when people think, like, maybe when your fucking teenager picks up Nietzsche because it's when some teenage boy picks it up,
that's true,
that shit. But like everyone that I'm reading, at least, is like I just read a great book.
See, nothing does matter.
It had a lot to do with both Foucault and Nietzsche, and like, but philosophy is such a weird fucking.
It is.
I was actually just so first of all, that interdisciplinary is king right now, and it should be. Like, there's reasons why people don't want to stick to a pure train of thought right now, and why purity is kind of out. And wait
a minute. As far as I'm concerned, as far as I can tell, half the country is real committed to sticking with one fucking pure train of thought. No,
so thinkers,
like 30%, man, not half.
And
I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry.
And I would tell you something that it's maybe just a weird thing that shouldn't matter, but I always found weird how in English, when I see, like, you see the philosophy section at a bookstore or whatever, the books you see in English from philosophers is always very different from the ones I see here in Spanish. It's like, of course, you see Dos Prax Zarathustra, right? But I always see like other books that I don't see prominently in English as like the main essay on a book. It's not the compilation. And I always think that's a little, maybe just a thing to have in mind. I just feel it's weird.
I wish that I didn't.
Interesting. That is interesting. Like, so that's another thing. Like, right, we can't. How am I divorcing Hegel from whatever Hegel's shit, or like how am I culturally taking which is like the question that's kind of almost disintegrated these kind of pure schools. But I was actually just reading this essay about like the history of ethics, and it was talking about how like to be a philosopher, at various points in like I guess ancient history now was something way different. Like if I said I'm a philosopher right now, I guess what would you think that I wrote? That
I think you were an incel neckbeard, is what I would think.
Okay, but like, what do you think a philosopher does? Like,
I would want to ask you. I would say, well, as far as I'm concerned, philosophy is the study of how to think. So, tell me what you've done in your lifetime so far to study that particular.
Yeah, but so back in the day, I say like ancient times, like to be a philosopher,
1600s
was almost like a sort of this wasn't like a project of like someone.
You had a school. You had like a literal school.
Yeah, that, but to be a philosopher, it was almost like subscribe to a philosophy, and then almost like a sort of religious kind. I mean, I like kind of like this is the doctrine that I follow, and then I will then alter my life based on that style of thought, which is a totally different thing than it was almost like saying I'm part of this religion, right? Like I'm a Stoic. So
if you took that and fast forwarded it and just took out the part where you said, and by the way, I'm dedicating my life to this particular thing, you could say that I'm a philosopher by having studied these things in the same sort of way. You'd have to demonstrate a little bit more academia.
It would come out of your bedroom though, or I say bedroom because I'm assuming you're typing in your bedroom, but it would come out of your university or your school. It would almost be like saying,
Sure, but there'd be several in the vicinity, and it wouldn't be the only one in your country, and you wouldn't have to therefore feel some sort of pull to dedicate your entire identity to this particular one. You could say I've been exposed to these, or I've studied these.
But
that is the only difference.
You also though wouldn't know about indoor plumbing or air conditioning.
Well, their plumbing systems were fairly intricate, and back in like Greek and Roman. But it was like it was like a sort of style of life more than like we're just thinking. And I think that's kind of a big difference in our modern times.
Would you? I have a friend that study. He has a philosophy major. Would you agree on something that he always tells me, specifically talking about like Jordan Peterson, that his biggest fear is that philosophy in 50 years would be thought as just another self-help books, and in the what do you call that, bastardization of the word would just be like.
That scares the fuck out of me, because as far as I look at it in philosophy is the study of how to think. And the further we get away from how to think, we're
but that's the thing
with every step 1-to-1, we're getting closer to what to think.
That's
and
the thing.
So far, that's not worked out.
That's the thing with those Jordan Peterson books, is that they're so fucking shit that the way that people are presented to them are like, if you read this and you make your bed and you fucking shut the fuck up,
dude. You know what?
Life is going.
We have to get through that.
Bro, what is your friend? But what is your friend think philosophy is doing? I guess is the question. Because
it's more about like people right now, how they don't know enough about philosophy, but they do know about like people like Jordan Peterson that are writing self-help books.
But funnily enough, and I'm not going to make the argument for Jordan Peterson, but funnily enough, you brought up like if you make your bed type situation. What I'm saying is that the word philosophy it's already bastardized. Like it's already so far it's warped and changed over the years. But Jordan Peterson saying "make your fucking bed" is actually kind of more of a like classically the idea of like a philosopher. You know, maybe Jordan Peterson's little like "I make my bed every morning" type people. Maybe they are fucking closer to philosophers than your friend is. You know, I don't know. You know, like or at least to ancient.
What if they just sound like fucking Kermit and
Well, another thing is those
or the king of
never...
the fucking incel edgelords, like fuck Jordan
and dress up like Kermit the Frog in the movies. He also dressed up with the little tie and thing. Like
it's okay for Kermit to dress up once in a while.
I like it, actually, because he was naked. Like,
but those philosophers, even at the classical point we're talking about, those philosophers never said, do this way, this is the way. They asked fucking questions, right?
Yeah, but they would come to conclusions. I mean, like,
sure, they would come to conclusions, but they would give you a trail of really solid crumbs to get there. That's not the same thing with
Henry Cowell.
That's not the same idea as getting smashed in the face with fucking social media when you're 12. You know,
maybe your friend is decrying the same shit that I was earlier about kids not reading books or whatever. But
no, it was not more like that. It's more like with the people that will never get a philosophy book to read on their own.
That's no one's ever read philosophy. You know what I mean? Like,
no, but that's what I'm saying. It's just like, so there's.
I don't know what philosophy is. I don't know what the fuck they do. Like, dude,
They speculate a lot. That's
what I sort of tend to see is the only people I see who seem to actually call themselves philosophers are people like William Lane Craig, who I really don't have a whole lot of respect for.
Or people that are dead.
Well, they're not calling themselves anything because they're dead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
right. Well, I'm saying that like it seems to me that like people who are into it are less likely to call themselves that.
Yeah, I know that. It's like
William Lane Craig, Christian apologist.
I mean, I can kind of appreciate him too, because I mean he's a total fucking chode, just to be clear, okay? But like you can kind of tell if you listen to him for a while that what he really wishes that he could be a medieval scholastic.
Yeah,
and I understand that, because if you really want to sit around and debate things like how transubstantiation works, you know, that shit can be entertaining. You know, I mean, I get that. You know, the metal theologian thing is a joke, but it's not a joke with no kernel in it. You know, it's just like you think that you're accomplishing something by going down that path is kind of a thing. And that kind of, you see, my whole take on the modern thing. First of all, anytime you say that, like, he started something with people these days or kids nowadays, I'm going to push
like that. Maybe my English, it's coming off weird. But
no, I don't think it's your English coming off weird. I think it's what you're saying. And the thought,
but that's fine. But I ask something that a friend always tells me. Just it gets mixed up a lot now, where they listen to people because they were told that this is what a philosopher is, and when they hear all these other subtext things that these people talk about, they say, "Oh, because he's a philosopher, he must know, and therefore it's truth, and therefore I must think that he knows more than me." So, you know, put it above your own thought. That's what
I just don't have an opinion.
There's also been this like pretty, you know, and this isn't anything particularly new, but I will say it kind of really ramped up during the Cold War. It was this kind of like, there's this kind of anti-intellectual, you know, thing that, which I was accusing, which Aaron might disagree with this. Aaron, I don't know if you heard my take on the whole like that the cringe phenomenon, which is so my take was that like this whole that's you're being cringe or you're being like this that like for being passionate about something or whatever is kind of this like, to me it kind of reeks of this like anti-intellectualism thing rearing its head.
I don't think that's what the cringe thing is, though. I think it's them standing up against
injustice. There's some stuff that it's really cringe.
I love the expression cringe, because cringe, you know, I always say these good things about the Zoomers. And this is a great small example, okay? Cringe is a word that the Zoomers invented to articulate something that all of us experienced hundreds of times in our lives, but never had a one word for in that way.
In Spanish,
the feeling of cringe, that word is so dead on, and I had to wait about 40 years before I ever heard it.
Well, but there's a difference between probably the way that you're using it and the way that I see it used actually in that. Like there are things that we feel, right? But I often see, especially like when I'm watching, because I feel like TikTok for some reason is like you kind of get a window into, Gen Z,
the cringe fest.
But I feel like often
if you think TikTok is a window into Gen Z, then no wonder you think Gen Z doesn't have a fucking attention span. Jesus Christ. That's like stepped in shit and you wonder why your shoe smells bad. I mean, Jesus Christ, dude.
No, I use my attention
with you a little bit, but seriously, there's more
just a little bit though.
Yeah, I was using for the attention span thing. First of all, I think that it's true, so it's probably universally studied as being true that we don't have the attention spans that we have had.
Well, I do think that
because of things like cell phones, like that. So regardless of like your comment about people saying these days, like the fact that cell phones are engineered to be addicted. They're addictive and things like that. Like it's just not the same as people needing to sit in a room and be bored. We are not bored anymore.
I mean, I don't think if it's a bad thing to say people these days, if you're actually referring to maybe not as long as ago, just society evolves so fast,
But
even I'm 28 and I still remember.
You're 28?
Yeah, I'm 28.
You're like 20 years too young for the stream, bro.
Yes, thanks.
Fact.
But I'm not fucking Jesus. How old do you think I am? But Aaron, I was also using my students who are Gen Z as my reference point, not just.
But wouldn't you say that even like in 10, 15 years, even a lot of things, for example, like even dumb things like Star Wars and Star Trek. When I grew up watching Star Trek, it was like, don't talk about that. And you can talk about all those type of things now.
Why wouldn't you talk about that?
Cringe. No, but that's what I'm saying. It's just.
Did I miss something when I was left?
Your niche, like of nerds. Yeah, you can find your type of nerds. But also another weird thing with them is that speaking of the technology thing and your pushback against like the these days thing is like they all, because of the situation with cell phones and sort of like the amount of cameras that were around or whatever, is like there's this kind of assumption that my life is public and that when I am out and about, I at any moment, like something that I do that's horrible could end up, I'm not saying like horrible as in like I fucking go on a racist tirade. I just mean like, let's say I slip and bust my ass on some ice or whatever.
Now everybody gets to see it in Times Square.
Yeah, like there's a good chance I'll end up, on fucking, or there's a more of a chance than specifically like in the fucking.
He's doing
that's a good point. And my favorite part about that whole thing, Fred, was that Jose was looking for a fucking record instead of listening to you at all.
So I was listening. I was just because I haven't showed a record like.
Yeah, that's exactly my point.
If I don't know if Chris ate the edible or not, but
if I break the ice,
if I took an edible like 5 minutes ago, I would literally look like this. So I just.
Well, then we need to go over how long it takes edibles to take effect. But
yes,
fucking Captain Beefheart.
I know. Yes, edibles.
God damn it, Jose! I thought we've gone over this shit.
Now listen, the whole cringe thing. I think Fred is kind of, I don't know, misconstruing it, because if you look at like TikTok or random teenagers, right, they're going to use that shit for evil, just like every fucking teenager, to be mean, right? Look, you're so fucking cringe. But like metal theologians saying with the Zoomers, I think they really do understand what is really cringe.
I think when you say when you all that shit that you just said, Fred, okay, about the attention spans of this, the things being engineered to be addictive, and that. What I hear from that is that we live in a society that's been shaped by previous generations, unnamed here, in such a way as to be so wholly exploitative.
Yes.
So focused on the constant grift and the constant skimming of money and shit like that.
Yes.
That's the world that the kids are living in now, and that's the world that's basically the raw materials that they're working with.
Yeah, they're gonna have to contend with that.
Sucks. But as far as what the the thing is, they know. It's not like they don't realize that they're being fucked.
Yeah, but their awareness of their awareness is so fucking modern. Like that is the modern condition. We're conscious of our consciousness. Like they're like,
you can't tell me that isn't a change from the way people looked at things 20, 30 years ago. I mean, look at the way people look at politicians now versus then. Now the politicians have gone down in quality a lot. Let me just rant that out of the gate here, okay? And this isn't to like romanticize some of those old fucks either. It's just they weren't as just nakedly stupid as they are today, right?
If you take somebody like George Bush and compare him to
dumb guy,
George Bush Sr.
George Bush was a dumb guy, and he was a worse president than Trump, and I'll die on that hill.
He was a worse president than Trump because
he was funnier. He was funnier.
No, Trump,
because of how fucking stupid he was.
Trump's the worst president.
Oh yeah, I guess. Well, to me, the
proposition of Trump is worse than Bush.
I will say that I understand what Fred is trying
Jose,
to say.
are you trying to make this fucking Georgia stream where we interrupt each other every 5 fucking
minutes?
No. Can you calm the fuck down?
There's like a delay in my shit. Sorry.
Well, then give yourself that delay too. The fuck, man. I have to sit through 20 hours of George fucking you guys doing this shit all the fucking time. Can I learn something new? Is that a possibility?
Wait, who the fuck was talking?
They were interrupting each other.
I don't know. I talked and then Louis interrupted me about interrupting and fuck this shit. Meta as fuck.
Fair enough. Go on.
I know, but I also think I was gonna say one more thing. I am gonna fucking log off. But when I like talking to Chris and talking to Aaron and their optimism about Gen Z is like, I think I get the feeling that y'all are plugged into a very specific type of Gen Z, and y'all are not seeing that the fucking students I am in fucking Texas that have been just as indoctrinated into all the conservative bullshit, into all of the shit that their parents have been and their parents were. So like, I think there's this, like, I would love to take a poll and see, just even in the simplistic bullshit American terms, what politics the vast majority of Gen Z are. And I don't think that you'd find that they were like radically skewing left or anything. I think you'd find it's probably, maybe slightly more left, as younger people tend to be.
There is
in any extreme manner. Like,
no, there is polling on that though, and they do skew way left compared with. I mean, the Democratic Party is to the right of like 80% of the public.
Right. Correct.
Yeah. From a political science standpoint, that's 100% correct.
I just want to say that what Fred was saying about like cringe being this like way of just saying like I don't understand your stuff, or just like diminishing or whatever immediately. I think there's a little truth to that, but I also think that a lot of people my age or younger also just use the word to just like not have to deal with something that you don't really understand, and you're just like, well, fuck.
I think it is used obviously in the way that like, that feeling, but I also think like so often it's this, it's like it's a kind of demarcation of strangeness, right? And like, and that
it's just like
crop up through like you're being too over the top about X topic or whatever it is.
It's just, but because I think right now there's a lot of words that really don't have a lot of intention. They could have a lot of meaning, but there are a lot of words that are just used so you can get something planted, like, oh, you know how when you feel cringe, like, all right, have that thought in your head, and then when I say, oh, that's cringe, you will immediately, even if you don't relate to what I'm trying to say, you already know how you're supposed to feel, or how
for sure. Yeah. So like someone said.
Here, let me finish my thought real quick. Because the whole thing with the polling, okay, if you look at the polling and how far left things skew, that actually goes to my point, and that's a reason why I'm optimistic. Because in spite of all the right-wing doctrination, and in spite of all the right-wing baggage, which maybe I could even call conservative baggage in this case. I mean, I don't think modern right-wingers have a whole lot to do with conservatism, but I do think there's a lot of conservatism in the sense of inertia. You know what I mean? Like the way the Constitution is fetishized and that sort of thing. And I'm not one of these guys who's like down on the Constitution the way some left wingers are, or that sort of thing. But the fact is, there's all this sort of institutional inertia in that way, right? And the fact that they can absorb all that, I mean, there hasn't been a genuinely liberal, let alone left-wing president. Well, liberal, I guess you could say, but there hasn't been a left-wing president in my adult life, really in my whole life. Nixon is probably the most progressive president of my lifetime, right? And the fact that you can be so overwhelmingly one-sided in the zeitgeist, and still you can go out in 2023 and do a poll in something like Medicare for All, which is a taboo topic in Washington, has like 60-70% support out of the gate, depending on who you're asking. That tells me that people aren't buying the bullshit.
But is it younger? Are you like?
Well, look what just happened this week, right? I mean, in fucking Ohio.
I also don't know, Aaron, that younger people don't always generally skew further left.
Well, maybe it's that they're more active this time, and the information has been given to them in a way that they can't ignore.
That's the 30% in the poll, though, is the ones who don't.
Is that Nazi?
I don't know. Y'all might think I might not be. I may be overly pessimistic, but I'm like, I mean,
you're also in Texas.
Pessimistic when I was your age.
You're also in Texas.
Yeah, I mean, you're in fucking Texas. Hang on. You're in college seeing privileged kids that get to go to college in Texas. So sure, tons of them are indoctrinated Christian right wingers. I mean,
that is probably a disproportionately shitty
sandwich. Now,
yeah.
I don't understand the. I don't know if people are throwing shit at me now. I will say that I think this generation and my previous generation or whatever. Again, I'll emphasize that there's not a lot of thought when talking sometimes, and it's called shit posting. And I get it a lot here because when I say like the foulest thing in the human existence, people think that I am actually trying to be the foulest human being in existence. And I'm just saying it because it literally just popped in my head for 1 second and I expressed it. It's called shit posting. But that's one of the reasons that I also get scared by my own way of talking sometimes, because not even I know if,
as it sounds like you maybe should.
True chaos. Yeah, no, I don't know. That's like a whole different topic on absurdity and like. But I'm
seek help. Eddie says seek help. Fucker.
I literally had to ask Eddie for a pardon the other day after the Chuck Berry incident.
Was Chuck Berry the one with the prostitute who?
Yes, of course he was. It's a topic for everyone's discussion.
Yeah, every time we talk about it. Yeah.
Yes. Remember, it's a slap. Hard. That's
back to philosophy real quick, talking about stoicism and stuff.
We can stay there if you want.
One of the weird things to me about life, I don't know if any of y'all have kids.
But not yet.
You don't yet. Do you have kids? Anyone? Louis?
Oh yeah.
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I have 2 Zoomers.
2 Zoomers. So do I.
That I know of?
Yeah. So that just changes you as a human fundamentally, instantly, because it just makes you so much more vulnerable.
Yeah.
Right. The kids make you vulnerable because you have to care about more than just yourself at that point, which is a really weird thing to have happen as to a person, for me at least. Like one of the weird things I noticed when I first had little kids, I became much more fearful of like heights.
Because they can fall from them, and just because them being there with me, or I'd look over the edge of something like, oh fuck, it's
It's really that's kind of, you know, like this weird little microcosm of it, but you know, the stoic thing to me, you know, 5 years ago really freaked me out. Like I was trying to read, you know, Mark Anthony and stuff like that, and it's like, you know, you're gonna die, and you can only control the things you can control, and only care about the things you can control, and all that sort of thing. And it really freaked me out. And we're now
it's liberating.
Yeah, now it gives me like comfort. You know, I talked to my dad. My dad's a boomer, you know, Trumper, Christian nationalist type guy, right? And I talked to him about just things, and he's like, "Well, without Jesus, we have no hope." I'm like, "Dude, the hope that this shit fucking ends is hope. Like, the hope that I don't have to do this forever is fucking hope. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man?"
I try to experiment with, even in music and art and things that I like in life. I don't like to be like the same guy every 5 years. I think I would be a very boring human being. But hopefully, when my time comes for having kids and all that, which is something I do want, that's something I always think about. It's like, I don't know if I like myself where I am right now. Like, I would like to be a little more mature, or maybe that would fast forward me to matureness. If I do get a kid in this age or near this age. But I always think of that. Like, I don't. Did you change immediately? Was it still a growing thing, or?
No, you're gonna fuck up even when you have kids. I mean, everybody fucks up with kids, man.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, there's, you know, nobody's a perfect parent or anything. It's just, I don't know, if you're not a piece of shit,
don't give your kid acid upward.
If you're not a piece of shit, like, here's the difference between, I think, in middle theologian, your name's Aaron, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's all. Okay, so I want to see how you think about this. The difference between at least me with my kids versus my parents was, like, if I was going through like shit when I was a kid, my parents were never involved in that. If I was getting bullied or if I had mental illness, even, like, they never gave a fuck about that or even knew about it. Versus me and my kids, we talk about anything. And like, they're like, my 12-year-old wants to talk about sex or fucking whatever, you know, racism or whatever it is. We just talk about that shit openly. And I feel like it's the difference between hopefully a lot of Gen X parents versus the boomer parents, right? Like, I mean, what do you think about that, Aaron?
Yeah, it's been my experience too. I mean, again, just with my own two kids, but yeah, I mean, we still talk a lot, you know. And we try to give them a lot of freedom and sort of guide them rather than hand rules. You know, I mean, this is maybe my parenting style, but, you know, one thing that, you know, we never did, my wife and I, is like just sort of be like, oh, but because I said so thing. It's always like, here, understand what's going on. And if there isn't a good reason, then maybe there isn't a good reason, and we shouldn't get bent out of shape over it. You know what I mean?
Yep. No, I've learned that too, for sure. Certain things where I've, you know, kind of inherited from my parents. This is the way it is, and I would tell my kids that, and it was like, they're like, well, that seems like bullshit, and you're like, yeah, you know what, you're kind of right. It kind of is bullshit.
I grew up interestingly. I never got that sense that I was given like absolute truths in my life. I was like able to explore why I like something, and I like that. I appreciated that about my father. He was not like, you're a man, you have to play sports and like cars, and I'm glad that I was not like that. You know, my dad loves like football and stuff like that, but he was never like, you have to, or the type of music that he listens to, it's completely different to mine, and he accepts that, and trying to music and all that. But I've come to a realization that that's a very it's not common even with my generation. But I do appreciate when I hear that people are more open with their kids, because I also grew up knowing what was bad, you know, and what I shouldn't and what I didn't like.
Was it because Jesus told you what was bad?
Yeah, was it Jesus?
I know, but
how else would you have known?
Well,
I'm guessing that if Aaron was anything like me growing up, since he's the metal theologian, that the things that Jesus didn't like were very attractive and made them even more exciting.
Yeah. Well, Jesus was very.
I can kind of sell my soul for rock and roll.
Yeah.
But if I don't know, I guess that I grew up around a lot of different people with a lot of different beliefs systems and stuff like that, and I was.
You didn't grow up with a lot of Catholics.
Well, no, from my experience was a lot of Jewish people and a lot of Muslim people and a lot of atheists, and I love that I grew up with that because I never had any issues with any of them because of those things. I literally just accept the fact that people think different, and it's not.
I think what you're saying is very dangerous.
I guess, but I will say that, but I find it refreshing because it was not like. It was never a topic of discussion because we were all like either barely middle class or even people who were rich. Like in where I grew up in El Salvador, it doesn't really matter the skin color you have. You could be poor or rich, either way, and so that's a little different.
That's going to be a serious problem if you go north a little bit.
I know that. To be honest, I had never knew about my skin color or where I come from till I came here to Mexico because people really want to know what the fuck's up with you, and that's something that I really crash with American culture is that they always want to know my heritage,
right?
Yeah,
and I don't
really
like
matters.
I really don't like that. So because if I ever go to the U.S. to live. There, I am supposed to live in the Latino community and go to have tacos with friends and drink tequila and have piñatas.
Tacos and tequila, like
yeah, but that's Mexican.
Where are we drawing the line here? Like, are we saying those are bad
but that's
now?
Mexican. That's the thing. There's so many countries in Latin America that they just put this thing.
Are you trying to say that it's more than just Americans that are racist on planet Earth?
Well, hang on. I mean, I wonder if it comes from American imperialism, though. I mean, like,
no, it came from the dawn of fucking humanity.
I think it came from England, right? Because in India, I work with a lot of Indian folks, and it's in like in South America and certain countries it's the same way.
They totally
lighter skin is better, right? For whatever, like that's the feeling. Like, I don't know. I had a bunch of people that I knew that were from Argentina, and it was the same way there. Like they were more European looking than the people that had obviously been
there.
Born from native, mixing with natives and stuff, over the centuries after the European showed.
In Central America, it's weird because we had a bunch of piece of shit precedents and all that. So, for example, in El Salvador, if you research, there was a precedent that just didn't allow Black people to arrive because they were slaves at that point, and he didn't want slaves in the country. So that's why there is no Black population in El Salvador. But there was in Honduras, where there's a big population because they were sent there to be free. So you could see like in different ways. We're in Panama, which was they were trying to build the Panama Canal, and they first brought up a bunch of Black people, and those that didn't die, they gave them land, and then they brought people from literally China, and those who didn't die, they literally created the first Chinatown in the whole continent in Panama, and then they brought people from El Salvador to finish the canal, and then there was a bunch of people from Colombia. They used to live there when it was Colombia, and then a lot of people from the U.S. They came from that. So Central America is a melting point.
What's the Central American country? I can't remember the name of it because I'm drunk and high. That has a lot of Germans in it.
Well, mine. I'm German. My mom's German. My grandfather's German. In Guatemala as well. Both countries. I would say that at least I have like 15 friends that they're all like their grandfather or their mother or their father.
But is there a country where a lot of people speak German in Central America?
Well, I
worry that we're losing the plot.
No.
Look, my last name is Ran, right? And I have my cousins are Van with a with W, it's a V in German, and things like that. It's very different how, like, if you go to Guatemala, there's more than 50% that's still indigenous related, but if you go to Honduras, there's a lot of people that were like mixed race, like I am mixed race. So that's how I think there's not a lot of racism in Central America, but there's a lot of classicism, which is even worse or could be worse. But you get one for the other. But that's something that I always clash when I go to the US. It's just I think that people always want to define me. They listen to me, and if I'm not, because I stammer in Spanish and in English, it's not a language thing. They always want to know, like, oh, how do you learn how to speak English? Well, because I grew up in a country where they put the US dollar back in 2001 and they never looked back, and globalization, all that. But I never liked that. I never liked that I have to be this type of person based on my culture background, because that doesn't mean anything where I'm from. It could be anyone where I'm from, basically. And when I go out of my country, the first thing they always ask me is like, isn't it dangerous there? Isn't it horrible there? And all these things that people saw in the news. And
totally true, right?
I just feel it's weird. It's like I know that it's like if you went to Europe and they started saying, "Oh, you're the school shooting country."
No, they fucking probably do.
They do say
with
that, yeah.
good right.
Correct.
They will be correct. Yes.
Well, okay. So it's unfortunate that happens, but that happens. Like I think it's obvious that happens at every corner of.
Yeah, but I feel sad about it because.
Yeah, I feel sad about it too. But at the same time, we're really fantastic machines that have been evolutionarily designed to split things up into fucking categories.
Sure.
I guess, but I still.
That's where I think Wittgenstein kind of broke philosophy. Actually, I was going to bring that up earlier, but yeah.
And so it's sad, but we're getting there. You know what I mean? It is a little bit better than it was, if not in your face every 5 seconds.
I just wish that with all the diversity that the U.S. have, it was a little, because if you're black and you play in a metal band, they think, oh, they won't say anything, but they will react to it. And if you're like Latino and they see you liking something that is not salsa and cumbia and merengue, they're always like, oh, you like prog music? Oh, wow. Like they react certain way. So that's something that just, when I talk to people here and everybody likes krautrock and prog music and metal and
Beatles
and fucking the Beatles. Yes. It's not anything wrong because we're all like a little more equal. It's just economically we're different. But you could be like, if you search what's the richest person in Mexico, it's a brown guy that looks like a little bit like me, So what I'm saying is just it's really not about race. It's not really about that. It does happen, of course, right? Especially here in Mexico, they really don't like right now people from Central America, and it's weird. And when I go to Uber, my wife hates it, but I literally say that I'm from the southern part of Mexico, so I don't have to deal with the, oh, you're from El Salvador, oh, you like the danger or whatever. So it's just a weird feeling when you leave like Central America or South. When you go to South America, it's a little more easy because you live with people that are like the same. It could be economically different, but.
Well, I hope that in 2 generations that what you're talking about would seem absolutely fucking insane to anyone.
I hope.
I don't know for sure, and I don't really have a good way to understand whether or not that's realistic. But I would hope in 2 generations, if not 3. I think maybe Aaron knows a little bit better about it.
It's like I don't know. I just
or we're never going to get over it, and it's going to be the fucking end of it.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, I mean, it's scary because like it seemed like that's where we were heading. At least in America. It seemed like, hang on. It seemed like that's where we were heading with the 60s, the civil rights movement, and then, gay rights in the last 20 years. And we have this section of the fucking country that just wants to roll all that back.
Well, things didn't get all that much better for all those major events you talked about. Things didn't get that much better, especially that quickly. I mean, it's a stone's throw from those days still. And
well, yeah,
I mean,
but
it was the fucking 80s before a woman could have a credit card. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot still strong undercurrent.
That was 30 years ago, dude. I mean, that was 30, 40 years ago. I mean,
but that's a third of a lifetime. That's not one generation, right? There's this country from its founding is only three generations of people.
No, that's not true. A generation's like 20 years.
Yeah.
Well, okay, fine. 3 lifetimes of people. If I speak mathematically correctly.
Yeah. No shit. Like my great grandfather was born 20 years after slavery was fucking.
So there's overlaps because people have kids in their 20s. I get the generational term in that sense, but like literally, humans have lived and died 3 times since this. You know what I mean? So that's not all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That example is simply to say it's not been that long.
Look at the difference between Generation X and the Boomers.
Okay, how long did Rome last?
I don't fucking know. Who cares?
Depends on how you look at it.
Okay, fine. When did the sun finally set on Rome? You want to call it 1,000 years?
I mean, yeah. Like what was crazy about that is that how you look at the Dark Ages, right?
Look at that compared to how long our country has lasted.
Yeah, but
last time I checked mathematically, it's a fourth. You know what I mean? So all I'm saying is it's not been a long time.
You know what's
to tackle
interesting?
These strong issues.
You know what's really interesting? It's like when you go to Europe, one of the things that really like messed up with my head the most, even if it's just a minor detail, is the fact that you go to Spain. You go to Spain and they know what the fuck was happening like 800 years ago, 500 years ago.
Right.
That's like weird to me because over here, like there's absolutely no idea what people were doing like 500 years ago.
That's because there was no European history here 800 years ago.
I guess because they hadn't common culture, right? But I think that, and that's something that also it's very interesting to me is that in this continent when most people are very like united, the US and Canada has always been like the 2 countries that have really nothing to do with the other history of, because we share a lot of history in Mexico and Central and South America. Even the same people that conquered us, the people that that free us, and all of that. So it's really interesting to me how that type of history like stops like in the middle of Mexico, and because below it's still like a little bit like that, but not really. And
with America is like it was colonialism just like South America, except the colonialists came here and then took over and then made their own shit.
Yeah.
It's like kind of different. Like it's not like it's any different. So I'm saying like America was founded on the same bullshit that the Europeans were
Yeah,
but even not that long ago.
The United States is older than you're making it out to be relative to other countries. I mean, you compare it to the Roman Empire, yeah, it's new. But the US is older than Germany. The US is older than France.
Right, because those things went from being Bavaria to being Germany and things like that.
Well, and not just that, those countries were fucking destroyed. I mean, France existed before the French Revolution, but modern France is post-America.
Hold on, I don't want to get my point lumped in with that longer point. Like all I was saying and the point I was trying to make was that a problem as significant as racism in a country is going to take a little bit longer than 50 years to figure out. That was my only fucking point.
Yeah, I guess so. But my
when I moved here, it's South Carolina, is that racists know that racism is wrong.
Yeah. They're evil.
Kidding. When I first moved here, I made friends with a guy. I mean, because I know some people. There are people I know who are totally cool, and frankly, there are a lot more lefties in South Carolina than you'd think. And that's I hang out mostly with millennials at work and that sort of thing, right? A lot of Bernie supporters. Not enough to
make it stick.
But it's a lot more than it's not the impression you get if you're coming here from California, which is part of why I was interested in seeing what it was actually like here, right? But Yeah, I fucking hung out with a guy who literally, he didn't say racist, he said racial. You know what I mean? But I knew what he meant. And he was copping to it, and he was kind of apologetic about it. And I was like, this guy's apologizing to me because I'm not racist, and he is, and he knows it's wrong. And I'm like, God damn, dude, that's really, you know, I don't know exactly what to make of that. You know, maybe it was always that way to a degree, but I don't think so. That's not the impression.
No, it was not that way at all, dude. I mean, in the 50s in the South, the church were teaching the people that the white people were better than the black people, and that's the way God made it. Like that. That's the truth. That's what it was. Like, you know, the church in the South, I mean, probably the North too, taught that segregation was right because it was
That's
separate.
what states' rights was about. Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
you know,
it's
that's
all horseshit. You know.
Yeah, and you know that's something that's really interesting to me. Again, Eddie, because Eddie's fucking shitting on me saying that. But I in the U.S., I know that for a fact what the church was trying to say. But here in Central and South America and in Mexico, there was not ever what the church was telling people, like white people were like better and all that, because it wouldn't have lasted a long time, that type of message. So when I see like American Christians, they're in a different league on their own for everybody here. Can you imagine like a Ku Klux Klan type mentality? Like here, it wouldn't have lasted, right? So
that mentality was well installed before then. It's just that they didn't have to be vocal about their beliefs because it was well known.
And you see here in Latin America, a religion that has a lot of followers and it keeps growing and growing and growing are like Mormons. Mormons have
aggressively.
No, yeah, but you know why, right? Because the whole message of Mormons is that Jesus came to this continent and Jesus talked directly to their ancestors. That when they started this like diaspora, they started getting confused, and that's where the Mayans and you got the Incas and the Nahuatls and all of this. So that's the story they tell it. So can you imagine how it would resonate to them that more to say, hey, Jesus knew your great 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 grandfather, instead of just saying like this mass that up to like what, the 60s?
To answer your question, no, I cannot imagine.
I mean, dude, I walk away from Christianity for moral reasons, so that doesn't resonate with me at all.
I know, but that's the thing. It's not but you have to see it this way.
I understand what you're saying, I take your point too. I think that's an interesting point. I really do, but
that's how I see it here, because a lot of people that are very poor or have like indigenous backgrounds that live in poor parts of the country, when there's a Mormon church, and I don't know if anybody of you have ever been inside a temple, not the church, but the temple, the white huge thing. And one of the services that Mormons give to you is that when you get married, when you have like a christening or whatever, or a baptism, they offer you all this like incredibly out of your certain things. So it's just like gaining so much for them in their mentality. They're gaining so much that they don't have normally, that it's the best way. Because here, like, it's not like in the US where like Christians have like beautiful churches. In Latin America, evangelicals and all that have like hotel lobbies, if at best, or
same way here,
or like a house, something like that. It's just Catholics that have the huge churches and Mormons. So
that's because that's the Catholic Church. I mean, that's what
they invest in property, of course.
But hold on, your whole point is
that's what happened there in South America. Whereas for whatever reason, in in the United States specifically, the evangelical Christendom ruled everything. Like, there's more evangelical Christians here than anywhere else in the world. I mean,
yeah,
and it's this special. There's like this special sect of fuckery that's totally out of lockstep with every other branch of Christianity in the entire world, whether it's the Orthodox Church in Russia or the Greek Orthodox or the Catholics. Like in America with these evangelical Christians, we've got a whole population of people that think the Earth's 6,000 years old. Literally, that's their basis of reality.
No, the Speaker of the fucking House is a young Earth creation.
Thinks that the fucking Earth's 6,000 years old, right? So like, they don't believe in evolution.
Mitch McConnell?
No, the Speaker of the House is some new guy named Mike Johnson.
The new guy. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
he looks
so I mean, that's what we're dealing with here, and it's like a significant percentage of the population. So when you are taught that science is not real, because that's the basis of it, right? I mean, in this country, we have a history of evolution versus and like lawsuits in the Supreme Court, Brown versus the Board of Education. That's still a major division in the country. Like, you don't have that shit here.
But Chris, listen.
I think
if you're telling me I can have all the audio gear that I want, and all I have to do is be Mormon, that sounds like aggressive expansion to me.
Yes, you can be.
And free underwear,
free magic underwear. Yeah.
Magic too.
You get to be in South Park a lot as well.
That sounds like a detriment. God, I fucking hate snow.
I think that again, even with religion like that, it's very different over there than here. It's just evangelicals here feel like more. It would sound more truer to you because they don't have all this like mighty places like in the US, like tele-evangelicals type stuff. So it's more down to earth. So it's the other way around. It's like, oh, look at the like the Catholic has the church.
Well, I mean, a captive audience is necessary for any of this, right? And
the
farther away you get from trying to actually teach people any sort of education or thought skills, whatever, the closer you get to a captive audience, and then that makes it easier for those things.
That's it. The evangelical thing is huge in Africa too.
Yeah,
for the same reason.
Isn't there like a
middle theologian one-liner that I'm kind of proud of here? Is that biblical literalism is the cornerstone of all modern heresy, and I believe that. And we can talk about that sometime. But that
I totally agree with what you just said, 100%, dude. That's totally true.
And that's also what I'll tell you is like if you grew up a Jewish or a Muslim in Central America, there's not really like a mosque or like a specific place you go. It's mostly like houses or like so that's why it always felt like it was easier to relate to people from that other beliefs than you because
they were just like you.
It was literally just, I remember going to Tony Roma's and Texas. You know what Tony
quarterback for the fucking Cowboys?
Yes. No, Tony Roma is the restaurant.
The place, yeah.
Yeah. And I remember all my Jewish friends and all my Muslim friends, we would go and eat pork behind our parents. And that was like a thing. Like, oh, look, shit, we're fucking eating pork. And it was funny to us. Because
now you got an eternity in hell. So
yeah, we thought it was so bullshit that it was so funny that that's like the ultimate sin. It was like going to eat a pack of ribs. So I think that's sort of thing bond me a lot with very young to a lot of people that had different ideas than me. But I don't know. It's just that's what I'm saying is that I think
when you've got people who go to the same school, live in the same block and whatever, all of a sudden you've hung out a ton and you find out they have this one aspect of their life that's different. It's not as easy to be like, holy shit, I can't fucking talk to you again.
Yeah, but in the US, it doesn't have to be this even like that type of stuff. It's just if you go to Austin, Texas, there's a place.
I've been there with you. Remember? We were there together.
Yeah, we were there together. There's an area where there's a lot of Mexican people, and all the Mexican restaurants are there, and all the Mexican tienditas are there, and that's weird to me. That's literally saying, well, if you come here to live here, that's where you would be more comfortable with.
That's segregation. But I mean, I grew up in San Antonio. It's 70% Hispanic. and it's all over the place. So
yeah, but that's weird because when I come here, I don't I've never. I don't have in my mind, I want to meet more people from El Salvador or more people. When I do, it's like, it's nice. It's like, hey, how are you doing? But it's not, I wouldn't put him on a pedestal above anybody else just because of her mom or her dad. They fucked in a place and hey.
Whoa. What are we talking about?
Fucking imaginary lines.
In places?
Yes, in places. And I feel it's weird. It's just
trying to keep up.
Wouldn't you say it's more, someone is more American if they do the test and they research a lot and they study what being American is and they pass the exam and they become American than somebody that fucking failed history class when they were like in 4th grade and never gave a fuck and they split school? I just feel it's weird. Well,
there's a larger question.
It is a much larger question.
I guess. No, yeah, I know, but I'm just summing up. I wouldn't.
Well, no, here's the larger question. You take those people that failed, that didn't learn anything in middle school history, and you know these white people that are mediocre or they're not happy with their lives, and then you blame their failures on another population. And if you can harness that, then you can become president of the United States and you know, grift them for a decade after you're president of the United States to convince them that it's the fault of these other people that their lives aren't what they expected them to be. Not the fault of the people that are actually running the country, that are, you know, milking everyone dry and becoming billionaires. And you know, why everybody basically everyone else gets poor even if they make more money.
Yep.
You know, this is what I see, like in my own family, people that are making, you know, $30,000 a year to live on, and they'll vote to protect the billionaires' tax breaks. Right? Like they're trained in their brain that I vote this way because otherwise I'm going to get replaced by brown people.
Yes, and you know, I remember. I always remember something. A woman that used to work at my school. She was once asked, like, we were doing a paper and we had to ask like people like anonymously who they were going to vote for because that's not ethically correct, right? Asking just random people what they're. So we asked them, hey, it's anonymously, and I remember her always saying like, if I don't vote for the rich, who's going to hire me? And that was like something that she was always very fearful of.
Right.
And I thought that was like reality hit him in the face.
That is a scary statement right there.
I thought that 10 years ago, dude. I felt that way 10 years ago. I was like, my boss is a billionaire, but he's paying me, right?
Yeah,
like, if he wasn't paying me, what would I be able to do, right? Like,
as long as you don't upset the people upstairs, you will always be right. That's what they think, and it's scary for me, and that's why I mention it. Like if I think I'm in the same position as 5 years ago, I get scared. At least, you know, I'm 28, but I just feel like if I really felt that I was doing the same things, playing the same places, or listening to the same type of music, I get fearful that I'm missing out on something or trying out on something, because again, I think that there's such a love for just staying comfortable in people. They just absolutely love it. That's why sometimes I think, like, even here in the VC, when you mention like something a little wacky or weird sounding, people are immediately off because they have this comfortable spot that it's way easier to be, and it is way easier to be.
Well, you're a very young person in a strange sort of demographic too, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
As am I.
I'm actually gonna split. Like, it's 2:45 in the morning here.
Oh, stop acting like we've been fucking twisting your arm.
Yeah,
I guess. No, I
that umbrella timing was great. Chug that
ranch and ranch soda.
Chug it. You won't.
I've been chugging. I have like 5 of these in my stomach. No, I only have the one. It's always gonna be the same one. But it's great talking to you, everybody. It's weird that George Borden was not here to make the 11 hours.
We pulled it off on our own, man.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll see.
Well, sleep well knowing you're going to miss out on the rest of this amazing stream that you're never going to be a part of.
When I wake up, I'm going to see stream 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Most likely. Yeah.
All
right.
Aaron, how's your finger?
It's a lot better.
It's actually closed up.
Yeah, I sliced the tip off with a mandolin, cutting onions.
Ooh,
yeah, it's
rough.
Yeah, you want to see a picture?
Dude, present it. It's gross as hell.
Yeah,
it's proper gory. I really think so.
Yeah, I'm on a different computer, so give me a sec. I have to find it, but I can share it real quick.
That seems like it hurt.
Oh, it did, but it kind of freaked me out even more than that, you know. Like I'm actually surprised at how little it hurt, given how late, given how you have nerve endings in there and that.
Must have been sharp. Man. At least it was sharp.
I've sliced almost my fingertip off too, and I got it sewed back up. But yeah,
I didn't. It wasn't
that bad. Yeah,
I just took a chunk of meat out.
Meat.
God damn it.
Yeah, it's not Hollywood gore. It's B movie.
You know what's weird is how your body can, if you get an extreme pain though, how your body can actually deal with it. Like I had when I was 15, I got thrown out of a car and landed on my head. You know, and I broke my back and shit.
Jesus Christ.
I remember it hurting, but I don't know. Maybe you just forget, but it wasn't like screaming in agony or anything.
And you can't like hear colors or anything now, can you?
No, I mean, you know, you know, what was crazy is that happened. This lady pulled over. It was raining, and she came up, and I was like laying on the ground, you know, all fucked up, and like I was closing my eyes, and every time I just wanted to pass out, right? Every time I about went to sleep, she just tipped her umbrella and like splashed rain in my face.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Yeah, well, no, she was a nurse.
Not, hey, please stay awake. Slap, slap, slap gently. Here's some fucking rainwater.
Go to sleep because you'll not wake up.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of other ways to keep a kid awake than to pour rainwater on his face from your umbrella.
Well, yeah, so she was tormented, and then I get to the hospital, they're like stitching up my chin and shit because it was all split open, and I was like crying about it. She's like, "Quit being a baby." This is the same lady.
That sucks.
Yeah.
That sucks, man. I'm sorry that happened.
Yeah,
you should go find, like, dude. Let's go find who that was and punch her in the face.
Yeah.
Can you see that shit? I thought it was sharing. God damn it.
Oh, hang on. You are wait. There it is.
Oh,
oh yeah.
Look at that fucker. Sweet
yeah.
Jesus.
There's no sewing that up. I mean, what'd you do? You just put a Band-Aid in it?
Well, yeah. But I mean, I did it once before, and I had like something taken off my ankle, so I've actually kind of gotten good at wound care. Yeah. So just keep it, like, you know, put some Vaseline on a gauze like this and cover it up. And it
fucking roast out there in the fucking air. That's crazy.
So you didn't get stitched up or anything?
No, I just got it's all closed up now. It's actually mostly healed up. I mostly keep it covered now because I'm inclined to whack it on things because it's my right hand and I'm right-handed in that, especially when I'm driving actually.
You know what's funny is that? Yeah.
It reminds me that it's there, so I'm a little more careful with is what it does. Right. Like when I hit it, it's like it hurts this much, but this much makes you go, you know.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny how this is we're in the 7th hour, so you just shared your finger being chopped off. So I cut. I don't know if you probably can't see the scar.
I'm so scared right now.
So like my finger here, I don't think you can see it. Let me see.
Oh, I can totally
see that bump right there.
Oh yeah.
So I sliced that open pretty good. You know, it took like 10 stitches or whatever to sew up, and I sliced my arm open here at the same time, right? So I was chasing somebody in a building and stuck my arm through a piece of glass because I was a badass 19-year-old.
I'll do it.
It took you know, like a month for that to heal up. Well, you know, kind of personal details. I used to wipe my ass with my left hand. If you get 10 stitches in your fingers, you can't wipe your ass with that hand anymore, right?
The ending is going to be critical here.
Yeah, you can't. So you switch.
That's been the worst part about this, actually.
Yeah, you switch. What's fucked up is just from like 6 weeks of using the other hand, I've switched for my entire lifetime. How fucked up and fucking weird is that?
Oh, that's interesting.
That's interesting. I will say this about what you guys are alluding to here, and that's you need to get on board with the fucking bidet. Like
Bro,
they're $35 fucking dollars and it will change your fucking life.
Oh yeah. Spray that shit clean.
Like if you're not on board, man, at least try it. It's worth the price of admission just to try that shit. You will never go back, I assure you.
You become a civilized human being. Like I talk with my friends from India, and they're like, because I work with a lot of Indian folks in India, they're like, "Do you use the toilet paper?" I'm like, "No, dude, I have a bidet." They're like, "Okay, yeah," like because they all their toilets have the spray nozzle you see like in a fucking sink.
A bidet, essentially.
It's essentially so they spray that shit off. They're like, "You use paper?" It's just like totally foreign.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. Like I honestly have to point to that as one of the most life-changing things I've ever experienced like as an adult.
Yeah, it's a big change.
I can't fucking go back, man.
The first step to that is baby wipes, though.
Yeah, that's the intermediate
baby
step.
Wipes to
that's the Band-Aid for the fact that you realize you're smearing shit on yourself. Yes. Like if I got shit on my arm right here, would I just take some fucking paper towels and go like,
yeah, it seems fine,
you're
right?
Kidding me? Like, that would smell from this far away. Like, goddamn. I mean, you say that to somebody who's been living this way for their whole life, like thought bidets were something only seen in Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah, you drink out of them, right?
Fuck.
Fucking Crocodile.
Then you figure out they're $35. Come with the tools you need and the fucking hoses. Takes 5 minutes.
Yeah, but
change your fucking
heated bidet would be really life changing.
What?
A heated bidet.
Oh, for fuck's
sake. Where the water is heated.
Right, now see, this is the Western civilization crumbling.
The bidet in January isn't fucking great in Dallas Fort Worth, bro. That shit will wake you up because it's cold as fuck coming out the pipes.
Man, hold on though. I've experienced that. I don't remember it being that jarring. I was here last January.
All right, well, I don't know.
You weren't here when we had to have some standards, which is fine.
I don't know, a heated one with like a blower too.
No, it's got to be blowing fucking.
In Japan,
I don't they have off of this shit, and I'm dry as a bone. It's not.
Yeah, it's sprayed, dried. You're like you've been through a fucking fancy car wash.
Yeah, well, that might cost a little bit more. I don't see it.
Yeah, they're about $800.
Oh, they exist, and you know about it?
Yeah, you just have to have electricity in the bathroom.
Oh, for fuck's sake,
near the toilet. That's the problem. Like my house doesn't have
apparently I'm too backwoods for this shit because just having it a high pressure jet fucking scoring off everything is enough for me.
Scoring.
I'm in the deep south, man. We barely have sewers here.
We're in Texas. Where do you mean where are you at?
Yeah, like I guess
we're farther south than you are.
Bible Belt,
Yeah.
Huh?
Depends on your definition of deep south, I suppose.
I mean, deep south, basically Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina.
And you don't put Texas in there at all, huh? Even though it's literally below geographically all of those.
So is Florida.
Yeah.
Which I would put into the deep south now. I guess I probably wouldn't if I were in high school and ignorantly answered that question.
Yeah, for sure.
Florida's kind of its own thing, though, dude. And you know it's true. Texas is not the same as South Carolina. I don't know.
Texas, while it shares a lot of the things that I lump into the Southern terrible category, it is its own thing.
Actually, you want to know something that I noticed about here versus Texas, having lived both places, is that here, as in Texas, everyone has a dog, everyone has guns, and most people are religious. They just don't talk about it all the fucking time, like Texas.
Right.
Yeah, I will say this: it seems in the media
than in Texas
as a completely. I mean, look at me. You can sort of telegraph where I'm from, like mentally, at least politically, maybe. But I've lived in Texas for 6.5 years now, and not once. And of course, I don't go out of my way to find this shit, but I don't see it. I would say the same thing. Like they don't talk about it. It's not in your face at all, at least for me in my experience. And I do go out a bunch, but I wonder if it's like that everywhere. And then it's just have to be in these weird ass microcosms where people do come out of the woodwork and start telling you exactly their business. You know,
it's not their business. It's the feel. You know the feeling of their business because they're the majority.
Yeah, I don't trust but see, the thing is, I can't talk on those. I can't trust those. I can only trust my experience. You know what I mean? And so it's like
my experience here, My physical experience here, just being out in public and seeing the people I see, versus a place like Boulder, Colorado, is fucking massively different.
I suppose that's
feeling.
I'm probably not going to disagree on
like I mean, it's just like the memes that are in my head. But when I see, the dude with the short hair with the beard with the ball cap with sunglasses on, I just think of like fascist fucking, right wing Christian nationalists that I see in Texas every day.
Yeah.
Versus in other places, you don't see people like that are wearing the fucking "come and take it" shirt or the fucking AR-15 shirt, like it's their fucking personality.
It's okay. I guess there's an important point, like distinction, I guess, because I see those people at least with their regalia all the time. Like I see the trucks, I see the bumper stickers, I see that kind of flags in yards and stuff. But in practice, other human beings that I talk to, or not friends, but like clerks, cashiers, everybody you meet, just like the humans that I see in real life, it's never happened.
Yeah, it's because you're a white dude.
Fair enough. I'm just saying, it's just
like
never.
Try being like a trans girl. In general life, and
I completely agree with you and understand. I don't necessarily look like the typical. Like I look like a relatively easy target.
Sure.
For these types. I do. I mean, I'm a fucking skinny white dude who paints his fucking fingernails, who's obviously over 40. You know what I mean? Like
the fingernails really add to the.
I'm not saying that I'm the easiest target, and I'm a little bit gruff, and I probably don't look like somebody that's easy to fuck with generally, but like at the same time, I'm not discounting what you're saying. I'm just saying it's just I think those people came out of the woodwork in the last fucking 10 years.
100%. And actually, I don't know. That's interesting. I mean,
soon.
What?
We're all going to be dead soon.
God, I know.
So,
and who's going to be left is the people who get it.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of carryover, though. Don't you?
Yeah, there's a lot of carryover. That's why these things take a while, But
yes, that was
going in the right direction.
That was the kind of point I was trying to make when I was comparing the length of human life with how many of those lengths have been since the founding of just this country. And I wasn't comparing that. That was my point, is that these things are happening. And like, I guess to articulate my point is that things are getting better, even if it doesn't seem that way, because you're inundated with social media so abruptly and so constantly, but it's still going to take another 50 years,
But things have gotten better, but now they seem to be sliding back.
It just seems that way. I really think it seems that way.
Here's another thing, though, is that the younger people have a much stronger sense of civic pride than older generations, including Gen X, but especially the boomers. The boomers don't give a fuck.
Right.
Where like previous generations invested in future generations, well, we're just going to keep all the money. Fuck it.
Yeah, fuck everybody.
The Zoomers know that's fucked up, right? Yeah. And they have a sense of civic pride. I think they'll be more willing to do things like invest in public infrastructure than the boomers ever were. Because they look around and they see, because we look around and we see none of the fucking federal buildings have been updated since the 70s. And we take it for granted because we grew up in the 70s. So they just still look the same. The Zoomers go, none of this shit's been updated since the 70s. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
You don't consider yourself Gen X, or are we Gen X?
I'm Gen X.
I'm right in the middle of Gen X.
So am I think.
Well, how old are you guys?
I was born in 1978.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I was born in 72.
Okay, I'm in 76. So we're all,
So I'm on the later. When does it end? Like, when does it switch?
Like 81-ish.
Yeah, 81.
81.
So I'm like even more lost in my own fucking generation.
It's like, depends on who you ask, between like 61 and 64, really more like 64, and like about 80, 81 is Gen X. So
that's right.
If you're born in 81, you're probably a millennial, but old millennials did kind of grow up in a different, they remember like pre-internet, whereas younger millennials don't. So,
I remember pre-internet, and it was fucked up in a different way.
Yeah,
go hit each other.
I mean, like my kids, my kids don't ever remember an iPhone not existing.
The only real thing I can point to that is a thing now that wasn't a thing when I was a kid was the helicopter parenting. Like the parents are way more impending doom about basic shit that we would do every single day than, you know what I mean? Like we would be gone literally all day, and our parents would have no recourse other than to say, well, he said he was going to be in the fucking woods. Is he not there? Is he alive or is he dead? Or the cops got him or they don't? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
They had no way, no physical way, no technological way of fucking knowing.
I don't know why that.
And yet it was totally fine.
I don't know why we did that, because I mean, I was guilty of that.
It was great.
Like,
it was awesome.
Yeah, but like, I don't know why that changed from
because
boomers to the Gen X, because we were much more fearful of our kids getting hurt or murdered or abducted or whatever than my parents ever fucking cared about.
I think the murder and abducted thing is the thing that's turned up the most, which is also statistically the probably least likely. They're definitely more likely to break their fucking leg falling out of a fucking tree when you're not paying attention than to get abducted or murdered, statistically speaking. And yet that's not what they're really worried about. They're worried about who they're talking to and whatever. And I get it, because that's the narrative that's being fucking shoved down their fucking throat.
I also think though that the Gen X parents generally just cared about their kids' well-being more than Boomer parents did, because Boomers inherited everything, and they just had the world on the fucking plate, and they won't fucking let go of it. Like, you know, the fucking their parents won World War II and lived through the fucking Depression. They didn't have to do any of that shit. You know, they just inherited the benefit of imperialism and, you know, all that shit. So I don't know. It's so different. I do think about, like, wistfully, you know, like you're talking about riding my bike all fucking day long by myself with my friends.
You didn't understand a world with an iPhone then either, so you don't have a basis.
They don't give a shit about that. Like, my kids don't even want a driver's license. They don't give a fuck about getting a car and driving. When I was 16 in the 90s, getting a fucking car, that
I've noticed this too.
All that mattered. The Zoomers don't give a fuck. They don't even want a driver's license. I'll just take an Uber if I need to go somewhere.
It's funny, and some of them are, for the first time, like, properly scared about that responsibility. You know what I mean? Because when I was a kid, I was like, fucking yeah, let's drive. I'm gonna go crazy. But never once did I think I could kill someone. I could kill a bunch of other people. I could fucking kill myself. You know, I never thought about that. I was like, get a car, get your license, fucking drive. And now I've literally heard a fucking 16-year-old say to me, I don't know if I can be trusted with this responsibility. I'm like, Jesus Christ, you're probably more sane than I was when I was like, let's do it.
Yeah.
You know, so there's a shift there for sure. I know, I've seen that. It's crazy. I don't want to partake in this completely normal aspect of what you think is reality because of its inherent fucking craziness. I think that's really telling of the new generation.
It is.
It used to represent ultimate freedom to us, right? And now what does it represent to them? Like, oh, fuck, I'm going to go to jail for
Can you imagine doing what we're doing right now when you were a teenager with your friends? Just being in 3 separate locations and just talking to each other face to face with 50 randos on the internet? Like,
yeah, totally.
We'd have fucking lost our minds.
It's Star Trek shit, yeah.
Yeah,
it is Star Trek shit, yeah.
Like, your iPhone's better than any fucking Star Trek device.
Yeah. I mean, you look at it, it's funny to watch, like, the newer Star Wars series, because they have to sort of, like, for the sake of continuity, they have to sort of use this, like, 70s, 1980-ish technology looking shit for their holograms and shit. And what we actually have looks way better. You know?
Yes.
Star Trek doesn't do that, though. The newer Star Trek, so it's like everybody's got a fucking iPad, you know? Yeah, whereas, like, if you look at Star Trek from the 90s, they had iPads. Remember, like, on Next Generation, they were like, here's my report or whatever, and it's like a little tablet. But then they would hand them, like, 5 of them, which seems so fucking stupid, because, like, just send all this shit to the one tablet, motherfucker. Like, you know, like, they didn't even have that concept.
URL.
Yeah.
I think
here's a clipboard, but it's an electronic clipboard with shit. I was like, you know.
Have you ever thought about the non-linearity of that curve that went from, we imagined this technology for the early Star Trek TV show.
Right.
We imagined this technology, And then whoop, we have it way better than that, and you can't even keep up. Right? Yeah. That didn't happen in a linear way.
Yeah.
The exponential growth of technology has made it so that we even as species are like, oh wow, we have these new toys, and they may be the most dangerous fucking thing to our psychology possible, but we'll not know for another 30 years until we figure it out, see the trauma, and study it. You know, it's like those things take longer than the toys that we have. And
we had other advances like that in the 20th century. We had other advances like that. Like my great grandmother went from, as a child, riding in a buggy with horses to, you know, the first nuclear bomb being exploded.
Oh, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's my point.
When she was, you know, less than 40 years old.
Yes, and the compression of that is what I'm talking about. Like that exponential part of that particular curve versus us as a species just kind of fucking hanging out.
And that's what I mean. What is that? The last 400 years that's happened?
You could point to the last 50, and it would be the last 50 would be as steep as the last 400.
I know, but really, like 400 years ago or 300 years ago, I mean, you know, before electricity. I mean, I don't know, before the Industrial Revolution, I guess, right? Like shit wasn't that different for a long time,
right? And then that's
we even forgot how shit worked in Europe. You know, the Romans built all the aqueducts and the roads and shit, and once they left, all the fucking idiots in Europe forgot how they worked and they fell apart because they didn't even know how to build a fucking road, right? Like,
yeah.
And that's the way they were for centuries.
Flight is a great barometer. Right?
Flight's fucking crazy, yeah.
Flight, like going from Kitty Hawk to the moon.
In less than in 60 years, 70 years?
Yeah, and if you want to argue the other side of this, I think that's where you do it too, because, you know, of course you quit spending money there, right?
Right.
Because they couldn't figure out how to skim as effectively,
exactly.
right?
Exactly.
Right.
Or like cars, you know? I mean, it's really kind of pathetic how little cars have advanced.
Yes, it is. Yeah. It's because of the difference between positive and normative economics, right? It's because if you ask yourself an economic question, you say, how many people should die in car crashes this year? When you throw the word should in there, the answer should be 0, right? Well, that doesn't fucking work. So the normative sort of economic way of looking at that is what, you know, how many people should die in car crashes this year? Well, it's X. Well, X makes the price of your average fucking car $28,500. Fine. Equation solved.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference. And so when it comes to some pure research or space fucking exploration, you know, there's no way to answer that question in a positive or a normative economic way.
Right.
Well, the space race was really all about how can we deliver our nuclear bombs to you.
Yeah.
Like they built the going to the moon was cool and all, but like having the biggest rocket that could go anywhere in the world and drop, you know, the MIRVs, the multiple independent, fucking
right.
Hey,
and
this missile has, you know, 3 clusters of 7 fucking warheads that can all go to fucking different places, so we can bomb 21 towns with 1 missile. Like,
and the great theatrical tragedy of that whole thing is we never got to that point, technologically speaking, during that time. What we did was we raced the Russians with our economy versus theirs, and theirs couldn't fucking handle it because they were not a fucking capitalist society. So they went bankrupt.
A lot more people.
If you look at how much the Soviet Union advanced, though, compared with the U.S., that's kind of mind blowing.
As soon as it dissolved, what happened?
Well, right. But if you if you look at how backwards the Soviet or Russia was before the revolution, it's nuts. I mean, Stalin was fucked. I'm not sitting here making excuses for any of the bad shit Stalin did. But as far as like sort of modernizing the Soviet Union, it's kind of insane some of the shit they accomplished.
And they were able to do it together, right? Yeah, it was because of the union they were able to do
20 million of your people and have that many less mouths to feed. You can spend the money on advancing, you know.
But they were coming off of like a rural feudal system in a way that the U.S. I mean, the U.S. was already way more industrialized by 1950 than the than Russia was.
Well, they have the same thing they have going for them now. They have a whole lot of people that are expendable, and they're pretty industrialized. Even around World War II, they were pretty industrialized. Like they had the capacity to make shitty tanks and put people in them with the life expectancy of like 8 hours on the battlefield or whatever, right? But they could do their whole thing has been, we will just out fucking people you know.
Aaron, do you think
they're coming off of feudalism?
Yeah, for sure. 100%.
We already had a couple hundred years of at least capitalism, for all its faults. It's better than feudalism, right? They're coming from feudalism.
So,
yeah.
Aaron,
and part of why they did that crazy shit is because they took Marx too seriously, frankly.
Sure. Everybody.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and shit on Marx the way some people will, but the whole actually it was the Hegelian idea, it was the Hegelian core of Marx that they took too seriously because they thought they had to progress through capitalism. They thought they basically had to inflict all the pain that capitalism would inflict in order to get to socialism. They couldn't just go right there. Okay, we're just going to inflict all this fucking pain right now that we've experienced over a couple hundred years. That's why Stalin was so fucked, Anyway, I got to go to bed though. It's fucking. It's after 4. I want to go to bed before the sun comes up. What were you going to ask? And I'll think about it at least.
Oh, I was just going to ask if you thought that the Cold War accelerated their economic demise.
Oh, it probably did. I mean, I'd have a hard time making an argument that it didn't. You might be able to convince me if you know more than I do about this subject.
No, that's just my opinion, but it's not a fully formed one.
Genius, that's for goddamn sure. But
yeah, for another time.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, thanks for having me, man.
Oh, of course.
It's been fun.
I'm gonna go to bed too.
Me too.
I'm gonna pretend like I'm gonna go to sleep.
Well, I hope you do, man. I hope you get some sleep, and I hope everybody gets 15 minutes.
See you guys.
Thanks for watching us for 8 hours again. See ya.